Welcome back, everyone. The Collegiate Esports National Championship continues on here, Vast, into the Overwatch portion of the day. We saw the round of 8 take place over the last 2 days, but now is when the competition really starts to heat up.
And I mean, we're starting out with a real banger of a match, I have to say. When we're gonna have Northwood versus LNI, and I feel like because also we realized, that is the correct pronunciation. Sometimes we get a little tongue-tied with these regional colleges, but it's actually LNI, despite what the spelling might say to you. And I feel like it's going to be a very exciting first match of the day, though, because we really didn't even get to see Northwood's true power level. We didn't really get to see how well Northwood is going to perform as we move on through the tournament, because they kind of just rolled through their first match so easily.
Yeah, how do you judge a team that simply stays at their opponent's spawn the entire time? The power level is actually uncalculable. But in case you missed it, we did go through the round of 8 over the last 2 days, and let's review what we've seen. And overall, you look at the teams that have advanced. These are the teams that looked head and shoulders above the competition.
They have, and I mean, there's so many good teams now. I feel like now that we've gone through the round of 8, we have sort of filtered our teams remaining that are going to be hopefully a lot more even. We might even see a map 4. Or dare I say a map 5 today, ZP, because there is a real chance that, well, actually not a map 4, but a map 5 and a map 6, because we've only seen a map 4 once so far in our 2 days. And I think now that we've filtered out these teams a bit, it's going to be a lot more even, especially since we've seen such a diversity of play styles. And also all these teams remaining are seeming pretty versatile too.
And of course, all this action is brought to you by our sponsors. And let's talk about some of the sponsors like Barbasol. CENC fans, it is our pleasure to introduce you to the new Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. 100 years in the making, this fresh take on the original is your go-to for a shave experience like no other.
Barbasol, I mean, as we talked about yesterday, I used to make the Santa beards with Barbasol, so I'm sure they're very much appreciated that I used their product correctly when I was a kid. Yeah, they've got to be happy about that.
Well, if nothing else, I mean, you consumed more product, and your dad had to go out and buy another can a little bit earlier, and you got to have fun cosplaying as Santa Claus. The way I see it, everyone won.
I always wondered, did you have the Santa radar when you were a kid, where it shows Santa moving across the continental U.S.?
I did not.
Oh, you didn't have that? I don't know if that was just a Texas thing, but we had the Santa radar, and every Christmas I'd be like, wow, Santa moves really fast. Like he really kind of pops off. So I don't know where the overall objective of that story was. It just tied into Santa, and I wanted to ask if we had a shared childhood relationship, or if you were, not experiencing the same reality I did.
No, I never realized that Santa was just breaking the laws of physics as he streaked over the United States delivering presents. That never happened to me.
That never occurred to you?
It sounds like you just had a better childhood. I don't know.
Maybe, but I feel like as we talked about earlier, our first match here today is a good intro for everyone that's just now tuning in to the CNC or has been watching for the past few days, because it's gonna be a way to accurately gauge where Northwood is actually gonna stand, because LNI looked really strong yesterday. They looked like, or not yesterday, but earlier, because they looked very versatile. They were very flexible with their compositions. They were able to play the meta as well. So that means that they have a wide range of looks as we go into the series, while Northwood just looked dominant. They had players that we'd seen from outside the collegiate system, like the Path to Pro, like Into-S, there's now Nas and Cowman and Season. So a lot of really cool things coming out from them because they're just so explosive.
Yeah, I mean, I think Northwood going into this is simply the favorite just by margin of victory, where, admittedly, that's not always the most fair measure, but they just looked completely on another level. But I do think they are going to be tested a little bit harder here today. But we'll have a different map as we kick things off here, Vast, where, we saw a lot of Lijiang Tower as the first map in the series over the last 2 days. But now, going to Busan at the start of the day.
Really, Busan for our first. And I feel like how often do we see Busan so far? Like once, maybe twice in the previous 2 days. So we haven't really seen a lot of Busan played just yet. And we definitely have not seen either of or at least not Northwood on Busan. So I'm pretty interested to see what their takes on the map is going to be, because what we saw when they played Lijiang earlier, they preferred a highly aggressive. They would even play like double off tank style and just go very, very deep into the back line, set up a Doomfist or set up a Tracer. And I'm wondering if they're going to stick with that moving forward, or if they'd rather play a little bit more poke, because there are some large sight lines when we get to Busan.
I think we'll see a lot of just how seriously Northwood takes the beginning. If Northwood comes out on a more standard meta comp, which I have full faith they're able to play, just given the pedigree of some of the players on their roster, then we'll go, okay, they're playing this more by the book. There's going to be respect being given to the all-high side. But there's also a world where they come out and they go, oh, we heard people running Nano Torb and Bastion and going for Diva call mech kills just for show. If they do that, you go, well, all right. That's a
Oh,
little
I
more
really
respectful for
hope
showing
they do. I mean, we hit the legendary 4 Met kills yesterday for Akron. And I feel like Northwoods, the Midwestern rival, they could theoretically, they could get us above, we get to the 5, even the dreaded 6 Met kills in a single series. And that's would be amazing for me because they've already, so far, these teams have seemed to comply with my every wish and banal demand of like, okay, like play something ridiculous. Why not? Get more Met kills. Sure. Why not? So to even hit like the 6K mark throughout a series would be an extremely impressive feat. In fact, in that case, I would declare a winner regardless if they win the tournament or not. They would have won. They would have won in my eyes.
Is that not unfair, though, giving it to the team that accomplishes it first with you setting these sort of shadow challenges in the background where, fair enough, you encouraged me to set my own shadow challenge of Nano Torb, and it essentially happened. Akron, they heard the call, and they decided, nope, we're going to make this a thing, and as a result, we got to see people getting chased down by Torb just running out with his hammer.
You have to have high goals. You got to be lofty, okay? As your parents said, you can dream and you can do anything, right? Believe in yourself. That's what I believe. I believe in each team to get sillier than the last. And that's why I hope, because these fresh young minds, ZP, I remember when I was a college kid, I had so many crazy ideas like, yeah, I will get mech kills in my collegiate games. Was I on the collegiate team? No, I wasn't, but I still had those dreams. And that's what I'm hoping for these teams.
Your dreams got crushed, though, because your team said, actually, well, you could play off tank. What if you just only played Lucio for months on end? Nothing but Lucio.
It's a tale as old as time, where your cranium is massive and you have good thoughts. And then so they're like, well, you're going to play the frog. And that's what's going to happen to you. So it just happens here. But I mean, for collegiate, that's not really a set role because we see main support swapping to main tank, going to off tank. The roles swap around so much depending on just what the comfort picks are. So there's anything's possible for these players, I think. But for Northwood, probably a little bit more set in their roles because these are all players we've seen even outside the collegiate sphere of play. So I don't think they're going to be making too many swaps. But I mean, there's hope. There's a chance, but I'm still pretty much pushing for the Met kills, the increasing Met kills.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see more of that today. Again, I'm just excited to see these two teams match up because, again, you look back at the round of 8, which took place over the last 2 days, a lot of the matches, well, all the matches with the exception of one, were 3-0s, right? There was a big difference between the teams that were dominant and the teams that weren't, but now we're putting all those teams that got 3-0s against each other, and you wonder, well, surely it's not going to be all 3-0s again. Could have some, but
surely.
I think overall today will be significantly closer than our initial rounds were.
Hopefully so. And I feel like I've just really started to test the waters of how scary some of these teams are, because especially for teams like Northwood or Akron, we didn't really get an accurate judge of them at all. And now they're playing against better teams that have shown much better looks and overall play. It's going to be the real test to see just how good these squads are. And so moving forward from today and then into tomorrow, it's going to be very, very exciting, I think. And we're not going to be seeing just Met kills in the spawn and Diva bombs in the spawn. We're actually going to be seeing a lot more interesting Overwatch in terms of how teams are executing their game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But right now we're just waiting for the last player to get into the lobby, and then the action will begin. We don't know which team is holding us up. Can't throw a little bit of shade their way just for the fun of it, but don't worry, we will be in the action soon. It won't just be us sitting here talking about what to expect. We'll actually see the results in front of us. No more speculation, just reality.
Well, they're probably swapping the chairs around so they can get their main support player back to Diva so they can get the mech kill. As every time that we've talked about some sort of wacky instance before, it's come true. So I feel like they're already working to accommodate our wishes just a little bit. They're already going to try to make some swaps around here. And as both of us have now worked with collegiate esports here for multiple years, the players are they're very interested in winning, and it's all very much a competitive drive, right, to show how good their school is and their program is. But there's also a good bit of fun involved with all the programs and with all the teams. So they're always really happy to do something just to troll a little bit, honestly, in the matches, just to have that fun.
Yep. It was kind of funny where we finished up our match yesterday with Akron, and then we go to Twitter and go, now we see what was going on here, as we had the Akron players just tweeting at us, basically going like, do you like what we did? We did it. We did the thing.
I mean, and I did like it. They even used some fresh memes hot off the presses. We do a little bit of trolling. Yeah. Doing the troll face right next to it. So I do enjoy when we get to see some of the inside personalities for these teams and these players, because you have to remember, it's not just with collegiate esports and sports in general, it's not just the competition, right? There's a whole academic subculture behind it. There's a whole group and class subculture behind that of like these are players that are actually students on school. They're studying various different things. They come from different walks of life, and they're also competing as part of like a shared club experience. So it's really cool to see some of the insight into like the inner culture of these teams.
Also, I love how you say it's fresh memes, where I feel like we've hit the point with memes that it's almost like fashion, where something goes out of fashion for a while, like it's just like, oh, that's old and dated, and then suddenly it's new and fresh again, which is, I feel like the current trend has been going. So, yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. But I've asked, the time for waiting is over. We're in. It's Busan, and we'll get to see if Northwood is going to continue the dominance we saw back on day one.
Time for waiting is over. The time for trolling has begun. As they say, potentially, but maybe not. We are going to be on Busan first, and we have yet to see Northwood play on this map, so there's still kind of an empty playbook. I haven't filled my Pokedex yet with what they're going to be doing. So we are going to see an Ullanai looking to play a comp we've seen them played a lot before. I mean, they have the McCree, the Mei, that rush composition here with Sprite Stress on the Rhine. So pretty standard for them, and Northwood also looking like they're going to be mirroring.
Yeah, Northwood playing this pretty standard, and if you remember to the last time we saw Ullanai, a big part for them was how well Exoj was playing, and I do wonder how Exoj is going to match up against Grob, who looked absolutely shut down first time around.
See Frenchie here just playing these off angles on the Diva, getting a little poke right now. Early wall coming out actually. Dynasty not catching anyone there for Northwood. As Ullanai just waiting to set up their engage, looking for the better wall for Xeno.
Yeah, they do have a window where their wall's up, the opposition wall isn't. Now they go in, they're looking for the isolation directly on the Seasons, and Seasons take it down immediately. Ullanai setting the pace here. Up Orion, and this is really, really good. They heal up, now they move in. It's a big advantage for Ullanai. We just have to see if they can seal it.
Now Frenchie is going to go deep and take out Landon. Going to get demeched, but still very low here for Ullanai, but not a lot of heals currently for Northwood. Though, as I say that, they're going to get those picks. So split for Ullanai. And well done from Northwood. They played slow and just played around the picks from Grob, and eventually just clean up all the damage and put out.
Grob not looking super healthy, but 12 HP. As long as your HP is over 0, that's all the HP you need.
Forehead. Have more than 0 HP. Forehead. That is always good for sure. As Ullanai, they're coming back in here. 12% and going up is already Cowman going to be investing that flux really early here. Going to probably force the lamp.
And Northwood again being pretty aggressive off the flux, moving in. Ullanai super, super low. That was just methodical cleanup by Northwood.
And Northwood, great engage there. I mean, generally you don't really want to be going beyond the doors because you're putting yourself in definitely in a less advantageous position. But Northwood, they just got all that damage. They followed up really well. And Marble was not able to keep everyone alive, and Patchy did not have the beat yet, obviously. So Northwood still holding on here, about to have that amplification matrix as Ullanai walking on in.
Window coming up here from Marble. Ullanai back over. Window v window now. Blizzard in from Dynasty. And Dynasty got super low. Somehow got out of it. Northwood still at a full 6. Windows have faded. But as I say, that Cowman able to get to the back line and just Grob cleaning up the rest.
And much better window duel there for Northwood. They got a lot more shield pressure. Ullanai not able to find any picks. And then because of all that shield pressure, Seasons able to drop the Shatter, put 3 on the ground, clean it up. And now Ullanai still looking to get some cap time on the board. They're going to have the Mei ult available. The Blizzard beat also. As Northwood, considering that they've invested the Blizzard there, this is a good position for Ullanai to be in because they can take the fight aggressively and just set up that Blizzard.
Ullanai, last opportunity. Early Shatter hits nothing. Northwood, meanwhile, they drop the beat. The Deadeye from above finds Spry. Northwood in a great position, and it's Grob again, Avast. 2 big pickoffs, but XJ, nope, not any longer. Seasons gets in the melee, and it's going to be Northwood, I think, taking this first round.
Patchy, you're going to get that beat late. Keep them up alive here on the point just a little bit longer. Seasons, very, very low. Could go down. They need to keep Seasons alive. Frenchie going to commit the bomb. The Ryan is back for Sprite Stress, just swinging, trying to pick up Seasons. Going to pick them up. And there's still a chance here for Ullanai, but not a lot.
They got to take down Grob. Grob is just sitting here in the back. XJ was able to take down Lucio from the side. So Ullanai, a last-minute surge, perhaps turning the tides here. Very close to getting a flip. And on the bright side for Ullanai, they stay alive for now, but a long way to go, Avast, at 3% to 99.
And a lot of credit there to Patchy and Frenchie. I mean, they stagger the point. Even though the beat was not ideal, it keeps them in that fight long enough to where they can test that point. Frenchie's bomb also keeping them in it. And they stalled that point long enough to be able to keep Seasons low and get the rest of the squad in. So now LNI holding the choke, 20% going on up, though. Northwood, they only have to win one fight here, and they have some good ults for it.
Northwood moving on in. They drop the window first. Deadeye backing up. Seasons drop the shatter. Just Steve on the ground right now. Dynasty out of the fight early. So Northwood not actually super strong as they look to head in here. They might want to wait for a full strength, and Zeno got to the back, lands the pulse bomb, and Northwood, they're getting cleaned up.
Northwood, they're still fighting here. Pretty scrappy, but the control still in favor of LNI. They held onto that choke. A great off-angle window from Marbles to keep the pressure on, making sure they couldn't follow up on any of the damage they put on the right or that shatter. And Northwood going back to the drawing board, 55% and climbing up here for LNI. No ults on board, but Fringy out of mech. Will we see a mech kill? Probably not with the beat.
Well, it's a super early beat from Northwood. They just want to go and set the tone. XJ already down. Grob working on the outskirts right now, going for a bit of a reposition. Look into the sky as the flux comes down. Spry out of the fight. Northwood super close now to taking this, the point and the round.
Great engage there from Northwood, realizing that LNI were not going to have any big ults up just yet. Drop the aggressive beat from Fishcake, along with the flux from Cowman. Get some key pickoffs, and now LNI going to be down one. But a pretty close round, all things considered, compared to what we've seen earlier in this tournament. That's a highly contested Northwood.
Yeah, and for Northwood, it's not going to be as easy as it was before. But you know, as we wait for the next round to begin, again, reflecting on some of the great sponsors here in the tournament, let's talk about the Army National Guard. Gen Z is coming of age at a tough time with a global pandemic, historic unemployment, and skyrocketing student debt. By pursuing multiple paths at once, Guard members set themselves up for future success. If you want to learn more about Army National Guard Gaming, check out nationalguard.com/esports or their Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Army National Guard.
Well, Northwood here, gonna be rolling out in that comp we saw before. Same with LNI, still the mirror for both squads here. Feeling pretty confident. They want to continue to play the rush. Early wall coming out from Zeno, not gonna catch anyone.
No, not yet. And Grob, nice little pick off from the back. Lucio down early in the fight, and LNI, they're not gonna be able to disengage as well with Lucio out of the fight, and you just see Northwood pressing in from all sides.
And Northwood off that much better wall, getting the lamp out early from Marble here as well, and that early pick off from Grob, just getting the opening picks, and that's what you really need to have in the first fight. So first fight going their way, first cap going their way already, 72% and climbing for the amplification matrix there for Landon. And Landon, not on the Baptiste that we saw yesterday. I remember Landon did some crazy things on the Lucio and Rialto, but now on the Baptiste.
All right, so Northwood in a good spot. Gonna start the wall here, and oh boy, this is trouble for Spry. Isolated out from the wall. Super Field gonna keep Spry alive. Now the window down. LNI trying to break up through, and Spry this time gets caught. It's the accretion from above. And Northwood again, no mercy here. They're just gonna roll right in.
And you see how aggressive Northwood are holding the chokes, trying to find someone early, catch Spry Distress. Ideally, with their walls, they even have the window invested in. Though that amplification matrix did not get max value, they just walk through it and continue to hold the choke. And this is such an aggressive hold, ZP. I mean, Flux invested, High Noon invested. They're just getting them in the spawn.
Yeah, and to a degree, playing this aggressive can throw teams off. Normally you go, okay, they got picked, they're gonna back off. And Northwood, if they see blood in the water, they're like sharks of us. They just keep going.
I don't think they saw Dynasty. Dynasty's holding here with the Blizzard. They're getting ready to engage aggressively.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a Blizzard from behind. Not at all a traditional area, but Spry Distress frozen. The shatter in from Seasons, and Northwood, this aggression paying real dividends.
Right now, Northwood continuing to show just how strong they can be as they're going to take this wall up to the high ground. Set up Landon. Landon has amplification matrix window here. They're going to pop it, try to keep them in spawn even longer.
Yeah, and again, this is not an area that LNI has probably fought a whole lot. It's so unconventional coming out from Northwood. And Northwood, what they can do here, Vest, they can turn the corner, move in with the aggressive beat. Again, try and keep LNI on the back guard. And there it is. The beat is out. Look at XOJ, looking for a target right now, a little bit out of the fight. Meanwhile, Spry finds his counterparts, and LNI a much better counter engage.
And though LNI are going to win this fight, 99% already for Northwood. Cowman still holding up. Marble getting a little caught. Cowman still in the backline here with Dynasty as well. There is a hope. Oh, the pin's coming out. Can they keep Cowman up? It looks like they can because Landon's there. They're winning this fight in the backline. The Flux is going to be invested too here, ZP.
This is unreal. Why is this fight taking place in the back alley? Cowman made an opportunity out of nothing, got the support from his May. Northwood has flipped the fight back over, and that's going to be map 1 going the way of Northwood. And what was, again, a little bit unconventional, Vast.
A bit unconventional, but with enough, I'd say with enough conventional tactics to say that was impressive. It wasn't just, oh, you know, we're dropping D.Va Mech kills. I really loved how aggressive Northwood continued to be. And right there, you see the power of just when you're a mechanically talented team and you have a lot of aggression, you can win fights you shouldn't win. And this is a fight they definitely should not have won. But Cowman staying alive for so long here with Dynasty. We saw the beginning of that happening in that particular play of the game. And really, Northwood continuing to show that they're going to be a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and we see some of the replays that we have here today. This is just the aggression at the spawn door, Grob landing shot after shot, the flux coming on in. And I have to say, Cowman's play there, it reminded me of pre-nerf Sigma. It reminded me of players like Krong in the Overwatch League, or players like Void back when Sigma could just sort of be an island unto themselves. And it's way more difficult for Sigma to get away with that style of gameplay. He's not as strong as he used to be, but Cowman just kind of said, well, hey, I'm going to play it so well that what nerfs? They never happened. I'm still here.
This helps when you're in a battle the bulge scenario and you have Brandon, your Baptiste, and Dynasty on May there to support you. And they clearly were trying to go to the point and get the touch, but they couldn't turn around and deal with them in the back line either. So very, very strong position to be in. And really, it's just up to the mechanics to win that fight at that point because the staggering was happening currently for LNI.
Yeah, and again, I think you compare this to Northwood's first match. This was far, far closer. I think Olnai definitely challenged them at points, but Northwood, they got into their groove at the very end, and I don't even think it was a haha BM type thing. I think it was actually a very innovative forward hold that worked really, really well towards the end of Busan, and I just wonder what takes we're going to see from Northwood as we move into our next map.
No, and that's actually a really good observation there too, because it's always a good idea, in my opinion, if you can manage it to have a closer, more aggressive hold. Yep. Simply because of the fact that aggression buys you time. It gets you ult charge. It forces them to use cooldowns and ults to get out of the spawn. And Rialto, speaking of where we've seen Northwood do some crazy things before, Landon dropped, I think, 35 elims or so on Lucio on Rialto earlier. I don't know if he'll be playing Lucio here again, but this was the map.
Yeah, this was where Northwood said, we're going to make it really challenging for you to get over the bridge. We're going to introduce you to the canal over and over again. And apparently the canal got really, really toxic into the future because if you just barely touch it, you instantly die. I mean, that's not a good water quality level of Vast, not at all.
Well, I mean, maybe it's not water. Maybe they have some other fluid in there, like an acid or something.
That's pretty grim. If it's acid, why are they just rolling around in boats?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't build it. Not my city. Don't know.
It's not particularly clear, whatever fluid it is. A little bit ominous, I suppose.
So Northwood gonna be on the offense first. Still playing that same composition. No Landon Lucio.
Nope.
Sag.
Hey, you never know. We might get it on the defense.
Yeah, that's true. And look at this. LNI, they're gonna be holding very close CP. They're gonna be trying to take the aggressive hold here. They're the wall coming down here for Dynasty.
And we'll see if they have some success giving Northwood a taste of their own medicine. The problem is Spry's down early, and you really need your Ryan alive to keep this going. Instead, it's Seasons just busting out, taking down 3 before falling. And Northwood, they're not going to be held for very long here.
No, not held for long. And also, look at the Reinhardt ult build there for the Earthshatter. Season 72% already. Such an aggressive swing. See this forward aggression for Northwood. They're going to be taking some high ground positions, going to be poking them as they can, not letting them get any good spots for the recontest. And right now for Northwood, they have to know that they have a huge shatter advantage and looking to set up Seasons.
Yeah, what one would think here, Seasons at 84%. One more Fire Strike, all Seasons will need to just roll up and, okay, you're down your May early. And for Northwood, this is decision. Do you still invest here? And you're down Seasons. Now the answer is no. You back out, you reset. A really good early pickoff from Olnai to set that up.
Oh, they were investing, but they didn't know the risk tolerance because that portfolio has dropped to 0 very quickly here on the aggressive hold. Just a little bit, I would say, overstepping their boundaries. Dynasty getting caught, and then Seasons was so low for so long for some reason because Landon was there. They had the options to heal him, but as I say that, Marvel getting caught by Landon, and now there's no Baptiste for LNI.
Yeah, I mean, and also this means Northwood can just retake positioning. They don't have to worry about much because Olnai, that is a little bit dangerous there where May was positioned, but Northwood just gonna regroup. And now you gotta look towards Seasons here, Vast. The Earthshatter advantage is real.
Northwood here on this choke. They're trying to put so much pressure on Spry Distress. They still have this Shatter advantage, though Landon going down early to Frenchie. No heals. Shatter invested, gonna get blocked.
Yeah, completely blocked. No one hit by it, aside from the shield. And Olenai, a great position to be in. Grob, though, finds what the Deadeye. Still over to the side. The Blizzard is out. Amazing gonna freeze. As Cowman says, I'm investing even more. The Flux is out. Looking to his counterpart, lands the accretion, and Northwood still makes it work.
That's a lot of damage from Cowman, and well played from Northwood, too. They played the angles. Grob dropping the High Noon from the flank. Cowman investing that ult late into the fight. So a lot of credit to Northwood DPS and the Sigma because they just keep them in the fight and just play the off angles, get the late picks.
And now Northwood is going to keep going forward here. Leave one back in the payload. Make it difficult for Olenai to regain their position. But Olenai, I mean, they're fairly stacked for the next fight that's coming up.
Yes, they will have the beat. I mean, with no Shatter, no Flux, no Mail, they don't have to worry. They can just use it aggressively. Shatter is going to be up in return for them. Off the ropes, going to find one. There's the Dragon Strike, and it looks like they don't find anyone right away.
The Immortality Field, though, so big. Keeps Seasons alive. Otherwise, Seasons would have been gone. What a massive Immortality Field coming out from Landon. Even though Seasons falls towards the end from Xeno, I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Northwood needs a tiny little bit more, and it's going to be converted to a whole lot of payload progress.
Northwood continuing to hold aggressively here, mitigating all of those ults for Olenai. Patchy, though, still holding on to the beat, but they're getting picked. They're getting staggered here. They're going to have an even longer recontest. Unlikely they might even be able to contest second at all.
Yeah, I mean, for Olenai, maybe they can touch, but this is going to be really troublesome. They have to go in without full strength, and no, they decide it's better to have a better point C defense. And look at this, Northwood, they're just going in, they drop a Blizzard. They're looking for Spry. It's far more distressed than being Spry right now, under so much pressure. They have to use the lamp to save him, but Spry still alive, Vast.
And Northwood continuing to take, I mean, another ult invested so aggressively here. They're going to pop the Amplification Matrix as well for Marble, trying to keep everyone up. There's another Flux. We're doing sniper fluxes here because neither team is going to be able to pop on that.
Dynasty out of the fight. I'm not sure Northwood cares. They drop the Shatter again, completely blocked by Spry. Flashbang over the top, though. Spry still in danger. A little bit under half HP, healed back up. Grob's still around, but the season's gone. Northwood, maybe they might want to do something they don't normally do, is just back up, and Spry gets caught. Northwood doesn't have to back out just yet, and that is a swap to Zarya. The Rhine is gone.
Oh my goodness, Landon getting one, getting two. Grob gonna get the flashbang and find another. And they're just so aggressive. They put the Amplification Matrix. No. Oh, fish cake. Okay, maybe going a little too deep there, but that's fine because Northwood still on the point. They will have the High Noon. They're about to have the Flux available here.
And immediately, as soon as he gets it, drops the Flux right away, takes down Patchy. Northwood continues to relentlessly move forward. Spry, very, very low, just saved by the Immortality Field. Northwood looking to go around the side. They take down the BAP, and Spry right now just hoping for any sort of help. It's not going to come. And Northwood just about has this. Just need to get a few more eliminations.
Great rock. And Cowman, I mean, I'm really impressed with Cowman right now. Cowman doing so much damage here on the point, always hitting those rocks as well, those accretions. As a little under 3 minutes, and by a little under, I mean exactly 1 second under 3 minutes for Northwood.
Technically correct.
Technically correct. It is a little bit under it. And that's a fast time for Rialto ZP. That's a very fast time.
I'm just amazed at Northwood not really resetting at any point where, traditional Overwatch would say, oh, you've lost your Rhine, you've lost another player, you're in something that looks like a 4v6. All right, we should back out. Northwood doesn't back out. I feel like the timing for them to use ultimates is as soon as they're online. There's just absolutely no hesitation. And normally you'd look at them and go, well, that's a very calculated play. That's going to actually come back to harm them. And it hasn't. If anything, it's been rewarding them over and over.
Northwood has removed the S keys from their keyboard. There is no backing up. There is only forward. And I mean, it is paying dividends like you talked about. And that's the sort of the power of the aggression we've talked about before, where aggression can solve some of the mistakes you make by honestly, some of the mistakes being caused by their own aggression, just by the fact that the enemy team doesn't expect it. They don't expect the ults to be used so aggressively, and if you have that very strong mechanical skill like this squad does, you can use those abilities to the fullest and catch picks when teams are least expecting it. And right now, I mean, they're just applying the pressure constantly to Olenai.
Also, I got some bad news for you, Vast. I don't know if you noticed, but Landon is not going
I do.
to, so
I see that, yes.
My apologies.
That's okay. Fishcake can take up the trophy here. As Olenai now gonna be on the offense. They put Xeno onto the Reaper. So no more May for them, and in return, Northwood Dynasty is going to be on the Doomfist.
And we see a little bit of aggressive pain. A quick pickoff onto the main tick of Northwood as Ol and I, they just roll on the Reaper and go, we got more brute strength. We'll push you off.
And they're just doing a good job here of contesting the point. Ol and I keeping the pressure on, going to be around this corner very soon. Northwood backing up, waiting for those respawns. Going to take another engage. Hopefully Dynasty can get some displacement or get an early punt kill.
Yeah, one would think, and Ol and I still moving forward. And again, another very, very early pickoff here. And they have changed up Northwood's strategy here. It's not Seasons on the right anymore, it's Seasons on the Sigma.
Yeah, and right now, Ol and I still in firm control, pushing across the bridge. Actually going to get the boop onto Cowman. Great jump from Patchy as Ol and I rounding here into the first. Still going to be another contest available for Northwood. Not a lot of ults in the bank, just the nano. They're going to invest it.
Yeah, Ol and I keep momentum moving forward. However, this time around, Northwood rushing out the corner, getting the drop on Ol and I, and that's a really big team fight, not giving up first in this situation.
And to stop them there, that's huge because they've denied them at the last stage of the cap. So further for Ol and I to come back, walk back to the point here, as Northwood are going to move back onto the high ground. They will have the Shatter available along with they're going to be coming, very close to the beat and to the flux.
I have to ask you though, why would Cowman and Seasons swap roles here where you got Cowman on the Rhine and Seasons on the Sigma? It's a very, very interesting mid-match swap.
I mean, sometimes it's just, maybe you just feel like it's going to work better for you. I'm not quite sure why they would make that swap, but they did.
Well, and Cowman's down. So Seasons going to have to find a way. And as I say that, Ol and I, they land the Deadeye. And Northwood down facing a 4v6 situation as Ol and I just kind of capitalizing on some key positional mistakes from Northwood here.
Is now just cleaning it up. Gonna be getting that first cap here for Ol and I, and they have the pressure available to them. I mean, they're gonna have beat. They're gonna have the Death Blossom as well as Northwood. They want to take this fight very early on the choke.
Yeah, at this point, that's just Northwood special. It'd be surprising if they didn't. And yeah, as I say that, Cowman able to take down his opposing number at his own life as he gets booped into the river. And Ol and I mean, not doing anything crazy here, Vass, just play conservative, punishing Northwood as they move in, and they're getting rewarded with good progress.
Ol and I continuing to move forward here at a pretty good pace. Northwood, though, burning time off the clock, like you said. Didn't have to invest that beat or the Death Blossom either. I'm looking to set up for this upcoming fight. And right now for Northwood, they need to find some value from this nano. They're committing to it pretty early here. Onto the Rhine of the high ground.
Yeah. An early pick off, this time from Seasons onto the Reaper. Will stop the Reaper from simply walking forward and getting immense value. As we're seeing here, Deadeye in over from Northwood as they continue to just burn time off the clock. That's a problem. It's like Ol and I hasn't been fully stopped a whole lot, but it's not a quick run through the map here either.
No, I mean, just looking at the time bank difference here, Northwood definitely going to be ahead no matter what, as they're going to hold aggressively here once again near the bridge. As now, Ol and I moving forward. They still have a lot of ults available. Dynasty coming on in, going to get cleaned up.
Yeah. And now, I mean, for Ol and I, they need to snowball this. They need to convert one elimination into another. Apply some of that same pressure into Northwood. And if they can do that, they can set a competitive time, but they have to move Avast.
So now going to be stacking here on the cart. Zeno looking for those frags behind his Dynasty, finding Patchy very early. I mean, Ol and I, they're trying to have this aggressive hold, but it might be biting them here a little bit because they've already lost a player.
Zeno, Death Blossom over into the back. Gets the Lucio the first starts. Frenchie piles on with the Flux. And Northwood, again, if anything, Avast, all they're doing is draining a little bit of time, but they haven't drained enough. Ol and I's playing together a very convincing push.
For sure, and they are just looking very, very solid currently. I mean, not at the same time, but still doing very well.
A little bit of counterfire coming in from Northwood, though. Now, take a look at Ol and I. It's not going to be as quick of a time in all likelihood, but if they can win the next fight, you don't know. I think so far, the Reaper's really worked.
So now Season's going to have the Flux available, going to drop it very early. Probably force that lamp out from Ol and I. That's exactly what they're going to do, Sprite of Stress. But already coming down from the sky, going to bring Zeno back. And now Northwood, they're in a strong position here, right? They still have the Doomfist ult, the Meteor Strike. They're going to have the beat available here as well if they need to save anyone from the Shatter. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Northwood just try to commit off this meteor strike, but Dynasty likely just going to get out.
Yeah, Dynasty right now just on the rooftops in the nether realm, so to speak, of Overwatch. The realm that only Doom can occupy. Now back over Northwood. Gonna be looking for an early pick off here. Dynasty up and over. A little bit of mobility towards the back. Grob, meanwhile, finds the angle, gets Marble. A nice little pick off there, and down to BAP. Gives Northwood a lot of options as Grob gets another.
And Northwood just keeping the pressure on the choke. Gonna be taking down these stagger kills. Grob taking out Frenchie there off the rock, off the accretion. It looks like Northwood, they want to hold aggressively here in the spawn. They want to force LNI to fight through them, take the time off the clock, and even try to burn some ults.
Alrighty, so Shatter coming in. Cowman immediately down. Beat gonna be invested here by Northwood. Only hits 4. Grob using the beat, feeling more aggressive. Just walk forward, hoping for the shield to break. Instead, just has to use it at the last moment. But Olnai still being forced back. Flux comes in.
Flux invested there as well. I mean,
nice
this is a lot of ults burned.
Not enough to keep Seasons alive, though.
It's a lot of ults burned there, ZP, because they had to use ults to get out of the spawn, more time taken off the clock here. The good news is they didn't burn all of them. So they still have ults here for this following fight. A lot of this is going to rest on Seasons for Northwood if they're going to stop this aggression here. But Patchy holding onto the beat and Marble having the lamp means they have plenty of ways to mitigate this value.
Definitely do. All and I, a minute 27 left. Still would be a decent time if they got through here in this push. Seasons, though, opening up with a Flux. Beat going to be invested by Patchy immediately. A well-timed beat. Frenchie, though, under heavy pressure, taken down. Dynasty was able to get to the side. But All Night coming in from all angles right now. The Reaper pressure is going to be big as the numbers start breaking down. Zeno going up to the left, looking for the BAP. 1 shot, 2 shot. Oh, take it down instead. And Northwood turns it around.
Really good peel there coming out from Fishcake, as Fishcake going to clean up 2 players. And it's so important there when that Reaper is going to the back line, trying to just use the chaos to get a pick there. Fishcake keeping Landon alive, having that boop up. Dynasty looking for a cheeky punch, probably just going to back up as Northwood, they're coming forward here again. 40 seconds remaining for LNI to get the cap.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it 40 seconds remaining, they don't have a whole lot to go with it. They have the window. Dynasty, though, forced to use Meteor Strike early on. More of a repositioning strike than anything else. Go check out the rooftops again. Going down, decent angle, looking for it, lands the punch. And Frenchie got caught! Cowman was able to get Frenchie on the other end. And now Dynasty moving in. And the Doom, this is really good pressure. Vast, only 15 seconds left. Olai has to get to the point, but XJ with 2. That's the opening they need.
Zeno dropping the Death Blossom, getting flashed out of it. Gonna survive with 1 HP. Oh, the Amplification Matrix window invested here for Landon, but they don't have any positioning for Northwood. They're gonna need to back up. LNI, they're on the cart, moving forward. They have the front line, but oh no, Sprite Stress is gonna go down.
This is going to be turning into a scrappy brawl to end it all out. Overtime in progress. Olnai cannot back out. Zeno, though, taken down. The flashbang sealing his fate. Frenchie plucked out of the air mid-flux. And Northwood, that is the map for them. Up 2-0 now in the series of Ast. 1 map away from moving on to the semifinals tomorrow.
And well, Northwood continuing to show why they're a team that I saw them earlier. I'm like, yeah, this team is probably going to go far. And even with swapping their tank line around, still performing great. LNI putting up a good fight, but Northwood just so aggressive. I mean, that's the thing that defines this team for sure, is their aggression. They're just taking space all the time, making sure to burn time off the clock, and removing any ults that the other team has just to get out of spawn.
You know, it's funny. I was talking with Doa last night about the differences in casting Overwatch game modes. And one of the interesting things when you cast a mode like Control is that, you know, it's far more back and forth with like one perpetual fight relative than the resets that you see on other game modes. But I feel like Northwood's style of play is almost one that turns every map type into Control, where it just felt like we were casting one never-ending fight. Not a whole lot of both teams resetting and heading into each other, just a continual brawl.
Definitely, and I feel like that's how Northwood prefers to play it, is to keep the continuous fights going as long as possible. Just keep investing ults, keep investing cooldowns, keep going the entire time. But maybe this next map will change that pace a little bit, because it is going to be Anubis as a 3rd map of the series. And reminder, it's a BO5, so there is a chance here for Olnai to bring it back. They could begin the reverse sweep here, win the rest of the maps. Obviously, it's not looking like they're going to be in firm control of that necessarily, of like for sure having that ability, but the possibility is there. And Anubis, there's also the chance for them to get some longer resets, because they have to walk back from the spawn on the assault mode. And so there's also just more time to reset and plan.
Yeah, I mean, if any game mode kind of goes against the way Northwood is playing and forces you to actually play more standard Overwatch with breaks and resets, it is anything on Assault, right? And Northwood, as a result, shouldn't be able to play the, hey, we're just constantly fighting. Though, the last time we did see the play, they went pretty far deep on Assault, but it was also a team that I think was a little bit weaker than we're seeing from OLNI.
Yeah, OLNI definitely putting up a fight still. The scoreline doesn't reflect it totally, but OLNI putting up a very solid performance against what is looking to be a favorite to win with Northwood. You know, one of the teams that people are projecting to go to the grand finals, even them and their like rival Akron. So still plenty of chances for OLNI to make it work.
So it is going to be OLNI on the defense first, and nothing too crazy about the defensive setup here, though. Doomfist, not always used. I mean, Doomfist kind of falling into the category of high risk, high reward, where, you know, it's a hero that can win you team fights with a quick early pickoff, but just the same, with McCree being so common in the meta, Doomfist can get punished and eliminated, and instead of being up one, you're just down one. Yeah,
and then on top of that, Northwood looking like they want to play Moira here on the offense. They're going to go for a full rush comp. I mean, something different than what we've seen from the Baptiste, because this relies on you're not going to really have any options to save someone from the damage or from a flash. You just have to be in. You just got to be in, and hopefully you get that coalescence very early as Cowman goes low.
Yeah, I mean, the goal here for Northwood is you simply go in and you out-heal. And taking down XJ early on, that's a huge deal. The neutral game can be so much stronger for Northwood. But as I say that, Zeno was able to get to the back, finds Lucio. 5-on-5 now, Grub fanning the hammer. Decent defense by Sigma. And now Northwood trying to just take this earlier high ground. Fanning the hammer is Grub, effective for breaking shields. And Dynasty got to the back, found Marble. Northwood starting to add on, but OLNI fighting back one after the other. The problem is Grub, Avast. No one is dealing with Grub.
I mean, no one's dealing with Grob, but also no one's really dealing with this aggression from Dynasty. Dynasty just constantly displaced them, getting the bubbles from Seasons, and Grob just falling up off the space that was really got in there from Dynasty.
All right, so Northwood gonna be taking point A about as quick as you can hope. Gonna have plenty of time left for point B. This time goes up about a little under 6 minutes here, Vast.
A lot of cheeky Doomfist movement, and that's a little too much cheek. That's a little too much cheek sometimes, but I respect it. I respect the movement.
That was just kind of the showboating of, do you know how much Doom I've played on the Doom training maps? Like, all the moves I know? And Northwood goes, I don't even need the Doom. Palman leaps in, Primal in reserve. Just gonna be looking for disruption into the back. XJ already down. Northwood, an advantage as this breaks out. The Cole used. And Cowman just trying to send someone over the side into the waiting arms of Grob. And as I say that, Dynasty drops down fast. Meteor strike successful. And Northwood could very well be getting point B very quickly.
High Noon going to be invested here on the point. OLNI, they do have some ults available, but they need to swap to contest. There's the flashbang getting them both. Can they even touch? No, they can't. 5 minutes and 1 second remaining here for Northwood after that bank. And my goodness, that's a fast offense. And I had so much respect to Northwood there, where they just did. I mean, did you see Landon? Landon was coalescing and was on top of them and just not punished there. Northwood just really just keeping the aggression on, just zero respect in terms of how they're playing. And it worked. I mean, they worked off the space that Cowman was getting, and they just constantly got frags, and OLNI just not having an answer.
Yeah, that was absolutely just crushing from Northwood. And you know, as a result, look, OLNI, they're not out of it yet. They could still win this map, come back with a reverse sweep, and go on in the tournament. But this is a tough hill to climb when your opponent has already done their attack. They put together that fearsome of a time. Because for OLNI, it's not going to be enough just to finish out. Like, not only do they need at least a little time on the clock to get another attack here, Vast, and not play for the draw, but ideally, they're going to want to finish with about 2-3 minutes left remaining to even make this somewhat competitive.
100%. I mean, you can come back from like a minute or two deficit, but from a 5-minute deficit, you know, even if you full cap, but you get it with a minute left, I mean, that's a ridiculous amount of time to overcome. So there was a lot riding on this. I mean, on top of that, I mean, they have to win this because otherwise the series is over.
All right, so OLNI, tournament life on the line against what has been a very dominant Northwood squad. Do they have what it takes to speed run on this attack of their own? Fast, we are about to find out.
A really big opening anti-nade there from Landon. It's even, I mean, the Dynasty going deep, trying to clean it up. Gonna go down, but in return, they're gonna trade for Xeno. So 5v5 here for Northwood, and still anyone's fight.
Very even between both sides. In fact, a little bit favored to the offense. They get the respawn back a little bit sooner, especially as a Tracer. Gets to blink right back into the fight. Olnai looking for, no, Marble picked off again. This keeps happening, but it comes at a cost. Grob gets caught by the fire strike. Olnai still moving in, still very winnable. Spry swinging the hammer, and oh, the fall through. A fire strike with 2. And Olnai, this is the speed they need of Ast if they're going to keep this competitive.
They're double stacking both these players on the point. I mean, Sprite of Stress still pretty low. Patchy gonna be there to heal up the Ryan just a little bit. Cowman coming back, gonna be getting the tickle. Great immortality field here for Sprite of Stress. Gonna drop the Solo Shadow too. I mean, honestly, worth here. Just make sure they can win the fight.
Cowman was about to get Primal. I think that was it, like, big brain, especially in retrospect. The problem is Sprite gets caught. Grob got back to the point and got 2. It's not over. Watch for the Cowboy at your backside because Northwood just brought this back.
And now, despite the point presence in those early picks, they just could not convert on the point. They lost the fight on the flanks, really. That's what lost them it, because they just kept losing those picks early. Northwood with a great recontest with the Nano from Landon. And now they're back in control of the high ground. They're going to have 3 ults available. The good news here for Olnai, combo about to be up. That grab pulls Frenchie. 86% to the grab was high energy for the majority of that fight. So there's a lot of options.
Frenchie, 95%. The Groton is going to be the story here. Primal up early for Cowman. Dynasty already down. Olnai securing a quick advantage. And the grab here, just make it good, economical, seal it away. Still have to be careful not to let it eaten. This Frenchie, high energy, good contribution. Spry Disaster able to chase down Grob in the back. And I like how Olnai's
Nano Lucio.
Can't let go. Yeah, Bustio, a little bit questionable. Gets 1, but it's not usually the best Nano target, aside from the memes.
Definitely not. I mean, Dynasty, though, gonna get the kill on Frenchie.
No way.
Wait a minute. There's the Meteor Strike invested. The charge there, but Cowman has made it back to the point. There's actually a chance here because remember, they can still win this in the recontest, but Marble in such a good spot. No, never mind. The hope was too much. I was on the hopium, but it's fine.
Also, this is really good for Olnai. Look at all the ultimates they have set up. They will not have a better opportunity than this of Ast, not only to set a competitive time, but also just to take the point outright.
The saving grace here for Northwood is there has to be a long taxi coming back from Patchy for Frenchie, and on top of that, Fishcake has beat. So they have options here to mitigate this grab pulse. I mean, if they just make sure to have like very strong immortality field and beat, you can really mitigate the majority of the damage.
They have to punch Dynasty here. Dynasty down early. You gotta like this. Okay, how the fuck's coming in from Seasons? Northwood going in so aggressively, and again they get Marble. Marble's been getting picked off so early in so many of these fights have asked. It's turning into a bit of a weak link right now for the Olnai squad.
As Frenchie, very low. All the players for Olnai here, very low. I thought that beat was going to come a little too late, but it worked out in that they got that early pick. They denied Marble, and without the Baptiste, you're not going to be able to push this last. You just can't. You'll lose the spawn disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Olnai, a key objective here as they look to push in is also just protect Marble. Marble's been getting dove on, and it's been very successful from Northwood. As again, a super aggressive window, XOJ out of the fight early, Landon being his own DPS, and Marble gets caught. Support v support in the back. And this is already a dead push.
Xeno trying to go to the point to get some point presence, make them turn around. Wait, they're gonna commit the grab here.
What?
Sure, they're gonna get Grob. Okay, that's nice and all, but sure, Patchy going down. Try to stress, Frenchie going down. I mean, that's a big ult off the field here for Olnai, and that could be disastrous.
That's not the time to grab. Full stop. That was not the time to grab. Even if you got out there, you don't have the personnel to push the point successfully. And okay, you get Seasons here. Okay, that is a super deep
I mean, these ults are crazy, and Landon is still just continuing to get kills from how aggressive they're fighting outside the doors.
Okay, that really shouldn't have worked, but it worked. And this is unconventional, and then some as Northwood. They're starting to get closer and closer to the spawn doors of Ast.
There's just, with each fight, they inch ever closer until eventually they return back to their natural habitat, the spawn doors of Olnai. That's all what it's for.
Yep, that's where Northwood wants to be. It's where they want to set up a new apartment, a new house, call it however you will. Dynasty, playing very devil may care, goes in early, often gets picked, gives Olnai these opportunities of power play, but the problem is Marble gets caught again, and did Marble just space boot his way up and get shot down?
Yes, that is correct. No returns, in the backline. They're going to commit more ults here for Northwood very aggressively once again. I mean, they're just fighting so far out these doors. They need to clean up Xeno on the point. They are. So the good news is the online they can try to contest, but it's just so, it's so scrappy, ZP. I mean, the entirety of the fight is happening away from the point.
Again, they're making Assault into a control map. You're not supposed to have non-stop fights on Assault. There's a rhythm. There's respect for the game that goes on, and it's just been thrown out the window.
I mean, the mines at the door, I can't believe it. I mean, they're here in the spawn door. They drop the shatter. They don't get it. The beat invested catching 4 members here for Northwood. They just want to have a fight out here. No fight on second, actually. We're more of a first fight type of team.
Northwood might have some of the greatest ADD I've ever seen from a team going, we can't wait for a fight. We bring the fight to you. And it's working. You can't argue with the results of Vast. That's the thing.
No, definitely not. I mean, less than a minute remaining here for All&I. Spry Distress once again in distress, getting caught there very far back, going back to the first spawn. Going all the way back there as Frenchie making a swap into the Hog, hoping maybe to get some hooks here on this highly mobile comp for Northwood. And Dynasty's on the Genji. And now ZP. They've said, we are old. This is our home. This is our home, and we will be here for all of time.
And Cowman's like, I only need a health pack. That's fine. I'm just gonna roll back over. And again, it's just, Northwood has turned this into a very beneficial brawl where it doesn't even matter if some of their players die this far out because they're gonna be back for the defense on main. And they've already done all they need to do here, Vast, because All&I, they can't finish with time left remaining. All&I can only play for the draw now.
Now, the good news is they did get some cap time on the point because XOJ went onto the Sombra and forced them to come back. Now, they've got their whole team here. The beat is going to be invested, but Northwood, they're going to have ults coming back. They're going to have mines, and they're going to have the flux.
Oh, boy. Northwood staying in on the point, swinging in and around. And now, All&I, they're just playing for the potential of getting it to a draw, but I got to tell you, Vast, I don't think it's happening. Northwood... They just about got it. Overtime ticks down, and that is going to be it. Northwood advances to the semifinals tomorrow, and what more can you say? Dominant and very unconventional fashion for Assault.
I mean, and even still, I thought we were going to see Northwood be pressed to their limits, but I feel like I've yet to even see their limits still. This is a team that's kind of just taking control of the match however they want.
Yeah.
There's just non-stop aggression. Literally non-stop aggression for this squad, and it's clear that teams are going to struggle to deal with it. They're just so talented individually as players, and it's going to be really rough here for teams because they have to deal with the chaos. It reminds me a lot of like that, the team that everyone talks about, the Selfless style, where if you just have very talented players and you keep on applying pressure and keep on making space, teams are going to be a little flabbergasted in how to deal with it, and they're just dealing with so many angles of attack.
Yeah, and it's a very, very tough play style to deal with because, again, you're used to practicing and playing against normal Overwatch, for lack of a better term, and even if you could argue what Northwood is doing, if it was equally matched at mechanical play, would not be optimal, which I think is a fair statement to say, right? When you look at the highest level of play, you don't usually see this. Even still, if you're not used to dealing with it, it can be effective for long enough to win you a match, because how do you practice playing against Northwood style? You can't.
No, there's no real way to practice against this at all. I mean, most teams are not going to be holding the spawn doors of Anubis first after you've capped it and they're on defense. It's just really not happening, and I feel like that's just a huge gap in terms of just I mean, not a huge gap, but definitely a gap in terms of mechanical skill too, because when you see how confident Northwood are playing, and they're just hitting shots constantly.
Well, that is going to be the end of our first set. It was a crazy one. It had a lot of twists and turns. Northwood, though, still looking dominant. But we're going to take a quick break. Some words for our sponsors, like Barbasol, coming up next.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one. They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the Kay Yao Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars, these are cookies!
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookie for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. ZP here with the best of the best. No long breaks today. We are going game after game. The action just doesn't stop.
No, definitely not, because we still have a lot of games left, 3 games specifically to get through today, and all these teams are continuing to we're refining them. You know, we've gone through some of the best teams already, and we've sort of narrowed down the candidates, so all the matches should be theoretically closer, though granted, I mean, the last match wasn't that close, But I feel like this one's going to be a bit more competitive because their next match is Johnson and Wales and UC Berkeley. And I feel like this is going to be an extremely interesting matchup because these two teams have pretty different styles. And we saw a lot of good looks, in particular from Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, Johnson and Wales really impressed with how mechanically skilled they were, how they were willing to play, essentially glass cannon compositions where there was very little in terms of tankiness, but a lot in terms of damage dealing ability, and they made it work. Meanwhile, UC Berkeley just looked heavily dominant, a great tank line, just saying the terms of fights as they wanted. And, between the two, I'd say UC Berkeley looked like more of a complete team, but Johnson and Wales to me is a wild card, actually just a dark horse in every sense of the term, and I would not be surprised if they took the W here.
Well, that means we can have a split vote then, because you're on the UC Berkeley train, I'm on the Johnson and Wales train, so we can sort of have a split vote here in our confidence. I feel like I really liked how Johnson and Wales performed. I mean, they had a great tank line in particular, and we've talked about how tank lines are sort of the driving force behind these teams. And so I'm really, and they showed a lot of breadth of strategy. They played like 5 different comps in their match the other day. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to perform here against a much stronger opponent in UC Berkeley. And also their name's cool. Yeah. Their name's really cool. I just like the name of the school, Johnson and Wales. So I feel like that's just a nice name. So I'm also going to put that in the corner.
A name that at first glance, before you're told that their university almost sounds like a pharmaceutical company, you're like, yeah, that's cool. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it could fit right in. They'd have a no tears baby shampoo perhaps or something like that. But no, Johnson Wales, it is an institution of higher learning, and they also have a sick Overwatch team here for their collegiate program. So this match, I'm hoping, is going to be a bit closer.
Yeah, and I think it will be, although, again, I'm not sure either of these two teams was fully tested yesterday, so it's kind of an unknown factor both ways, right? I'm very curious to see what they have to offer us. First map, going to be Ilios, where, again, like a lot of the control maps, you can see a lot of variety in strategy early on, especially as you get to the Ruin stage, where that's where teams are very, willing to bring out things like Widowmaker, things like Pharah, and, you get to see, okay, does a team like to do more hit scan? Does a team like to go more ground and pound because you can play that? A very wide open stage that is very telling of what play styles a team likes to use.
And for Ilios too, it opens up a really interesting conversation for, UC Berkeley right off the bat, because they have Splotchy Lime. And Splotchy Lime, we saw a lot of Echo play from Splotchy Lime in the past, and this is a map that's great for if you want to play Echo or Pharah or things like that and have the Mercy Pocket. So there's a lot of potential for that star player for UC Berkeley alongside Kawani to just have a lot of impact.
Yeah, Splotchy Lime's gameplay was actually transcended what we saw previously. I mean, to say it was good would be the biggest understatement I've ever heard. It's actually the best Echo play I've seen within Microcosm in really the last few weeks, and I'm counting all levels of play. So I'm very curious to see if...
Wow, that's high praise. That is extremely high praise.
Yeah, no, I mean, relative to the competition, I should say. Like, obviously...
Oh, okay, I was going to say, like, wow. Get Splotchy Lime in Overwatch League.
I mean, maybe. I thought it looked great. Splotchy Lime played very, very well, but the competition is tougher here today, and we'll see how that translates.
And just like I thought, Splotchy Lime is going to be on the Echo. Johnson and Wales, on the other hand, they're going to be playing a very... look at this comp. It's just, we're taking lots of fights. We're looking for picks. Nico and Western are going to be on the Sigma and the Roadhog, respectively, while Robe looking to just deny the Pharah value, and Shinobu
that's a big
looking to get a hack.
That's a massive biohand of Ass. And Johnson and Wales, somehow, they don't lose anyone for a Kwani, went for the punish, instead got punished in turn. It's Johnson and Wales, they should have been punished so much harder for that Bionade. It did not happen. The picks weren't found, and instead it's going to be Johnson and Wales with first control.
We talked about this tank line here for Johnson and Wales, and they're continuing to show value. Nico denying Kawani early. They keep the pressure on to Fate as well, so there's no damage coming from the McCree. When you're playing the Roadhog Sigma, you have to be continually getting picks and also making sure that that main tank player is not having a fun time.
Yep. Now, Splotchy Lime, even without 8 pickoffs, already very close to duplicate, so you can tell a lot of damage has been thrown out. Robe, under heavy pressure, the Nano Winston over and in. Johnson Wales forced back again. Sertle at no HP, but this time, Kwani's going to chase it down at great cost. 4-on-4, but look to Splotchy Lime now, Vast. The duplicate is ready to go.
Though their heals are extremely low currently, it's only Lermans as the healer. Lermans going down. Nico currently sleeping, gonna get anti here as well. And Splotchy Lime gonna get that duplicate, gonna have the flux very soon. They don't have any heals, so if they get the ult, this could be disastrous.
Yeah, Splotchy Lime super close to getting the flux. Doesn't have a whole lot of time left. Almost has the build. Might not even need it, but this is the point. You got a little bit of time left. Drop it over and in. Did the final part even activate there? I think
no, it does not. Yeah, it doesn't finish if you go out mid, so it won't finish. It's not like Diva Bomb or the Orisa Supercharger. So Johnson and Wales getting to regroup here. They are going to have 6 ults just about for Johnson and Wales, and UC Berkeley, they used a lot of big ults. Koani's going to have to get some value. Koani's going to have to get a lot of value, and Koani's gone, so there will not be any value.
Yeah, well, that's the exact opposite of what they wanted, was the early pick on the Koani. And Nico just harassing from the outside as Robe, consistent value on the McCree in the back, 50% to 30, and you know, the great thing for Johnson and Wales there, Vest, they didn't have to spend too much. They have the EMP.
I mean, nothing. They spent really nothing, just only the amplification matrix there, and that's gigantic because now they're still going to have the EMP. They'll still have the option to commit with an aggressive beat here as well. So, and they still have a flux to set up like a high noon. There's so much in the tank for Johnson and Wales.
Johnson and Wales looking very, very good right now. And I mean, for UC Berkeley, this is going to be tough. Kwani has to use the primal rage very early. Flux coming in, Turtle hit by a bio nade, but I don't know the follow through is going to be there. Nico just making space in the whole hog. 3 already down from UC Berkeley. I mean, the upside for UC Berkeley, they at least drain some of that ultimate power, but they don't have much time here, Vast. 85%.
They're going to have one final fight, potentially. Fate going to have to look for the touch, maybe Koani. 90% and counting down. Beat still up for Johnson and Wales along with the high noon. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see an aggressive beat high noon. Oh, and they get the hook on Fate, so there's not going to be Fate to touch. Can they even get a touch now?
They do. They barely get the touch, and now the nano boost comes on in onto Kwani. The last-ditch effort coming in from UC Berkeley. Robe, Deadeye, looking for the skulls, finds Kwani. It's a big pickoff. Splotchy goes for the duplicate on the McCree. Deadeye coming in. No! Into the pits! That is a great play. Couldn't go in the echo in time. Ends up falling over and in. And Johnson and Wales, your pred might be coming true here, Vest.
I mean, right now, I'm just so impressed by the tank line. Nico and Westerner continuing to just own all the space here. The hooks from Nico keeping all the value out of the way from UC Berkeley. They just can't find much. I mean, there have players looking for a touch, looking for a flank, and Nico, I mean, we saw it there at the very end, puts the echo of Splotchy Lime into the pit. So there's already up 1-0 for Johnson and Wales.
So now as we get started in this match, of course, I'd like to go back and talk about some of our sponsors, like Athletes Unheard. At Athletes Unheard, we believe that athletes should be able to have conversations around mental health without shame or judgment. So we're pioneering a new movement around wellness for the future generation of elite-level performers. Ready to join the tribe? Text us at 202-918-3450 for more details.
And it's so important right now, too, that though we are starting to come out of it a little bit in the U.S. of everyone's been isolated, and players that play a lot, especially for collegiate programs or professional teams, they, you just need to make sure that you keep track of your mental health. Yep. But now, UC Berkeley going to be on the point first, playing this rush comp with Splotchy Lime on the McCree and Fate on the May. Johnson Wells playing the dive style, going to have a lot more poke with Robe on the Ash.
UC Berkeley, though, first onto the point, Splotchy Lime onto McCree, not running the echo this time around, even though we saw it before. Right now, UC Berkeley, this is going, we will contain on the point, we will hold the point, they have first control on the point. And for Johnson and Wales, it's about finding a way to break on through when they're not running the Reinhardt. They don't have as much ground and pound power, and Splotchy Lime punishes Shinobu to kick things off.
Oh, and Fate gonna take down Sertle here as well. Nico is very charged. They're about to have the grab, but they don't have enough presence. I mean, they're just gonna have to back up here. Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do. Robe gonna go down late to Splotchy Lime, and Splotchy Lime really good reads here. They're not only gonna continue to get staggers, but Splotchy Lime falls out the back of the point, looks for the flashbang on Shinobu, who is just hunting around the edges. So Splotchy Lime continuing to be a driving force for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, and whether it be on the Echo or the McCree, definitely one of the brightest spots on the team. Johnson Wills, though, ready to go back in, and Nico with potentially Nano in this next fight should be scary. And as I said, that the Nano goes out. Nico.
The grab is up. This grab could be huge. They've already used it. Oh no, Splotchy Lime gets rid of the grab.
Deadeye at the right place, right time, and UC Berkeley trading out pretty effectively here as the Primal gets used for nothing. The bright side for Johnson Wales, I guess, they still got the grab bomb next fight.
And Koani just went behind and flanked and got a flank shot or two on the back line just to guarantee the fight. So important. Now there's no beat up for Spidey, and there's no counter grab up just yet for Saras. So Nico, this grab needs to be big. They have the combo available. Ideally, they get some of the bubbles out too from the Zarya, or maybe even force the immortality field early from Nomad.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I look at this fight, it comes down to the grab. Fate, though, can neutralize a lot with an early Blizzard, and Blizzard comes out first. Robe out of the fight. Graviton comes out super late, and is the bomb going to be enough? It takes down the May, but that's not enough value, I don't think, of that. Johnson Wales still fighting from behind. Kwani takes down his counterpart, and now we look to the Tracer, Shinobu, looking around. Johnson Wales still fighting through as Kawani has none of it.
Now Nico's still relatively charged, good health. It's a Zarya 1v1, Nico getting 3.
That's crazy. That is a wild end to that fight. Although Doom from downtown, Fate going in. Is he gonna get anything? No, the 1v2 a bit unfavorable, and still a very good start for UC Berkeley. Only one fight away.
And I mean, a lot of credit to Saros there, who didn't get the grab off for UC Berkeley, but kept the bubbles and stayed alive for so long that even though Shinobu looked for the late pulls after the lamp, just didn't get a lot of value there and really had required a hero play from Nico to clean up the point. Now, Johnson and Wales do not have the beat for Lerman, so they need to have a very proactive play here, have a great lamp to deny this grab value.
Graviton comes out first from UC Berkeley's fault. They're going to be there. Deadeye in over the top of Splotchy Lime. Nothing of it immediately, but takes down Westerner right after. As Splotchy Lime finds another. Down he goes to Nico, and now for UC Berkeley. Can they deal with Nico? He's built up another Graviton. Nico moving in. He is his own fall through. Nico with another 2. And Nico continues to be a force here of Vast.
Oh, Nico, you can play the window, Nico. If Nico can play that window, they could still win this fight. Nico doing so much work on the point. And just like you talked about, Nico being a force, they're going to get the flip here again. This tank line for Johnson Wales, particularly Nico right now, just absolutely keeping the team in it.
I think it is no stretch to say that across the entire tournament, Nico has been the best tank we've seen so far. At least he's put in the most impressive performances, especially in the Zarya. It has been unreal. Quick Graviton building, good judgment. And Shinobu, take it down. That's so big for UC Berkeley. They get the easy 6-on-5. Westerner dropping the shatter in turn. Put Saros onto the ground. The immortality field is there though. Saros still very much alive. Window down for Nomad. Can't sustain. Robe finds him in the back. Johnson Wales, they dropped the beat. And did the beat get canceled? Or seemingly it's out?
Wales beat it aggressively. They beat it aggressively there. And they walked through the window. So good read from Johnson Wales that even though they lost Shinobu early, they just Lerman just drops the beat. They walk forward after the shatter. Walk through the window for Nomad. And now UC Berkeley, they're up on this last fight here, ZP. Kwani's gonna have Shatter. They're gonna have them out very soon, but not really a lot of the take, especially considering that Spotty's not even close to the beat and Nico's 70% to grab.
Yeah, I mean, I think for UC Berkeley, you just stay alive and hope that this is a good Blizzard. You really have to look towards Fade here. But first things first, don't get caught by the Deadeye. Shinobu looking for one happy little skull. Nearly had the opportunity, but Nico picks off Spidey. Kawani dropping the shadow in turn. They take down the Doom Fist, and oh, they can't stand the point! Johnson and Wales taking Nap 1 away.
I mean, I'm gonna start calling this Nico and Johnson and Wales at this point. I mean, Nico drops the grab there at the end, helping keeping them off the point, and got the early pick on Spidey, denying any of the speed to touch it. Nico just getting so much value here on the Zarya, doing a lot of work.
I really dynamic kind of implied that if you're good enough at esports at a university, you just get your name added to the institution like a partner at the law firm, where it's like, yeah, it used to be Johnson Wales, but you know, not just a name partner. We're putting you at the front of the list. It's Nico Johnson and
Nico Johnson and Wales. I mean, realistically, that's how much this Zarya is currently doing for them. So very impressive, but a close match. It was definitely pretty close, particularly on that second round. So there's some signs of life here. For sure for UC Berkeley. I would not count them out of it at all. But the big problem here is just cleaning up the long fights, because the longer the fights run, it seems like that's where that tank line there for Nico and Westerner is getting the most value. So Splotchy Lime just ideally wants to be a little bit more explosive. Kwani has to find a bit more value, but it's tough when you're a main tank trying to be the playmaker, right? Because you have to rely on everyone else helping you get that space and follow up after your utility.
Yeah, and all in all, I mean, I'm very impressed with what we saw from Johnson and Wales. I mean, yeah, we could talk for days about Nico, but in general, they contain some of the best parts of UC Berkeley, where, you know, we talked about what we saw just yesterday when Berkeley was playing, and it was just crazy play coming in from their Echo. Splotchy Lime looked completely unstoppable, whereas Splotchy Lime here still looked very, very good, even more so in the McCree, but far more mortal, not the unstoppable force that we saw previously, which is kind of a testament to how much changes depending on the level of strength of your competition.
Definitely. And also for DPS in particular, when you have the tank line zoning you and taking so much of your space, when you have a tank line like Westerner and Nico, it's a lot harder for Splotchy Lime to have that level of performance and just continually turn fights, because that's the whole value of the tanks. It's just denying all the space and all the ability to pop off from the DPS.
Yeah, but now we're sitting here waiting for the next map. We'll see if UC Berkeley can bounce back. To me, I would be surprised if this was a sweep. I feel like this series is close enough that it could be 4 maps. It could be 5 maps. I think this one has the potential to go the distance, though. UC Berkeley will have to tighten things up as we start heading into the next slate of maps.
For sure. Already, I mean, it's pretty close, I'd say, between these squads. In fact, it's looking a lot closer than it was in the previous series. And next map is going to be Rialto. So we're really in a situation here as well where Johnson Wales typically favors the non-rush comps too. But Rialto very rush-centric in terms of how you want to play, especially for the first and even the second point. Or not so much the second, but definitely the first and the last point. So it's really a question of, does Johnson Wales try to mirror now, or are they going to stick playing with this very mobile, like double bubble, even like Roadhog Sigma type of composition? And if that style will continue to work for them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But Rialto, a lot of options to play. And I mean, something of note here, even though I think they might stay off of it a little bit more, given what we've seen in the past, still a map you can get away with things like Echo early on if you think it's worthwhile. I just think that, based on what we saw on Ilios a moment ago, maybe McCree and playing a little bit closer to the meta is the play for UC Berkeley.
So now just waiting for the teams to get on in. And Rialto, I mean, we've seen it once before today, but it was pretty scrappy. But looking at the comps, Johnson and Wales definitely looking like they're going to be on the rush. So no more double bubble, no more Hog Sigma here, at least just going to start on the rush for the offense. And UC Berkeley putting the double hit scan with Splotchy Lime on the Ashe. And the Ashe McCree, I mean, the double hit scan, we've seen it resurge a bit in popularity because of how strong McCree and Ashe both currently are. But there's no mercy, you don't have a Zen. So a lot of this is focused on, can these hit scan get around the flanks, get around the shields? And can they also get a lot of value comboing with the amplification matrix?
Yeah, there's a reason why usually at the Overwatch League level you'll be an Ashe or McCree followed up by a Tracer, just to give you more ability to hit from multiple ends, because your ability to make Johnson Wales actually change their perspective is a little bit low when you're running two immobile hit scan. I mean, yeah, you can flank as McCree, it's usually as effective, but Splotchy Line finds Lerman super early on here, Vast. That's a great start. Ability for Johnson Wales is going to be less, and Splotchy Lime's not done yet.
Splotchy Lime just owning that high ground as Ashe, doing so much damage. And I mean, and this is the value of having an incredible hit scan player on Ashe, particularly for maps where you can use the coach gun to get verticality and then put dynamite above them, because Splotchy Lime already 50% to Bob, winning that first fight for them.
Yeah, and Bob, not exactly a quick building ultimate on top of it, even under the best of situations. So it's a lot of damage that's thrown out. Johnson Wales, meanwhile, going to be going towards the left-hand side, left-hand high ground, and Fate takes down Sertle. Double hit scan.
I mean, they have no heals right now.
Well. Yeah.
No heals at all, no amplification matrix. I mean, Johnson and Wells, they have to play really slow here. Though Kawani, gonna get taken out, gonna get walled, gonna get frozen. So they are gonna get that Ryan, but they have to be careful still.
Splotchy was looking for the headshot on Nico that entire time, couldn't find it. And with Kawani dying so quickly, Johnson Wales just got to set the terms of engagement. Easy pickoffs, and UC Berkeley could be forced back for a while.
Well played from Johnson and Wales. I mean, even though they lost their main source of heals, they isolated the point. They used the walls from Robe just to catch the tanks and that early pick onto Fate as well. So now another fight going to be happening here at the choke. Splotchy Lime has the Bob available, but more importantly, Johnson Wales, they have mailed. So there's going to have to be a lot to mitigate this.
Westerner Shatter is good to go. Kawani still not close. It's going to be up to Kawani to block this in just a moment. And already Westerner off the fire strike. Gets Splotchy Lime. Now just looking around for a Shatter. Might not even have to go for it. Reinhardt v. Reinhardt. Head button in the corner. And this is a clean team fight for Johnson and Wales.
Wow, really well played there. Great fire strike from Westerner too, because not only did it remove Splotchy Lime, it got rid of the Bob too. As Nico goes over the top with the right click, trying to look for some damage, but they didn't see that Splotchy Lime's still in spawn. Still in the forward spawn, by the way. So they might do a Bob from behind.
Yeah, this is one of those, well, I'm sure glad they didn't check this, otherwise we'd be staggered moments. So Splotchy Lime, the secret agent behind enemy lines. Now heading over, Bob's ready. It's really just two people behind. You count the Bob. And now Bob on the way out. Splotchy Lime still on the flank. They know he's there, but that's a fat dynamite in the back. Is the Bob and the dynamite going to be enough? It's a decent start. It takes down Westerner.
There's the grab coming out, the Bob keeping the peel alive, and though Splotchy Lime is gone, their contribution lives on through the Bob. And great follow-up there from UC Berkeley. Gonna be chasing across the bridge, gonna take down Robe late. Robe just oiled up there a bit, slipped out like a bar of soap, and lives, so that's fine. So now, UC Berkeley still holding close to the choke. Gonna get a good kill on Lerman's there with the arrow from Fate. Amplification Matrix is up too, so they could try to catch them on the cross.
Westerner hanging back, Shatter, where they go for Johnson Wales, where they've been slowed up a little bit. There's all that last flanking play, and not the easiest area to land a good Earth Shatter. UC Berkeley can stand on the high ground and make things a little bit tough.
But right now, UC Berkeley giving them a lot of respect, letting them push the cart. The Dragon gonna be splitting them, catching 2 immediately off that split, 2 in the window.
Yeah, the Shadow from Westerner did nothing. And the Raw Dragon there from Fate, really effective. Usually it's set up in there. Fate just says, I'm gonna drop it down the middle, a little bit of chaos, and UC Berkeley just went in.
But now looking at Johnson and Wales, sure, they use 2 ults there, but they're holding on to the mail. They're getting close to the grab, and UC Berkeley has nothing in the tank currently. It's just Splotchy Lime coming close to the Bob, and the Bob can be super impactful. You have a good position here to fire down at them as well at the choke. But very big ult's going to be up for Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, and for Johnson and Wales, this is starting the enter do or die territory. If they lose this here, they're not going to have much time really left for points, even if they do get through point B. Now they go up to the high ground, and it's really on Robe here. Land a good blizzard, go from there. Lamp, though, has to come out early. UC Berkeley's pressure, forcing it out, and I think Johnson and Wales, I don't know if they keep going in here, Avast. It'd be really risky. I think they need the Lamp back up, and oh, that's fat from Kwani.
I mean, Kwani about to have another ult. There's going to be the charge into the grab. It's in there. The grab is up, and they put the Bob, too. And that's going to win the fight. I mean, Kwani gives their life for it, but there's so much damage on the grab. And really, Johnson and Wales getting overzealous, particularly Westerner there, just kept peeking the corner and swinging, taking so much damage. They were never healthy enough to take that fight because they're so low. Shinobu now going to go to the Widow, maybe try to get a pick on the cross.
All right, UC Berkeley hanging back. Now, a minute 30 left for Johnson and Wales, where they have been stuck after what was a pretty good first attack. Again, the Dragon just dropped. No rhyme or reason. Over and end, UC Berkeley going to fall through, but their Blizzard comes on out. UC Berkeley looking awfully chilly on the payload, and Johnson Wales have asked finally starting to get something going.
And that's off a great early pick from Shinobu there as well. Denying Splotchy Lime immediately, so much damage off the field. Staying in a good spot. Great mail for Robe 2 to lock it down, but still, less than a minute remaining here for Johnson and Wales, and they're just lost Lermans. They were sitting still on card, and Splotchy Lime just peeks while they're sitting still with no barriers. And now the Lucio's not there, the beat is not there. If they want to commit, they have to be careful because Spidey's here. They could go very aggressive with their beat.
That was a really tough time to take a drink of water. I think that's what we just saw there. And UC Berkeley, they're moving in. Splotchy Lime, another pickoff as UC Berkeley just gets to walk forward, aided by the Lamp. And oh, what a disaster for Johnson Wales. They could have used that beat of Asp, but now down to their final 30 seconds. Not much room for error now.
Well, they did get an early pick on the Splotchy Lime, and they still have great ults on the field here. They have Flux. They're going to have Shatter. They could definitely just remove the beat early here with one of their early ults. Yep, that's what they're going to do. Nico dropping that, getting the beat out.
Yeah, it's a Flux for beat, a good trade. Johnson and Wales, but oh, they lose Nico. Fate was able to land the arrow from above.
Kwani.
Kwani's gone.
Off the map. Goodbye. Yep. Try to charge on out of there.
And Western, he's set up for a really big Earthshatter here if he wants it. I don't know if UC Berkeley can really contest this much more. They still might try. Spidey in the back, buying some time, but this is going to be so awkward to actually win this fight.
Spidey! Oh my goodness, Spidey was doing a good job contesting. Nico back on the Hammond just to get the cap, and now getting the cap there. Great fight for Johnson and Wales. Good isolation wall too from Robe. And they still did not have to commit very many ults.
No, not at all. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Johnson and Wales, Shatter coming on down early. Kwani out of the fight. Johnson
Kwani lost Shatter on that too. Tried to shatter through the window and lost it.
This is really good for Johnson and Wales to move forward. The momentum they need. Westerner moving up, still has a Shatter. Waiting and waiting here, Avast. And UC Berkeley, they're going to try and regroup and go for the grab.
I mean, they have grab dragon combo, no beat for Lermans. Good idea going for the early mail, but there's the dragon catches everybody still.
They got to touch a point. They got to touch a point.
They do. They got the point. They got the point. But 30 seconds remaining here for Johnson and Wales. They're going to have another fight. They will have another fight. They're still going to hold on to the Shatter. But, I mean, nothing else in the tank.
24 seconds left here for Johnson and Wales. And, yeah, they should be able to touch, but they have to move pretty quickly here. They can't let anyone get poked down, and at the same time, they just got to go.
Kwani about to have that Shatter back up for UC Berkeley. So just Shatters from both sides here as Whale goes up, doesn't catch. Wall goes up, but there's the Shatter.
And it's big!
3.
It got 3. Can they get in there for the fall through? That's a question. And no, counter shatters even bigger. Knocks down 3 on the Johnson Wales side, and that time the fall through was there. The payload of Ass stopping here on 3rd.
Good defense for UC Berkeley. It was up against the, I mean, pretty Johnson Wales, they're up against the rope multiple times there, particularly on 2nd. And so now potentially looking stymied a bit after a very strong performance on the first map. Performance. You know, as something about when you do, like, when you're on a 3rd day of casting CP, I feel like my tongue starts to melt, you know? It's just like after you've just been saying so many words for so long, my tongue stops to cooperating. Though I guess yours is still fine, and so maybe it's just a me problem.
I mean, I think your tongue is probably just more creative. It's actually trying to form new words, where it's
new
trying
words,
to
that's
innovate.
right, to describe what I'm seeing here.
I'm not innovative at all. I'm just using the same old tried and true words from the dictionary. I'm not inventing anything.
Yeah, ooga booga, using current language that everyone knows, versus me knowing new languages.
Yeah, you're making the future language. I could learn a thing or two, really.
So now UC Berkeley, they're gonna be on the offense here. They really just need a full cap. I mean, it got so close to the cap that essentially that's what they need for the win. That's their victory condition. Just cap the map fully. As Johnson and Wales here rolling out on the defense. Going to be keeping Robe on to the May. May, very good here for Rialto. And then Shinobu, though, sticking to the Widow.
Yep, on to the Widow. And, you know, this is something where it's still very winnable for Johnson Wales. Yeah, they did full complete the map, but you don't always full complete on Rialto. You could have even better holds. But for Johnson Wales, we're putting a lot of faith in Shinobu, the perform here on the Widowmaker.
See Shinobu looking for some shots, not getting much so far. As UC Berkeley moving forward, pressuring them off the high ground, doing a lot of shield pressure there onto Westerner. And Johnson Wales just going to hold the corner. They have to be careful, though, because Splotchy Lime up on the high ground, looking for a pick.
Yeah, Splotchy Lime, an eternal threat along with Fate onto the Hanzo. For Johnson Wales, I mean, this defense is reliant on Shinobu getting something when you run a Widow. And as I said, that Kwani, I think, got booped back, got hit by the entire front line, and even without the Widow pick, not a bad start for Johnson and Wales.
Definitely not. Playing the corner extremely well there. So they're chasing on back, though. Nico going down, the energy removed by Splotchy Lime, and that's an important pick because now they're down the Zarya, which is so important to hold this corner, deny a lot of the CC, and on top of that, they just lost all that energy. And that energy, that could have been building towards a very fast grab.
And also at 3rd point, Nico's arguably the most impactful player on the entire team, so you don't have to deal with him for this team fight. You gotta seize this opportunity. Kwani moving forward, the window in play, and the powered up Fire Strike takes down Robe, as UC Berkeley really making the most of this Nico-less environment.
The Nico-less environment, as there's the charge as well. Not getting anyone. Sertal going down, not a lot of heals for Johnson and Wales. And the DPS for UC Berkeley, keeping them alive here, just getting pick after pick off of that early amplification matrix. Great flashbang there as well for Splotchy Lyman. I mean, UC Berkeley, this is a team definitely that is defined currently by their DPS.
It very much is. It was the first time we saw him, whereas Johnson Wales, you know, it's a little bit more evenly spread out, but more in the tanks. So, you know, you kind of rewind time there. The worst thing that ever could have happened was Nico getting picked early, just because of the level of boards he has for this Johnson Wales team.
So UC Berkeley across the bridge, they are going to have the beat available here, but have to be careful with Johnson and Wales. I mean, grabs up, grab going to be used early.
It's nice grab, the beat comes in. Oh, the polar vortex, the blizzard right on top of it. Follow through though, not decisive per se. Still an even back and forth fight, which favors UC Berkeley to a degree, as respawns will be coming in a little bit quicker.
I mean, not decisive would definitely be an understatement because they weren't able to clean up the grab very well at all. Shinobu's still taking some pot shots, about to break the shield here for Koani, but they're still moving the cart. And Sertal going down to Fate again. And right now, UC Berkeley, they're moving the cart. They have great presence, and Johnson and Wales don't have any heals. Sertal still down.
No heals into it. And UC Berkeley, they're saying a very good time here. Johnson Wales, they need something to turn the tide. That's a nice shatter. Knocks out two in the back. The beat's going to be invested, and the Fire Strike fall-throughs there. Shinobu even getting one off the top of Koani. Goes in, off the window, finds two. And this fight still even. Johnson Wales, they have to drop the window under pressure. Splotchy Live falling to Nico off on the left side. And I think that should be enough now for Johnson Wales to get a moment to just catch a breath and relax.
Yeah, on top of that, they'll also be able to build another grab here. Nico holding on to the grab for this upcoming fight. Saros, though, Gonna have a grab and return, so there's a combo available for UC Berkeley. I mean, really 2 combos with the High Noon here as well. And Johnson and Wales, they need to get some picks. I mean, they have double sniper right now with Robe and Shinobu on the Hanzo and Widow respectively. They need to get a pick early here. Or maybe they just don't account for the fact that Nico's going to have grabs so fast. But UC Berkeley looking favored.
Yeah, and UC Berkeley right now going on the high ground. Saros landing on this grab. Drops to the grabs. Oh, I love the angle on the Dragon Strike. That was sneaky and very effective from UC Berkeley.
Yeah, making sure to run through the grab too. The Koani just walking through it, setting up the swing. Splotchy Line moving forward here with some support. Going to try to get some early kills. Turtle taking the duel, not going to go down. And so important there to get the alternate angles and to make sure Koani was walking through the grab, knowing they didn't have any other ults. Knowing that they could just continue to swing and get rid of the immortality field.
UC Berkeley were working with a lot of time, and remember, Johnson Wales did not finish us out on their attacking round of S, so if UC Berkeley is able to bring this to the end, the map will be theirs and we'll be evened up at 1-1.
Another great amplification matrix there with the Fire Strike combo and getting rid of Nomad, and that's the fight won. I mean, UC Berkeley, they have to back up. They took so much damage, they don't have any heals. Lerman's is going to go down, looking for the chase, but that's okay. Lucio can come back very quickly. And now looking at Johnson and Wales, they have a combo of their own that they're likely going to be looking to use. And for UC Berkeley, it's a question of maybe can they get an early pick on the flank? Can Nomad set up the amplification matrix just to force them back?
All right, Nico, I like the setup. That's where you want to be as Zarya grab. Drops the Graviton, Dragon Strike from Robe off to the side. And just easy cleanup. Good grab, better set from Johnson and Wales.
Splotchy Line was up on the high ground, was able to get one. But still the DPS getting cleaned up here by Johnson and Wales, removing Nico's energy. And now you have to be careful still because of how close this final cap is, the win condition for UC Berkeley. If they use the grab pulse here, they're not going to have a lot of ults to clean up. And I mean, Johnson and Wales, even if they have to have a recontest for that final fight, will be in a favored position. So UC Berkeley, they're going to need something inventive, ideally like an early pick or not using the grab to win this fight.
Well, Lester just immediately drops a shatter, gets nothing out of it. Now actually getting forced back because it's blocked by UC Berkeley. Gonna try and seize the opportunity here. Deadeye from Splotchy Lime. Instead Splotchy Lime gets got. Graviton from UC Berkeley being drove in a little bit later into the fight, but with Splotchy Lime gone so early, the fall through is just not gonna be there.
And right now it's kind of devolved into a melee, but Nico is still very high energy and very healthy. Just gonna be owning the point as Saros goes down. Shinobu gonna take down Fate, and really good job from Johnson and Wales. I mean, they have the window to pressure. Splotchy Lime not a great position, and they had the beat to survive the grab, and they blocked the shatter too with bubbles. So now UC Berkeley, a minute 40 remaining, really no ults aside from the application matrix. And Johnson and Wales in a great spot because Nico, once again, going to be doing the Nico thing and lapping the build on the grab.
Yeah, Nick performance on Zarya right now has been next level. And for UC Berkeley, where you're down in ults, this is where you're really hoping Splotchy Lime or Fate can just find some early pick, disrupt the momentum. Instead, Shinobu, Deadeye, looking. Instead, rolls forward, flashbang. Johnson Wales going to pretty aggressively and starting to pay off to a degree. They get down the opposing Rhine. And again, a messy fight. It's still better for the defense here, so long as they're able to keep it 50-50. Problem is UC Berkeley starting to turn the fight more in their favor. And now, an opportunity with about 4 left on the card.
Oh, that last pick is so crucial. I love how Nomad played that with the window and the lamp, but the Nomad's down. No heals, no beat for UC Berkeley. Johnson and Wales, they're close to the point already. They have ults to clear this. They have the combo too. Sertle needs to make sure to stay up though, because if he goes down here, I mean, it's anyone's game.
Fate, though, taken down. Johnson Wales rallying back out. Graviton dropped by Nico. Dragon from Broad Street over and end the immortality field, though.
It's so good by Nomad. Nomad once again making huge plays here for UC Berkeley.
Shatter in from Westerner, puts Spidey onto the ground. Spidey gets away. Spidey still has the beat. Spidey drops the beat under pressure. UC Berkeley, they can turn this. Quality takes out Westerner, and UC Berkeley on the way. Is the map going to be there? Splotchy Lime, Deadeye, beat out, and Johnson Wales can't get to the cart. UC Berkeley evens it up 1-1.
My goodness, Nomad being the difference maker there for UC Berkeley twice. Yep. Saving the rush there off that high noon earlier, and then that would have been it. The fight would have been over if not been able to yeet that lamp over, save the team. What great play there from Nomad. I mean, Nomad having consistent performance too, just staying alive more often than their counterpart, but just really, really good immortality fields.
Yeah. As a result, it's all evened up 1-1. So we knew today would be closer, and this series now starting to show some of that here, where it doesn't really settle our prediction difference. Where you said Johnson Wales, I said UC Berkeley, and right now neither has bragging rights. You had bragging rights for a short period of time, but now it's all even. Who knows?
It's evened up. I mean, and this was the good part about going to the third day now, is that we've sort of ran the gauntlet through a lot of the intermediate teams, and we've pretty much arrived with all the teams that are looking very strong. And this is the moment right here. There's the grab, there's the dragon, and look, right at the last second, keeps everyone alive here for UC Berkeley. That's so important.
And I'm glad that you said last second, because you take a look at it. Obviously, you see the lamp go down. You go, oh, we got to kill this, so we get value off this. You saw the Lucio going in trying to destroy it, but that's the power of waiting till the last possible second. You make it so time that window where you can take down the immortality field and still have your combo do value. It's very, very hard to do so. So the timing from Nomad really set that up. It's a big reason why the series is now 1-1 as opposed to being 2-0.
I mean, that would have been over if that had been a second later, and potentially even a little bit earlier, but they were still coming back from spawn. But if it had been any later, those players would have been gone, dead, and the fight would have been over. And the next map, I mean, we're going to Assault, and it's going to be Volskaya, ZP. Yep. So Volskaya, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup now that we've seen these teams go head, toe-to-toe, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's anyone's game. And, it's a far cry from our first series where it was scrappy all the way through and Northwood just sort of displaying mechanical dominance at all levels. I think these teams are very evenly matched, and you get to something like Volskaya, an assault map that inherently adds more variability. It really is anyone's to take at this point.
So still going to have to be, I mean, we're pretty much on splotchy Lime Watch here, but I've added Nomad Watch onto this list. I mean, right now, they're the players, you see the impact players coming to play for UC Berkeley, because I still feel Johnson and Wales, they're an extremely well-rounded team, but just the pop-off potential here for UC Berkeley is keeping them in the fights a lot of times, whether it be for Nomad, Kawani, or for Splotchy Lime.
Yeah, it's been impressive to watch. And yeah, I mean, on one side, it's a little bit more tank focused for Johnson Wales with how important Nico has been, but quite the same for UC Berkeley. I mean, look at the DPS and players like Splotchy Lime.
So UC Berkeley, they're gonna be on the on the defense first here. Playing Nomad on the Ana, the rest of the comp, double bubble here, Splotchy Lime on the Ash. So a little bit more poke focused, trying to play around the dive for Kawani, hopefully Fate following up. And Johnson Wales, on the other hand, still trying to decide what they're going to play.
And of course, they're on attack. They have time. You can swap things up to the very end. And you don't even have to send the Sombra. You can just use the Sombra for a little bit of scouting and then swap to something that might make more sense.
So now Robe going to be on the Ash. Now Robe does have the Certal Mercy Pocket, which means the headshots can be doing a lot more damage. They can do a lot more poke damage initially too here as well. As Shinobu though, just gonna be looking for some value hacks to set it up. Playing slow here is fine for both these teams because both teams looking to build it, and already Fate taken out with that crisp headshot. Certal's gonna go down, but Kawani went a little deep.
I love how you just kind of cast your curse to that, where you said, no, playing slow is fine for both teams. And UC Berkeley goes, no, we play fast. And then they lose both their Winston and their Tracer. And now very likely might lose point A as a result. It's hard as a defense to rip things back when you lose two players that quickly. They'll have an opportunity, but it's going to be tough.
I mean, already so much point presence here. Robe playing the high ground, removing Splotchy Lime. That's such an important kill. Now it's very unlikely that UC Berkeley can even contest. They have to just get out or die for the point. They do have fast respawns here because of the changes to Assault.
You might as well die in point here. Just keep it safe. Yeah, you'll feed a little bit ultimate, but who knows? You keep the opportunity alive. Kawani back in the fight, takes down his opposing number. Saros.
Now wait a minute, they got the nano out. Kawani with the nano. This is so good.
This is still winnable now. Even with Saros out of the fight, Kawani's been doing well, but okay, the take line is gone. As I say, chat, this is East, by the way.
I'm assuming that's referring to the server location, as Robe, though, continuing to get value. UC Berkeley, a heroic effort, but goodness gracious, Robe. That's a lot of headshots.
Yeah, and there's a surge from UC Berkeley at the end. There's a potential to bring it back, but again, it's tough to bring back point A. You get stuck in that big of a hole. Now Johnson Wales, they have the EMP. They have every ult you could want. Can they execute here and set a quick time here in Volskaya?
Well, UC Berkeley, they don't. I mean, they're going to have the rally available. There's that Valve. Catching both members of the tank, but I don't know. That's not really very impactful right now.
No, the EMP's faded. Both tanks still alive. Kwani just couldn't jump as much there. Resurrection out to the Sombra. Johnson Wales looking shaky on this entry. They're going to have to make up the rest of it here at the Primal. Westerner hopping over, getting low. Is Primal going to be popped? Still threatening in. Another 2 for Johnson Wales. Here comes the Prophet. Westerner slept immediately, but woken up. Oh, no, you woke him up. And Westerner, look at the just bop people away. Already about 2 ticks onto the point. Johnson Wales very close to making this happen as Westerner moves forward.
Now Bob getting hacked. It's a very sad Bob. You see Kwani on the Hammond making back to a contest. There's still a chance here for UC Berkeley, by the way, because they have grab, they have pulse. The recontest is extremely possible.
The Graviton comes in, the pulse bombs out, it gets rid of the Winston. They still need a little bit more as the respawns come out, but look at Nico. Nico's so charged up. That's a laser beam and then some coming on out. Nico, the raid boss, looking for it, takes down McCree. Respawns though, getting heavy fast. Fate comes in, takes down Nico, and that's gonna be the end of the push.
Oh man, but UC Berkeley had to use everything for that defense, and already so many ticks given for Johnson and Wales. They still have plenty of time left, and Fate going down early. But look at this next fight for Johnson and Wales. They were able to get in for free without worrying about Fate harassing the backline, and on top of that, EMP, Valk, Nano, Nico close to the grab. This ult bank is gigantic for Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, once again, they've been doing a great job of building ult. UC Berkeley just kind of had the respawn onto the point over and over again, hope for it to work out, which it did. But now all eyes have to be on Shinobu, holding on to the EMP. The EMP step could be the most important. I'm not sure Shinobu meant to decloak there, as Johnson Wales are going for quality over quantity here, really taking their time on the setup.
Oh, Shinobu getting pressured so heavily right now. Great pressure there. There's the grab here as well. Where's the EMP?
EMP got dropped. It didn't even hit anyone. I'm not sure it did. But it, 2, 3. Johnson Wales making most of it, still moving in. Off the Graviton set by Nico. That was the real difference maker. And Johnson Wales again in a great spot.
EMP, when Nico drops the grab, you follow up and they don't have any other ults to contest you. So a good offense here for Johnson and Wales. And I like what UC Berkeley was doing. They were trying to keep the pressure on Shinobu there, knowing the EMP was up. But there were just so many ults available, and Nico just had to walk forward and set up the grab.
Alrighty, so Johnson Wales looking very, very good on the attack. You see a little bit of robe there. The flick shots just set the tone. And UC Berkeley, I mean, this is not the easiest time to come back and contest. Certainly not out of it by any means, but they are going to have to finish Volskaya with at least some time remaining, unless they want to be fighting for a draw.
And there's still, I mean, this is not an overwhelming time difference by any means. This is not a spectacularly fast time. It's a good time, but not amazing. So plenty of chances here for UC Berkeley to claw their way back. It's not even really going to be a claw, just going to be a regular climb.
Oh, between the two teams, I mean, I definitely don't think that this is over by any means. Certainly, UC Berkeley has the tools needed to bring it back.
And they say chivalry is dead.
And Johnson and Wales, it looks like they want to commit to this Sombra play here for Shinobu. Still keeping the Ashe as well, which I think is great. The Ashe is very strong for this map. You can have the Mega Pack control and the Mini Pack control with the Sombra too, which is so important for first. And UC Berkeley, on the other hand, looking like they're going to stay with, okay, they're staying with the double bubble, but will have Splotchy Lime on the Hanzo.
So, a little bit of pressure already for UC Berkeley. For UC Berkeley, I mean, this is a very, very dive focused. They just want to go in and let the Winston Tracer set the tone. Fate already into the backside. And while the distraction's coming in from the back, you look for the Hanzo, but no, just slept! Oh, completely denied, and Fate's about to be heading back to spawn in just a moment.
No, they didn't actually clean up.
They didn't finish it?
They didn't have the hack either for Shinobu, so even if they woke up there, they weren't able to clean him up because they didn't have to get a hack on. So Lermans keeps themselves alive, but no punish, really. Still important that the play happen.
Winston diving to the back, but Fate this time gets caught. Robe off the headshot on the Ashe. As Johnson Wales looking pretty durable on this defense here thus far.
I mean, right now there's been really no synergy to get onto Lermans. Lermans has been solo dived twice, and both times using the utility to get out and make it back to the team is Robe getting those pickoffs. And now UC Berkeley, you're gonna need to regroup. Robe about to have the Bob already, and this is the power. If your Ashe is hitting the shots, playing the high ground well, and getting damage boosted, this is the power of Ashe.
Well, I think also the scary part here too is that Johnson Wales has been doing this with the Sombra. Sombra is often not as effective in straight up fights or more reliant on EMP, but they're about to reap the benefits of that EMP. Shinobu very, very close to having it charged up.
Nano's soon to be up for both teams, but Nico already have. Look at Nico's grab. He already has grab. He's double the percentage of Ceros.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Super charged up. Doesn't really care about the Nano Winston. Not too much. Bubble into the side. Just throws the Graviton in from downtown. Looking for his counterpart. Kwani, though, was able to take down Ana. That's big. The healing's going to be way less, but here's the problem. You still got to get through Nico. Charged up. Ready to go. No, the bump to the back from Fate. That could be enough, even with Nico still around and charged up.
Now, they did get Kwani, and they got the res up. EMP is available, but the rally's still out here. The rally can keep everyone alive.
Dragon coming on in, and again, the problem, Nico's still alive, but super, super low at this point. Should be falling soon. Every elimination going the way of UC Berkeley in the kill feed. I think Nico just...
I do not think that EMP was necessary at that point.
No.
It was definitely a little late. So now no EMP going to be up for this upcoming fight. Now the good news is UC Berkeley really only has the grab, and as long as Johnson and Wells play split, they can have the Nano to save someone. They have a lamp since Cyrtil's gone over to the BAP. So there's not like a ton in their tank, but they definitely would have liked that EMP. As Shinobu now going back to the McCree.
Yep, still playing time for UC Berkeley. 4 minutes, 19 seconds left on the clock. Graviton in reserve for Ceros. Now you have the jump in from Westerner over the top from the Nano boost. And UC Berkeley, pretty good disengage so far. They don't lose anywhere from that, and now the Nano is gotta vast. You gotta love it. And Shinobu finding Splotchy Lime, though. That's gonna slow things down.
And what's so important here, though, is that during that, not only do they get a lot of time off the clock, though, they've built another grab. They built a grab for Nico, so sure, the Nano's gone, but you have Immortality Field. You can play split to mitigate some of this value. And Nico can save the bubbles here, too. So when you have a BAP and a Zarya on the same team, it's tough to get a lot of value out of these grabs without removing some cooldowns first. So Johnson Wells doing a good job of keeping the hope alive here. UC Berkeley going to look for the engage.
Ceros moving forward, holding onto the grab, drops onto the high ground. Fall through going to be there. Johnson Wales holding off to a degree. Pulse Bomb hitting a lot of inanimate objects, not actually getting eliminations there. However, UC Berkeley playing the points. Splotchy Lime, Fate finding room to work with now. Nico, half HP. Can you take down the raid boss? Oh, Shinobu from downtown finds Fate, saves Nico's life. And Johnson and Wales repelling the attack once more.
The answer is no, you cannot take down the raid boss. Nico working wonders, and just like I said, the Baptiste, they played split enough and they saved the bubbles to where even with the pulse combo, they didn't remove the lamp in time, so they didn't get anyone. So UC Berkeley, they're gonna have Dragon Strike, they're gonna have mines here, but I mean Johnson and Wales, they're positioned strong, they're gonna have several ults to lock down the points and to make some space since Western is approaching that primal. So it's gonna be a tough fight for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, UC Berkeley, you know, the upside for UC Berkeley have time, the downside, they're not gonna set a quicker time at this point. Splotchy Lime though, opening with the Dragon, not really assisted, just forcing movement out of the backline, finds the BAP off that movement. Nice 6-on-5 opening. UC Berkeley, Splotchy Lime, just getting good arrow after good arrow, looking for Nico, almost has him down. Robe down on the left side. UC Berkeley being very surgical here. Vast now Shinobu with the Deadeye, high risk, high reward, and oh, the risk comes out. UC Berkeley yet to lose anyone on this push. It's been very clean thus far.
However, Westerner doing a good job removing the Zarya. Maybe gets the Brigitte too. Westerner, there's the Torval too. Westerner doing so much here. Great job for the tank line here for Johnson and Wales. And sure, Westerner's going to go down, but they've done enough. They've had the Tor back. There's the turret. There's also going to be Shinobu. They've saved it.
That was 97%. UC Berkeley was playing that surgically up until the part where Westerner just came in and said, no, we're not losing here. 3 eliminations out of nowhere. And UC Berkeley, they might not get another chance like that.
I mean, they're going to have a Dragon Strike here again, but they're close to the grab, so they can wait for the combo. So they could try to set up this combo. I mean, ideally, they could even have a double combo. And Lerman's gone. No rally, but Nico still has the grab.
Splotchy Lime, a fantastic opening once more. Guess what? Robes on the Torb, Shinobu off on the Doomfist. 3 down. Johnson and Wales counterfiring, and I feel bad for Splotchy Lime right now. What more can you do?
Honestly, not much more. Not much more than that. Great sleep coming out from Nomad. Oh, no. What a bubble from Nico, too. Nico, so please, Splotchy Lime, no!
Oh, my goodness.
Great peel, really good peel. Johnson and Wells, I mean, their tank line are playing this so well currently. They're just so well playing this.
Yeah, that's a death for Doomfist, like 99 times out of 100, but That was the one.
And now UC Berkeley, they have to enter the point. They have the combo available. They have the nano as well. But I mean, Lerman's rally's going to be up. There is no immortality field here, though. So if they get a good grab, I mean, Nico has to save all the bubbles. They just have to save all the bubbles and hope that Sertle still holds on to this fade.
Yeah, that has to be the goal. 24 seconds left. The problem for UC Berkeley, they have to finish with time of Est. That's a good start. You've taken down the Torb. You have the man advantage once more, but this time, can you clean it up within 15 seconds? That is the goal now for UC Berkeley. They're so close. Nico, though, still up. Robe still around the multi-core in reserve. Graviton nearly up here from Nico. How long can Johnson Wales stay on the point? They don't have many more people. The multi-core's up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Do they get it? No, it's in overtime. Johnson and Wales, they've hit their main objective. They can lose here, but the next round
they might not win still.
Very good.
They might not win
yeah,
still.
They still
here
might win. Yeah. But either way, it's win-win right now for Johnson
I mean,
Wales.
I think it's done now. I think it's done now.
Can they finish it off? It's been in overtime for so long. UC Berkeley charged up Zarya. Just a little bit away. Will they get into extra rounds? They do. But there's not much of a silver lining here. All they get to do now is play for the draw.
They're playing for the draw here, hoping to. They're playing not to lose, pretty much. They're playing not to lose this map. And that's a tough ask because, I mean, nearly 3 minutes for the offense here for Johnson and Wales, and they had a very solid first offense.
Yeah. I mean, it's not possible to hold first for 2 minutes and 48 seconds, but it's difficult, and Johnson and Wales had no issues taking first very quickly before. So UC Berkeley going to need to put together a perfect point A defense, lest this map get away from them and Johnson and Wales put them on match point.
So now, Johnson and Wales, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them roll out with the same comp they played before with the Ashe and with the Sombra. UC Berkeley, they need to find an answer here because they did not have one the last time. They went a little too deep. We didn't really see it first defense for them, honestly.
Oh, yeah,
they went too so deep.
Yeah, because Fate and I think it was Fate and Kwani just tried to take an aggressive engage and just immediately got face planted. Like Johnson Wales just landed shots and dispatched them with ease.
So it looks like they're going to be playing this same composition here for Johnson and Wales. Lerman's likely going back to the Ana. Yep, doing exactly that. Oh, they're not going to play Mercy? Or are they just going to speed them out? Because I imagine Cyril's going to go back to Mercy, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Cyril's going back to, yeah. I don't think if you're Johnson Wales, you change up anything. Your first attack was so effective. Why not stick with the game plan that you know works?
So Johnson and Wales getting ready to set up. Lerman's going very low already, taking a lot of damage. So now they're just playing this corner. There's going to be that initial dive.
Also, the other thing, too, is that Celeste Shinobu has a decent build. They'll have an EMP fight in the worst-case scenario. So UC Berkeley, that ideally, stopping Shinobu, delaying the EMP build would work a lot, and nearly do just that.
I mean, they are tagging Shinobu, but it's allowing Johnson and Wales to get so much point presence because they're making Fate turn around, and he's already 50% to EMP.
Yeah, also noted Nico 50% have. And Nico, of course, has been a huge threat. Nico just getting hit by the Bionade. Decent amount of pressure on him. Splotchy line, able to take down the Winston. But again, Nico finds Fate, goes forward 80% towards Grav. And once more, Vest, it's the Nico show.
Nico's so charged up. Gonna get slept down, but it doesn't really matter because Johnson and Wales, they're on the point. And they didn't need any ults at all. No ults there. Johnson and Wales just played the point expertly, got all the pressure they needed. And that's going to go up 2-1 over UC Berkeley.
Yeah, UC 2-1 for Johnson Wales or UC Berkeley. Just, whew. I don't know. I mean, you look at Johnson Wales, they're mechanically very good, but the tank line difference, we called it the first time we saw them play, and it's still relevant here, even against much stronger competition. Their tank line is out of this world, and Nico has been putting on a fantastic performance all day long.
100%. I mean, not just Nico, Westerner there, obviously in the play of the game, and they finally shown up there a little bit. It was a bit quiet today, but it's been popping off now. And these tanks are just keeping them in the fight repeatedly. And it shows that they also have a really good grasp of when they want to engage, how they want to set up the poke here, and likely driven by their tank line a bit. And that was close, though. UC Berkeley, I mean, it's still anyone's match. Just a couple different fights, and this could have been going to, that could have been UC Berkeley up 2-1 right now. So it is definitely by no means over. And obviously, remember, it's a BO5, so they could get another map, we go to map 5, and there's a lot still possible.
Hey, I mean, look, this had map 6 potential there. We're getting a first point home Volskaya with that amount of time left, not too crazy, right? And which, of course, would have set up the draw condition. And yeah, I mean, these teams are evenly matched. I think so far Johnson Wales has been a cut above because, I think overall in Overwatch, there's obviously it changes up throughout time. But I will say, if you had to have an edge in your team between DPS and tank, usually you would take the edge and tank play because tanks control more of the game. And between the two teams, I think UC Berkeley, their DPS play has been more impressive. But you take a look at Johnson Wales, their tank play has been more impressive. And thus far, that's been the difference maker.
100%. I mean, and also speaking about tanks, our next map is Kings Row. And that's another map where you're going to see a lot of tank impact here. Now, there is hope because DPS, especially if they're going to play a lot of May really changes the flow of the game if they're trying to play that rush style. I've really been impressed with Nomad as well for UC Berkeley. So I think there's plenty of options here for them to bring it back. But Kings Row, definitely Westerner and Nico going to be feeling very confident, I have to say, as we get into that map.
Yeah, and for good reason. I think Johnson Wales are in a prime position to close this out. To prove you right, by the way, in our difference of opinion, where I think we both thought it was very close. I said, I think UC Berkeley, you Johnson Wales. And for now, your prediction over mine. Just thankfully, it's not for picking points.
No points involved, only smugness. Smugness, that's it, but it's okay. It happens that way. I mean, realistically, it's very tough to tell the exact mettle of these teams because they've just been playing against opponents that it was tough to gauge them properly before this.
Yep. And, for Johnson Wales, it also talk about something that just looks good on the university program. UC Berkeley, been around a long time, has put together a whole lot of good esports teams in the collegiate scene. And, never an easy victory against UC Berkeley.
Definitely not. So now, just get ready for both teams roll out 30 seconds. Until then, Johnson Wales looking to close it out here. Going to be on the offense first. And UC Berkeley here looking like they're going to put Splotchy Lime on the Reaper. So they're playing that full rush style with Fate onto the May. So looking to take these fights aggressively and close on the choke.
So, see Johnson Wales on the attack first. And, yep, again, coming out pretty standard here. And this is sort of composition that lets your tank line shine, especially because you're running a May who's practically, the honorary third tank in this sort of composition.
There's that wall going out. It's not actually able to catch anyone, and great counter wall from Roe, but now Johnson Wales, they've made it through. They've gotten the May pick here, so it's a 6v5, and they're just going to pressure the point.
Yeah, and also this just opens up Rope to have some great walls. Doesn't have to worry about the May on the other end. UC Berkeley has to play so respectful of the possibility of a wall split here. It's an incredibly hard position to be in. Now Johnson Wales, they drop a wall of their own. Looking for the isolation on the Kwani. Kwani getting very low, and there it is. Kwani can't stay alive. And that's just the problem of being down to May for that period of time, is now Nico free to move forward, builds up the energy, and very close to a grab from the next fight.
100% energy here. Very decisive fight. Great walls coming out from Robe. And I mean, we haven't given Robe enough credit, honestly. Robe's been a very big part of Johnson & Wales' performance so far today. Great May performance and Ash performance. And now UC Berkeley gonna have to look to take this fight, waiting for the taxi from Spidey, but they won't get the all-important archway hold. That's such a good choke here. It's gonna make it through all the way. And Nico getting close to that grab like you talked about. But more importantly, really than that, is Robe has almost pretty much double the blizzard percentage of Fate.
Yeah, I mean, we're heading into what very well could be another Polar Vortex combo. Wall down early, Kwani. It'll get down Lucio, but again, it comes at such a steep cost. Walled off, isolated, and down. Johnson and Wales, not only do they win the fight fast, but that's a cheap fight. It's economical. They still got their heavy hitters for the next.
Yeah, I mean, Westerner just playing off the fact that they split the rest of the team and put some shield pressure there from the amplification matrix that drops the fatty, shaddy, and now they have a lot of card presence. They know that Splotchy Lime is behind. They have to know. I mean, they're looking how they're playing, but still, they have a fight-winning combo here. There's not even a combo available yet for UC Berkeley. They have the grab, but they don't have anything else to combo with it as Nico takes his high ground.
Grab talk comes in, but it's first for Johnson Wales. Blizzard stacked right on top, making popsicles right here on the point. As Johnson Wales, they put together another excellent fight, and they got through point B with ease of Ast.
That's a very fast first 2 points. They're getting some stagger kills here as well. And they even had to, they invested the grab. Zeros invested the grab there, so they won't have this grab for this upcoming fight. So you're going to have to see a lot of value being derived from Fate and Splotchy Lime here, the DPS player for UC Berkeley, because, I mean, they just have nothing to set it up.
No, not at all. And now Johnson Wales just continuing on. 5 minutes, 21 seconds left remaining. And who knows if they'll stop. No, Splotchy Lime so low. Splotchy Lime gets picked off. Finished off by the BAP. Shinobu gets the boost. The Deadeye, such a nice combination. And UC Berkeley is getting speed run.
There's going to be the beat from Spidey, catching 3 players' fate, committing that blizzard, not even getting caught with the beat though. Counter beat out from Lermans. Won't keep the tanks, but it's going to keep everyone else pretty healthy. I don't think UC Berkeley's going to be able to follow this up. Though, as I say that, they are going to find Robe. There's
Finally,
the Death Blossom.
The Death Blossom to the back. UC Berkeley, that fight just kept them in the series, because if they had lost that Theravast, it was over. There was, I couldn't imagine a way of coming back from that sort of deficit.
So 4.5 minutes here for Johnson and Wells still. Splotchy Lime now off the Reaper. The Death Blossom's gone, going over to the McCree. But Johnson and Wales, I mean, they're about to have their combo here again. They're about to have Grav. They're about to have another Mayo. Westerner just can walk through the shield and set up a Shatter too. So there's just so much on the field for Johnson and Wales.
There's a lot. Grauton coming over and in for Johnson and Wales as they look to still set a very quick time. Kwani out of the fight again. Kwani's been isolated over and over again. Shatter in from Westerner. And out of the Blizzard on the point. UC Berkeley, that should about seal the deal. And Avast, that's still lightning fast.
And that was a very good engage from Johnson and Wales. I mean, Nico just having these grabs so quickly, I mean, it's really the difference maker. Just getting grabbed so quickly, having a mid player like Rogue to follow it up. And so 4 minutes for the cap. That's a fast time for Kings Row.
Yeah, it's very, very quick. And yeah, this is, you know, UC Berkeley, they're not out of it, but this is never the situation you want to be in, where your attack now has to be at least fast enough to have time left on the clock at a minimum, but ideally a little bit quicker. And you're facing elimination. If UC Berkeley goes down here and now in Kings Row, that's it. Their tournament run is over. Johnson Wales will advance to the semifinals tomorrow.
And is that a Bastion? Is that a Bastion I see?
Uh-oh.
Are they going to do it for me? Are they going to bring the Bastion and do the TP on top of the statue strat here again?
Is now the time?
Is now the time for it, finally? We haven't seen the Met kills. We haven't seen Bastion. We've seen some Torb, though. But finally, we can get the Bastion. I mean, I believe it wasn't it also UC Berkeley that did the strat where they went on top of the statue before?
I think it might have been, yeah. So this would be within brand. It's not just be funny. It's a real strat. So we'll see if Johnson Wales has done their homework, because if they were watching, they would know. Here we go. Look at the top of the statue. Look at Mondada's shiny gold forehead. And look to see if the Bastion is going to be up there. And there it is. Yep.
They put it up. I mean, and right now they have to drop that lamp really early to try to get out, but they're going to find Cyril. Great accretion coming out from Koani, and now they've already got the early picks. They still have the Bastion on top of this high ground, and they don't have any heals. No heals at all without the Baptiste.
Bastion his own source of healing to a degree. Starting to get very low and finally taken down. So it's not as effective as the last time we saw it, but still enough to start breaking up the point. Add a little bit of chaos. Already one tick now to UC Berkeley, as Johnson Wales has to weigh how they head back onto the point. Also,
honestly, I don't even think you go for the recontest here. I think you just wait for the take the. Oh, and they're walking in still. If they can get back into the archway, it's not. Oh, no! They lost 2 to Saros there, and that's the worst. Kind of a blunder.
That's the worst of all worlds. Not only do you not get the contest time, but you don't get the archway fight either. You've lost everything, and for nothing.
Yeah, this is a disaster. Disaster for Johnson Wales, but it's okay because they still have lots of point left to work with here for second. Nico still, even despite losing the first fight, still look at that grab percentage. It is incredible. UC Berkeley likely just going to drop Nomad's window. That Amp Matrix is going to give them a lot of value here on the streets.
Not a bad situation. Nico holding the back Graviton. Ready to go. Johnson Wales tries to. Oh, and as we say that, the flux comes in. Really, really well timed coming in for Kwani. And Johnson Wales, they don't even have time to get set up.
I mean, here for Johnson and Wales, they will not be winning this fight, but this is perfectly okay for them. I mean, they got the Flux out, they got Fate to use the ult, and Fate will likely swap. I doubt they're going to stay on the Symmetra. I really doubt they're going to stay on the Symmetra, right?
Well, I think the problem is, okay, yeah, there's swap.
So this is still perfectly fine for Johnson and Wales. I mean, obviously you'd want to win that fight, but they're about to have 6 ults They're already at 5. They have huge fight winner ults here, and there's not much at UC Berkeley's tank.
Yeah, again, they can also just drop the Graviton into the Blizzard. It's going to be pretty effective on top of it all. So Deadeye opening up for zoning. And you take a look at the positioning that Johnson Wales gains here during the Deadeye. They're just able to walk forward, except for the ultimates that truly matter in this instance.
Zoning them here off the point. Spidey gonna pop the Valk. There's the grab. I don't think they can follow up on that. I mean, this is a really tough position. Only caught one, and it's on the corner exactly, but luckily,
they still did it.
Very good initiative and speed boost from Lermans.
Yeah, that was... UC Berkeley nearly had the disengage. It was very, very close, but fortunately close. Not enough as Westerner going, there's no exiting the library. Once you enter, there's no leaving. It's gone.
Oh man, they're afraid to hold that archway because the cart's so close. They could definitely take a more aggressive fight here. No, here they go. They're returning to the archway. They have to be careful of a back cap.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, yeah, you like the archway, but have you heard about our friend Charlie Niner?
Charlie Niner, I have heard that name before.
Shatter in from Westerner. Doesn't really do much. UC Berkeley just going to start walking forward. And Johnson Wales drop the wall. This is where I wonder if you disengage from the archway a little bit, fight it further back. And I don't think they are. I think they're still fighting the arch. Westerner moving in, and ooh, it's not the best engage for Johnson Wales. They get caught by UC Berkeley. The Dragon going right down the middle of the road. UC Berkeley getting the better of the fight. And now, can Johnson Wales even get back in time to contest?
Wait, Nico still got a late pick. Does Nico live? Does Nico get another? No. Oh my goodness. If Nico had gotten Spidey there too, that would have been incredible. But like you're asking here, they did enough damage though, and the cart rolled far enough back. They should be able to get a recontest. And they have a beat, and there's no grab. I mean, there's no grab to deal with. They have to be careful with what's.
Do they actually get there? It's so close. And yeah, okay, they got there just in the nick of time. That'd be really something if they made it work. Deadeye once again in, this time from Fate, over in the back. Forcing a little bit of movement. No, doesn't get it. Meanwhile, UC Berkeley, though, stay able to punish the Reinhardt over on the point. Much better position for the attackers. Johnson Wales looking for any way. They drop the Graviton. It's nowhere near enough. UC Berkeley, I like how smart they're playing this fast. Playing it back, playing the edge.
Johnson and Wales, they really thought they could win that fight with the grab, but realistically, they didn't have any damage. They could get through the barriers. As UC Berkeley going to be taking out second. Great job from them moving through that second point. Soon to have a grab of their own. They're going to be holding on to the beat. And this is where it gets a little scary for Johnson and Wales because sure, their timing's going to be good, going to be better no matter what. But UC Berkeley, if they play this really smart, they have control of the high ground. They can just kind of roll it through. Though as I say that, Saris is already down, so they're not even building the grab. I mean, they're going to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate goal for UC Berkeley, they need to finish with at least 1 second left on the clock. Finishing in overtime is not good enough, so that has to inform how quick they go about this here. And Johnson Wales doing a great job to reestablish. And this, you look at Nico. Nico's just always lit up. Always high energy. It's unreal.
Westerner holding a little close, was looking to maybe get the charge, but get scouted. They have to commit the Immortality Field and the window here to get them out. There's going to be the Flux. They don't have beat good Maywall, though, because no one's going to go down to that.
Johnson Wales holding a little bit further back, still hanging on to Blizzard. I think they'd like to combo it with the grab if possible, but still decent opportunity to put it out. UC Berkeley opening up the window, and here's the Blizzard to the back, and that's just nullifying the window. You can't shoot through the window if it's all cold behind it.
And I just saw a solo shatter on the flank from Westerner. It's going to take down Fate, but going to give their life in return. The Dragon looking to zone, and UC Berkeley, they're in a really good position here. I mean, Nico could decide to commit the grab because very high energy. They have the supports alive. They have the beat. There's still a chance, but they're probably just going to wait for Westerner.
Yeah, still going to go in that moment. Oh, that's a really, really late kill onto the May. Johnson Wales now. They have Graviton, but it's going to be hard to get a good one out here. Look at Nico. Moving forward, looking for it, drops a Graviton surge, fall through going to be there, gets down to Lucio. Deadeye in response here by McCree on the other end, but it's not enough.
I mean, and this is the Nico difference right now. They just backed up, waited for Western to be back so they could clean up on the grab, and I thought it was going to be kind of a rough grab because it caught on the shield for Sigma, but it was fine. As Nico up on the high ground, looking to control it, 80% energy still, 100%. Backing up on the corner now, a minute 20 remaining for UC Berkeley. And they're going to have some ults coming up, but Johnson and Wales, their position is just so strong.
Deadeye this time out from Shinobu. In the back, UC Berkeley. Oh, losing the McCree early in the fight. And now time's really starting to become a real issue here, Avast, for UC Berkeley. It's ticking on down, and finishing with time left, not at all guaranteed.
And I love these walls coming out from Robe. I mean, dropping the wall there so they could cross and get that isolation kill. Robe's walls have continued to give a lot of value. Finally, though, for UC Berkeley, this should be the fight. I mean, they have the ults to win this, but I don't know if they're going to do it with time left, even if they win these next fights.
I mean, they have to win this in full. No one falling whatsoever if they want to have a chance. They're under a minute, closer to 30 seconds now. And Johnson Wales, all they have to do is kill the clock. They don't even necessarily have to hold UC Berkeley back here. That's a good start for UC Berkeley, but they need to go. This Graviton has to be huge.
There is a chance. They have Grav, they have Dragon, and they're going to get the late kill on the Nico too. This is so important. Great isolation kill, great stagger here for UC Berkeley. So now there is hope to finish. And there's the grab, denying the touch.
Early. Final 10 seconds. Fate's able to get one. Johnson Wales, can you delay again? The maze wall comes out. The kill feed filling up for UC Berkeley. 4, 3, 2. The grab's out 1. And again, they've asked. It's into overtime. UC Berkeley, they're not going to get an attack even as they finish it out here. Oh, absolutely brutal. And Johnson Wales, they get a perfect 4 minutes, the usual lot of time, just to get 33% to win it all here in this series.
Hey, as they've said in the past, drawable.
Yep.
Drawable. It is a technicality. It is possible that the UC Berkeley can do it. Is it likely? No. Would it be an incredible hold? Yes. But it is possible.
Heartbreaking for UC Berkeley to have that happen 2 maps in a row, Vest. If they just had 30 more seconds, last map and this map, who knows what world we would be in. But right now, we're in this world, and in this world, Johnson Wales very close to eliminating UC Berkeley and advancing to the semifinals tomorrow.
Well, UC Berkeley, your life is on the line here, specifically the tournament life. And now Johnson Wales, they are looking strong. I mean, this team is just looking, they're looking so good, ZP. I mean, their tank line, always putting them in great positions, especially Nico. I have to give a lot of credit to Robe, who's shown up a lot more as the series gone on. I think this team is a contender, a real contender as we move forward.
Very much so. Like I said, I thought Johnson Wales had untapped potential. Might have given UC Berkeley the edge, but it's looking like, Avast, you might be right. Unless UC Berkeley has an insane hold here and now. And Johnson Wales breaking out the Bastion themselves.
Johnson and Wells, they're doing the same strategy. UC Berkeley says, what is this? I've seen this technology once before.
Yeah. Well, we've stolen it. You had no copyright on it. It's ours. Your patents mean nothing.
Still contesting the point here for Johnson and Wells. I mean, a lot of point presence. They're breaking the shields too. UC Berkeley, they need something to happen. They're so low.
Oh, UC Berkeley, their life's so criminal. And look at the point. Johnson Wales has nearly gotten that 33%. UC Berkeley does not have much to give on it, and they rotate back over. They've dealt with the Bastion. Johnson Wales get pushed back, the Mercy down, and UC Berkeley still in it. That's one fight of Ast, but they're going to need at least 3 more fights like it.
And that's a good fight to have, because I mean, you got some good time at the clock, already a minute, and you built a lot of ults here already. Johnson and Wells, seeing that the strat's been figured out, they're just going to make a swap, and that's an issue here, because pretty much they're back to ground. They're pretty much back to step 1. They're back to step in terms of building the ult charges here, so they have to just build everything up from 0.
Johnson Wales now moving back in. UC Berkeley, they got the ults up to repel this. A nice fire start from Kwani. Off the window, finds Lucio. Stun down the Nico. Nico taken down. UC Berkeley not going down without a good fight here, Avast. And 2 minutes about to be burned off the clock. Halfway there is UC Berkeley to staying alive.
And that's a cheap fight. That's a very cheap fight for UC Berkeley, only using the Amplification Matrix and the Shatter, meaning they hold on to the combos here for these upcoming fights. They hold on to the beat. Johnson and Wales, they just need to get more ults up. That's really it. Like, they're not playing to win. Ideally you want to be getting some picks and just making this close, but they're really playing to get some more ults up for the final fight.
What they're looking for, Fate in the back, holding on. The Dragon Strike gets one. Shinobu out. Graviton in. Is the Dragon Strike going to be going in? And no, Fate says I don't have to use it. This is so economical from UC Berkeley. And Vast, get your telescope out. I'm starting to see it. The draw is possible.
I mean, less than 2 minutes remaining, and they're only using 1 ult at a time to win the fight. Nomad about to have another Amp Matrix up too. This is starting to look scary. I mean, there's time for 2 fights. There's time for really 2 fights, maybe 1, depending how fast this one is.
Right now, the X Factor, it's Nico. Graviton ready, not charged up energy-wise here just yet. Oh, the isolation! The May wall! Kwani out of the fight early. It's what Johnson Wales was looking for. Nico still alive. Graviton ready to go. A big advantage in Rind. And now Johnson Wales, they have to push over to the fight. They drop the Graviton. Are they going to be able to head back over? 3 stuck in the grab. The fall-throughs there. The Blizzard to seal the deal. Johnson and Wales. It took a lot of time, but time is something they had. Taking Kings Row over UC Berkeley and the series.
I mean, and once again, I have to point out Robe. Robe was the hero. That wall won them the round, won them the game. And really well played. Like, obviously, Nico, great performance, but Robe, the silent carry for Lost, and really not so silent at times here on the May and on the Ash earlier. So well played from Johnson and Wales. They're going to be advancing 3-1 over UC Berkeley, and I have to say, my pred was right. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, just, add in the smug points. Yeah, you've earned it. Just lord it over.
I've definitely earned it. So I feel like Johnson and Wales, though, looking pretty strong. Definitely some shaky moments when you compare it to like Northwood in the match before, but overall, very, very strong play from them, and they're going to continue. UC Berkeley, though, putting up a good fight. I think they can be pretty happy about the performance.
Yeah, I mean, UC Berkeley did not look bad by any means. A lot of this was on a knife's edge, where again, I mentioned mid-broadcast, if they just had 30 more seconds in each of these games, I think it's a very, very different world where, UC Berkeley would have gotten another attack on Kings Row, and who knows what would have happened, but unfortunately, UC Berkeley just a little bit slow, and, difference of seconds is all it takes in Overwatch to make a big difference, especially when dealing with end-of-point stuff on Assault and Hybrid. So, credit to UC Berkeley for getting this far, but their tournament run is over, and instead it's going to be Johnson and Wales moving on to our semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how that team performs. And so far today, I mean, the matches have been far closer. We have still yet to see the legendary map 5. It's still waiting for that, but I feel like we're approaching it. With each match, we're approaching closer to that event horizon.
Yeah, to that lofty goal. But you know what? That's going to do it for this series. We're going to take a quick break. But, while we're on break, consider grabbing yourself a Lenny and Larry's cookie, refuel. Certainly we need to do so, but we will be right back.
No jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our 4th child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Gen Z is a stalled generation.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
At a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one. They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars, these are cookies!
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Hi, Kirk. Happy Monday. I hope you're doing well. My name is Ellie. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your team, how it's set up, your position and your role. Then we're going to get a little bit about CENC, and then at the end, I will announce your rank for the tournament. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Great. So, Kirk, what is exactly your title with the esports at Cal?
Sure. I'm the Associate Director of Business Development for the Division of Student Affairs. I oversee the Cali Sports Program, as the Cali Sports Program is fully funded by corporate sponsorships. So a lot of our programming, our teams, initiatives, and activities are all tied to sponsor obligations.
So how did you kind of start? Let's go back to the beginning. How did esports start at Cal?
Yeah, so Cal Esports actually started way before it became kind of an official program at Cal. I think we started officially the Cal Esports program in 2017. Up until then, Cal Esports kind of officially existed as loose student groups who were competing within their dorms, apartments. And then in 2017, they approached us after winning several national championships saying, hey, we'd like to garner some more support. And so Rec Sports was actually jumped on board, and we helped launch the Cali Sports program as another program under the recreational sports department. From there, we signed several different corporate sponsorships, specifically with Corsair, NVIDIA, and Riot Games. And we helped build our Cali Sports Community Center in summer of 2018 that has 54 gaming computers, a coach's room, as well as a broadcast station. And there our teams of practice, compete, and play, as well as our community gamers also live there as well.
So you said that you're governed kind of under the recreation department at Cal. How would you explain that your team is set up more of a varsity level team or as a club?
So we are fully recognized by the university. We're able to use the branding of Cali Sports. It's recognized as our varsity sports, as our athletics program does not officially recognize esports at the moment. And so again, they compete as if they're representing Cal athletes on the national stage.
Would you say that it's a goal to have them kind of integrated in the athletic department?
I think by integrating in the athletic department, there's a lot more kind of things more questions and more things that need to be ironed out. Esports is vastly different from a traditional sports. Again, these students are competing for scholarships when typical D1 athletes are already given scholarships. They don't compete for money. There's a lot of they win products from different sponsors. And I think it's not, the general public doesn't understand that esports is not just one game. There's multiple titles in it. And so I think knowing that the restrictions that Cal already has with our athletes and everything, I think for now, esports is very unique and should continue to exist by itself.
So it sounds like you're very happy with the structure and the recreational department right now. Students are able to earn money from this, where they would not be under the traditional D1 structure in your athletic department. So you mentioned sponsorship, which is obviously, I'm sure, huge in funding your facility. Can you explain a little bit more about that sponsorship agreement that you have and what they've been able to help you do?
Yeah, so our sponsors, again, they provide funding and as well as equipment for our teams. So again, that goes to just operating the day-to-day costs of our Cali Sports Center, as well as paying the student staff who help run and kind of help our teams practice and things like that. In terms of other things, they help with our programs, such as official jerseys. They're also supporters of our Cal Women in Gaming program. So our sponsorships are not just based on the competitive aspect. Again, it's like the holistic view of Cali Sports supporting the community, our competitive teams, as well as our initiatives to, again, like for instance, like our Cal Women in Gaming program, as well as other initiatives to kind of help broaden esports across the the Cal campus.
That sounds so cool. I'm glad that you are able to have that and build that up since 2018. It sounds like it's a phenomenal facility. I want to see pictures. I'm now like envisioning this in my head and what this looks like. So can you explain a little bit more about your team? You said you operated more in this varsity aspect. How do you select players? How many players do you have on your team?
Yes. So typically how all of our tryouts go, again, our program is very student focused. And so we work with each of our teams. Each team has a captain and they help put on tryouts each year. As of right now, I believe our Overwatch team who will be competing, they have about 5 players and then with 2 subs. Again, that's just our Division 1 team. With our Division 2 team, we have obviously, like we call them as our JV teams, but they eventually will be moving up to our varsity team. That is typically the process. I think this year obviously has been a very unique year when all of our tryouts had to be online. So I'd say our tryout process was not as broad as it has been. Again, when we have our center and everything, we eliminate the barrier of equipment and kind of internet issues and things like that. So we've had, I say pre-pandemic, we had our teams consist of over 150 student athletes. That was spread between, I think, about 12 different games with Division 1 and 2 between them. But yeah, for this year, our students were able to kind of get over the hump and still make our Cali Sports team possible.
You mentioned that your sponsorships paid students to kind of run the program. Is there a coach, or what does that structure look like?
Yeah, so in terms of the funding for that, those are student positions. Like again, when I say pre-pandemic wise, these are the students who are actually taking care of the computers, actually managing the facility and things like that. As it stands now, we do not have enough funding for coaches. However, we've had several alumni as well as students who have retired from the game, but still are collegiate students, volunteer their time to actually help coach some of the teams.
That's awesome. Tell me a little bit more about your team. How many, you mentioned you had upwards of 100 actually members, but is that the number for your varsity level? You're the ones that are competing in tournaments like CENC?
No, I would say that's probably a little less than that. Again, the 100 or so student athletes, that's both of our Division 1 and 2. If I had to estimate, it was probably a little more than maybe 40-ish, maybe less than half than that. Again, we have to keep I said some of our rosters flexible, as these are students, and things come up and their priority is to be a student. So we try and keep our Division 1 and 2 teams as fluid as possible, knowing that students have midterms and things come up. And so that's kind of typically how we run things.
With how this structure is set up, what would you say is your biggest strength for your esports program?
I definitely have to say it's the students. Again, I would say this pandemic has really shown that these students really care about gaming, as well as the gaming community as a whole. Again, they've overcome, I say, when a lot of traditional sports and everything kind of just grinded to a halt. For them, they kind of picked up the slack and said, oh, well, I mean, we've been doing this virtually before. That's not an issue. We'll still try outs and things. Again, I would have to say the biggest strength is, again, leaning on the students. They've come up with very unique opportunities as well as solutions to things that we probably didn't see. And so I'm really proud to have an amazing student staff.
Do you think because of the pandemic where everything kind of went online and your students are already expert at being online, do you think that helped?
Yeah, definitely. I think, again, a big part of gaming obviously is the connectivity and everything. It was a huge plus for them when we are able to compete in person and things like that for them to practice. But then again, like we said, they've been doing this before we had the center. And so I think it shows that they're pretty resilient.
You mentioned getting together and practicing. What does a normal week look like as far as practice and competition go?
Yeah, and in terms of that, that's usually the kind of on the captain. I believe they sometimes practice every day. Obviously, when there's no schoolwork and things like that. But I know typically practice at least twice a week. That can range from either a couple hours, ranging from just kind of reviewing past matches, as well as also scrimmaging against other schools and things like that.
How often would you say you compete in a tournament like CENC?
I think it depends. Again, there's a lot of tournaments that are on the collegiate level that are kind of on season based, and so I think we look at each tournament opportunity and kind of weigh the options and looking at the schedule and kind of structure of our team and seeing like, are we able to do this and things like that. Again, CNC, this is definitely an opportunity to help elevate esports, collegiate esports on a national level. And so I think this is definitely something we were very interested in, happy to be invited to compete in.
That's great. So you're obviously competing in Overwatch in this tournament, but is this the game that you think best showcases your talent, or is there other games?
I think so at this moment. Overwatch has helped build the Cali Sports franchise, I would say. We were, I think, back-to-back national champions in, I think, 2017 and 2018. So Overwatch has typically always been one of our strongest games. And I think this is definitely an opportunity for hopefully us to get back to the national spotlight.
I love the optimism. So we're going to go more into that competition space and talk about CNC and how your team prepares for competition. So how would you say, you obviously are practicing a lot, your students are practicing on a regular basis. So how do you prepare for a championship or a competition?
Again, in terms of the kind of preparing for the championships, my role on the administration side is really to kind of let the students take the lead. I support them with and kind of things that they need. Again, I think this team now has been together for, I think, almost a year now. They competed right in the fall. I think they've done a great job. They have great communication skills and everything, and I'm really excited to see how they perform.
So you mentioned that you kind of govern over and help with the team and their needs. As far as physical and mental health goes, do you have any strategies to support your players?
At the moment, I think doing virtually has obviously posed some challenges. When we were in person, we did try to integrate some of the wellness activities that we had from recreational sports. More so now in the virtual activities, it's again just kind of reminding students like, hey, let's take a break and things like that. I think they've again become experts in kind of their thresholds of things, and now that we've been virtual for almost a year, again, I think we've all experienced, I say, virtual fatigue, and I think more so they are much more aware of it now than we are. And so again, I lean on the students to kind of make the best decisions for them.
What would you say that your team is most excited about in competing in CENC?
I think it's just the opportunity, again, to compete on a national scale. It's always fun to be invited to these tournaments, not just actually sign up for them. I think also I think there's other fellow other UCs that are also competing in there, and so we're always have the friendly rivalry between our own colleges.
Yes, you mentioned that you're national champions twice, so obviously there is some rivalry in there somewhere. Who would you say your biggest competition is?
I would probably have to say UC Irvine. UC Irvine has a really great program. Again, their esports program is probably one of the best in the nation, and we're always there's an added rivalry, like I said, because we're all from the UC system. Again, we'd love to compete against UCI and hopefully beat them.
Just finally, I want to get a little bit more information about your team specifically at Berkeley. Can you explain kind of the demographics of your members?
Sure.
Like boys to female to male.
Yes. So again, most of our teams are majority male. But for our Overwatch, we're actually happy to have one of our female team members on there, and her name is Lauren Tang. She actually is an employee who actually works for Cali Sports as our kind of social media associate as well. So we currently do have one team member who is female on the team.
But she is still a student, correct?
Correct. These are all students.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that part. Is there anything else that you wish for us to know about your team or your program?
Yeah, I would just say, again, we're thankful for this opportunity. Again, Cali Sports has been an amazing program in which we've been able to not just connect with the gamers on the competitive level, but also on the community level. Again, this year, I would say, has really shown that esports in general has a lot more than just the competitive aspects. And I think as we've done different programs with different colleges, we've been able to still connect a lot of these students on a national scale. And so we look forward to when Cali Sports can actually get back in person and help continue building more programs for our students.
We are so happy to have you and excited to see you at CENC, of course, virtually. Hopefully we can do this in person eventually. So with your Overwatch team competing, I would like to tell you that you are ranked 5th in the competition. Do you have any reaction to that?
No, I think in terms of ranking, I'd say knowing our Cali Sports team and just how hard they work, our Overwatch team, of course, ranking is always nice, but I think at the end of the day, I know they're going to work hard no matter who is in front of them.
I love that. That's a great attitude to have. It only means so much, right, until you compete.
Agreed.
Thank you so much.
The action continues here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Half the day over, half left to go. And Avast, I know you're looking forward to this next match because what has been your favorite team so far, Akron, is taking the center stage.
Yes, Akron has made me a fan after their Met kills yesterday, after the silliness that ensued, and also beneath the silliness is the actual level of play that the team displayed and how much ability that this team clearly has. So I'm really excited for the next match because this team has made me a fan after yesterday.
Now, of course, they're going against Marist, and Marist also looked very, very good yesterday. Maybe not quite as stylish as what we saw from Akron at the end of the day, but that's a tough standard to live up to. And also, at the end of it, we're looking for good Overwatch, not necessarily the most silly Overwatch. So who knows who's going to take this, even if you did want to favor Akron just a little bit.
Definitely, because this is just the day of testing the limits and seeing where do these teams actually stand now, because kind of the first rounds are generally the filter rounds and we're getting through teams that are definitely strong, but obviously we're getting for the best of collegiates. So it's taking some time to actually see where the limits are going to start to be tested here. And I feel like this is going to be the first real test for Akron, but I said it was going to be the same for, I think it was going to be a little bit same for some of the other teams we've seen.
For Northwood. You said it was going to be Northwood.
That's what it was, for Northwood. And it wasn't the case.
No, Northwood just, frankly, did whatever they want. So, you never quite know until the game is played, but I'm excited for it. Akron definitely, like I said, definitely made a fan of me yesterday. And, whether it be the gameplay or the aggressive tweet saying to look at their gameplay, it worked. It worked. But Busan is where we're going to be starting it all off here, Vast, so we won't have to speculate for much longer.
And Busan definitely a map we've seen a lot of interesting play styles on so far. I don't think we've seen Akron play Busan. I don't believe we saw them play yesterday. I can't remember if we did. But either way, this team is, because they played Ilios. I remember, I believe they played Ilios, so not Busan. So now it is going to be a map that we have yet to see them on. And who knows what they're going to be playing, because we've seen them play a lot of stuff so far. And I mean, looking at them right now with 20 seconds to go, they might be playing a much more dive setup, which we've seen before because Shuckle was on the ball. Actually, no, I think they did play Busan. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I'm pretty sure they did play Busan.
No, you're right. I'm misremembering Shuckle because Shuckle was on ball Hammond yesterday too, and they played a dive. And Marist, though, going to be on a pretty standard rush composition for themselves with Harmonix on the May and Emerald on the Kree.
Well, the key part about Akron's setup here is that they're putting a lot of faith in Stunna to find picks on the Widow, and it's not always the easiest on the stage. There's a lot of cover to use, so heavy pressure on the Widow player, and as I say, that Stunna is gone. Taken down from long range from the maze, so Marist already putting a wrench into Akron's plans.
So now you see Marist gonna take this mini pack, take the high ground here, overlooking the point. The point's gonna unlock very soon. Akron trying to wait for the engage as Midtown Man is setting up just those discords, looking to put a dive, and Shuckle getting frozen, getting isolated.
Marist now on the point, gonna get first control, taking down Jadon. And Harmon looking really, really good. Harmonix, rather. I don't know why I read that as Harmon, but Harmonix really setting the stage and checking not one, but both DPS on the Akron side.
So Akron gonna make them come to the point here, put both tanks there, force them to drop, play split here a little bit. Akron DPS line need to get some picks. I mean, if they're gonna play the Widow, if they're gonna play the Tracer, they need to be getting more value right now when they're so split, because currently Marist can just contest the point forever.
Yeah, and I mean, Widow always kind of a high risk, high reward character, but very difficult to make work at times in this sort of situation. But Akron, Widow or not, just kind of winning the close-up battle there as we're looking at it, and Marist slowly getting pushed off the point.
And kill, the first mech kill of the day,
boy.
Coming out from Magic. I can't believe it. Already getting one.
That wave was for you.
It fulfills my desires. They really do. I love what this team does, and great job from their front line too. Just even though Stunna wasn't necessarily getting like a ton of value, they were able to run into them, isolate the tanks, and now Marist coming back in here. They're gonna have the Mail available, gonna have the bomb.
See if Akron starts taking their stride, holding on to the Transcendence in Reserve. Harmonix gonna be looking for the Blizzard. Magic's just dropping down, and that's a very early Transcendence here from Akron. We'll see if they get the kills to justify it. Lamp put down by Marist. Marist still looking very, very healthy. Pulse Bomb eating by Jadon went for it, got caught. But meanwhile, Mine's out from Akron, catches one. And here comes a self-destruct from Traders, in and over. Not gonna catch anything. Here we go, Akron. Dropping the rally, and what has been a fairly bloodless engage so far, Vast.
And Traders trying to push the Widow, but Stunna gonna get the DMech. Has to be careful though, Baby
no way.
Very strong. Oh no, Traders gonna get that. Still though, the rally from Eric keeping Akron on the point. The Shatter though, catching two, and I think that should be it. I mean, he's even gonna commit the beat. So Akron is gonna be a slow fight.
Well, Traders got caught meanwhile. Yeah, Traders never got back over to the main group. Akron's still kind of flooded over to the point, and it's slow but surely. It's Shuckle just going around. Finally though, does fall.
Though, we're gonna get cleaned up, and I think this is gonna be it with no tanks, right? Even if Magic commits the bomb, they should be able to clean.
It's not about the bomb. It's about the call back. Okay, there was no call back kill that time. Did not happen.
That's a second pulse Eden. Traders ate two different pulses in the midst of that fight. Jaden feeling very sad, but Akron though giving up the point.
Yeah, Marist got the flip, although Shuckle comes back in, rolls over two, and Akron, just like that, Avast, they're right back on the point. They're going to retake it.
And that's the value of having this highly mobile comp where Shuckle can just roll around, contest the point, find picks as necessary. Great follow-up from Magic here, as well as Akron keeping the pressure on. not letting them just have the point for free because they're applying just all that pressure to the extremities and then coming back to the point, which you can do with this highly level comp. The infrasight is up, so they know where Maris is approaching from. Harmonic still holding on to the mail tier, so there's still a very impactful ult on the field for Maris to clean it up.
Stunna holding on to, well, this time connects, finds Emerald in the back. So the Widow value is secured. Akron up 1. Chuckle down early, but even with the Blizzard on the point, Maris in a really tough spot. No one's looking at Stunna. It's just a shooting range for Stunna right now. Oh, the Widow value is unreal as Stunna picks up 3.
And the Shatter going to come out, but it doesn't really matter. Trains is available for Midtown Man, and now Maris looking to try to delay. Can't even get the touch as Akron picks up the first point. But I have to say, compared to yesterday, looking a lot closer.
Yeah, Akron, they had to turn down the silly meter a bit here. It wasn't set to maximum from the very beginning. And I'm not talking about running a Junkrat. I'm just talking in general. But look at this replay here, powered by Barbasol. And then some, just shot after shot there.
Stunna. I mean, that's what you need to see from the Widow, right? Is that you have the free reign. There's no one contesting you. You need to be getting a lot of picks like that for it to be worth it. And Stunna definitely started making it worth it towards the end of the round. So now Maris is going to be down 1 round here on Busan as Akron looking like they want to play the Winston now. No more Hammond, and instead also going to have the TP to get them out of spawn quickly, and maybe Janet swaps. I doubt they stick on this Symmetra for the first fight without a Lucio. They'll probably just use it for the TP. Is he going to swap? Yeah, going to swap back to the Tracer.
That's so Akron showing some flexibility in what they're changing to here. No more Widow. McCree out. So it's going to be a very dive-centered setup where Akron will look to take the terms of engagement before it gets over to the point. Really just got to look at the HP of both Shuckle and Magic here. Magic already kind of low. Emerald, though, gets caught. Stunna able to find it. And already in the neutral game, Stunna looking unreal.
And Jordan just keeping them back. There's a great anti too onto Ohm. And now Akron can play slow, just win the fight when there's not a lot of heals for Maris. They're stuck in the corner. They're not even going to give up the first flip. And this fight's going the way of Akron. Really solid engage there. I like the TP to get them above them early, knowing Maris is probably going to play this rush.
I like it. I like everything we're seeing from the McCree play of Akron right now. Very, very clean. And again, goes to that Barbasol replay. And just what more can you ask for from McCree? Good cleanup here.
Not much. I mean, especially when you have just so much space there. Stunna being a hero currently for Akron. Already, though, about to have the Nano available, not the EMP, for Midtown Man. And they're probably going to give it to Shuckle, let them engage. And there's that early dive. And already they've lost 2.
Yeah, that was fast and decisive, and tank play coming into form. And you know, this has been difficult for Marist, where when Marist did well in the last series we cast them, Traders was able to get a lot done, and I think Traders has had good moments here, but overall, I mean, Akron just strong on all levels.
So 40% and counting here for Akron. As Maris is going to make some swaps, putting face mix over to the Winston. Definitely need something a little bit more mobile because the rush right now, they're just not able to get through the chokes. They can't deal with all the aggression as Jaden's just on the back line.
Self-destruct in from Magic. Oh, it got the McCree! Callback coming back down. Magic playing it by the book, not going for the callback kill this time. 3 unanswered kills from Akron. And now it's 60% to 0 of Vast. Marist is running out of time and options.
Trader is so low, gonna make it back to the spawn, get that health back up. And Akron, they're about to have rally. They've still held on to the Nano, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Nano into Shuckle try to pressure the backline, pressure Emerald in particular. And Maris, though, their ult bank is up, right? They can get through here, especially get the point. They can have the mail pressure to just find one. There's a lot of options available to them.
Well, they get Stunna out of the fight early. That's the problem. Removed. Opportunity now for Maris. Traders hanging on to the bomb here in the back. Shuckle moving in off the Nano, in forward, and it's enough to get 1 pick off. Maris already down 2! The Winston pressure from Shuckle setting that up. Bomb from Traders later into the fight, not gonna get much of anything. And Akron might be making this 100 to 0 and the end of the map.
99, there's still point presence here for Akron. They're not done yet. Magic gonna get face missed, and the rest of the players up from Akron, they're making their way back. Stunna gonna get the flash. They can definitely clean this up, and I mean, really, the Akron backline keeping the front line up for so long. Great antis as well from the Ana of Midtown Man, and that rally keeping them healthy for a long time, and it looks like that's gonna be the map. Akron really looking strong. Yeah, very, very strong here. I mean, this is no longer, we're not seeing any sort of mean comps for them. This is just good play. Very solid mechanics from everyone, and I mean, they're playing around the value of Stunna very well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Marist definitely good enough to stop the sort of memeier nature of Akron, but what do you do to stop this? Stunna has the open field here. This is where you go. I sure hope the Widow misses the shots, and no shots were missed.
Yeah, the answer is no. They did not miss the shots, and Akron continuing to show why I feel like them and Northwood, they're rivals from the Midwest, and they're going to continue to be rivals here because they are looking at times head and shoulders above some of the other squads with just how much mechanical ability and aggression they can bring out into the field. And so really teams just need to look to negate that.
Yeah, and I mean, if UC Irvine is able to get through their match, which is going to be coming up right after this, I mean, it sets up a UC Irvine matchup versus Akron potentially if Akron wins this one. I mean, this side of the bracket is absolutely stacked, but it's also to say I don't think you should be writing out Marist just yet. Marist might have been a rough round of control, but things do change as you get to other game modes in Overwatch. So we'll see if Marist can rebound as we go to our next map.
Definitely. I mean, and Control, once you lose that first fight, you're always fighting to claw back. And on top of that, they were trying to play Rush the whole time, and they weren't getting a lot of value. And the maps are pretty wide open and allows you to play some dive-centric tanks like the Hammond, like the Winston, the Tiva that Akron are playing, and just keep on applying the pressure in different areas of the map. And it's sometimes hard to clean that up. So realistically, for other maps, it could be a little bit better for Marist if they're going to stick with this Rush style with the May.
Yeah, and it's going to be Junkertown where we go to next. So,
I don't think that's going to solve Marist's problems.
No, exactly. Because I think Akron's going to come out and be like, we like snipers. We're going to continue to run snipers. I think Stunna, decent chance that Stunna comes out on the Widow. Maybe the Hanzo comes into play. But yeah, I think this actually favors Akron going into Junkertown for the next map.
Definitely. I mean, double sniper and getting to play highly mobile tanks. This is something that Akron's going to love. Marist, they're going to have to come up with something sneaky. Now, for maps like Junkertown, we have seen teams make the Rush work very well because you hold close to the spawn doors. You always pick one very good like room or a set part of the map that you can bunker into and sort of contest the cart, set up your Rush. So there's definitely ways where Marist doesn't have to match the game for Akron in terms of the play style, but this will be favoring Akron in terms of what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, it really will. So again, this is the big step up moment for Marist to see if they have what it takes to challenge Akron, a team that has been fearsome both in memes but also in actual strong gameplay thus far, arguably the favorite on this side of the bracket. So just have to see. Junkertown, though, it's going to be interesting, and I'm excited to see the longer range player because I think it is going to happen.
Definitely. I mean, there's no way Akron doesn't pull out a double sniper, or at least one sniper with Stunna on the Widow. It just fits Junkertown naturally, and I know they'll probably play Ball or Hammond, I should say, for Shuckle because they've already shown that they love to play that composition. So it's more than likely that Akron are going to feel pretty at home. Marist, once again, it's all about, do they find a style that works for them? If they're going to stick with the Rush, are they able to make it work? Because you have to be finding the key points of the map to bunker on, play slow, hold close, and just dodge in and out of the fire from Akron.
So is the lovely views of Junkertown that you see, or as lovely as a nuked Australia in the future can be? Not as bad as you think, though. But yep, we'll see what the team's running out on. But before that, Avast, going to take a moment to talk about some of our great sponsors behind this event, like KYAO. Every minute in the U.S., a woman is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Help us stop the clock on cancer. $1, one drug, one life. With your help, we are giving hope to a future without cancer. To donate or learn more, visit kyao.com.
And KYAO have been doing a lot of good work. I mean, their fund has already awarded like nearly, I think, $8 million, $7.78 million to support scientific research and programs that provide access to quality healthcare for women all around the globe. So realistically, a great cause here and a great sponsor for the event. So now, Marist gonna be on this offense first. Is that a pirate ship?
Oh boy, that's looking like a pirate ship. We've gone back in time. You don't really see this a whole lot nowadays on Junkertown. And that might be a reason why Stunna just immediately finds the BAP. Sorry, the pirate ship down a crew member.
But that's okay, so close to spawn. They're going to get Stunna there as well from the damage boost and from that Hanzo arrow. Akron, getting a little bit contest, trying to spam. The Emerald going to go down, but face miss. Standing resolute.
Face miss slow again. You're seeing members of this pirate ship getting ejected, thrown off. Just face miss here. Still man in the main cannon, still on it. Marist getting some degree of progress. Akron has yet to sink the ship. Stunner though finds mercy, and oh boy. I'm spotting some leaks here, Vast.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of leaks, but the broadside is still available. Face Mist is alive. They still have people on the cart, getting it moving forward here a little bit. They're trying to fix the sails, though. Stunna is taking their little butter knife and cut the sails, so I don't think the ship will be going anywhere soon.
Yeah, I mean, the ship is more like a bunch of lifeboats that have been split out here more than anything else. Stunna, Widow v Hanzo. This is a tough battle for Widow to take this close up, but Stunna not afraid, still looking for it. Meanwhile, Jadon dies to the Bastion, and I mean, DPS-wise, it's basically just Stunna right now.
Well, luckily, Jadon will be back soon. Magic getting caught off the halt and the damage boost. A lot of damage there. Chuckle about to have the mines. And really still Marist are running to the problem where they just have to get some more picks. They have to get some more point presence, and Akron are keeping the pressure on and not letting it move for free.
Yeah, Stunna's been getting a lot done the Widow despite having to play around the shield. Shuckle just dropping the mines, a little bit of impediment. Ooh, Stunna got 2 there, Avast, from the side. And yeah, the early pirate ship plan just about gone now. Bastion just getting pile driven. And that'll probably be the end of first mate Bastion. It's over.
Definitely, he's walked the plank, and now we have exhausted our pirate puns. There are no more left in the tank.
Thank God. Yeah, we were running out.
You were definitely running out. Marist now still on the offense. They've swapped Face Mix onto the Hanzo, so going for the double sniper. They do have the supercharger and a flux available, so I mean they have some options to force this trance early for Midtown Man and then just follow up with the second ult. I mean, they could even just pop the Valkyrie early, try to get some off-ankle play.
Meanwhile, Stunna, nice early pick off again. I mean, this is really good consistent value from Widow. You haven't seen a whole while this lately in Overwatch, but Stunna getting it done. The flux in from Magic, good and effective. And Marist just getting thrown back.
I mean, Magic has to be careful. Don't want to go too deep. They're still the Mercy pocketing, and yeah, Magic gonna get caught picking up by traders, and Stunna taking some damage. Akron, they're in a little bit of a rough spot. Luckily, Jaden keeping them alive. Surely they don't let the res come through. They don't. Eric cleans up, and Akron, they're still committing here.
Yeah, they go, oh, wait, the res did go out. We lost our Mercy for nothing. Still going to drop the minefield because guess what? Stunna has 50 HP in the back, and we think Stunna's still going to land 1 or 2 picks. And, you know, for Marist, it's still tough. They're nearly out of time. There's a real risk of being held here on first.
And they never got that trance out either from Midtown Man, so there's a supercharger around the corner looking for the pick. Akron going to be in the back line, not finding anything yet. And currently it's just a race to watch. Does this trance get popped before the flux?
Oh, again, an early pick, this time from Midtown Man. Downtown Man in this case. How far away it was. Stunna going for the rotation. Marist down in player. Stunna a wide open angle, or the shot's going to be landed. It doesn't even matter. Shekel and Jadon just winning from the front line. And Marist down to their final 19 seconds of Ast. I don't know how they keep this going.
I mean, Traders is standing strong on the point, but no health, no healing, and they even interrupted the flux too, so great job from Akron. As now, a nice little flick. 5 seconds remaining. I don't think anyone from Marist can even touch it. That's the first hold.
Such good reads from Stunna. High accuracy Widow gameplay, and easier said than done with all the nerfs Widow has gotten in recent memory, but you know, you can nerf Widow however you want, Vast. Doesn't matter if you land all your shots.
And you see here in the replay powered by Barbasol that Stunna gets the quick little flip. It's a nice little shot, you know, you gotta love it.
Yeah. All right, so Marist technically can still win here, but it is going to be difficult. Going for the fuller hold on point A, especially on Junkertown, it's a very, very hard ask, but it has been done. And you know, I think if asked, you take a look at this is where Marist really has to look to run something that's kind of at the spawn door, something that isn't as long range, something that can apply pressure from the very beginning.
And they heard your cries. You lit the beacons of Rush, and they saw it. They saw the answer, and now here they come. They have been on Rush comp to hold the spawn doors, most likely, because no other really explanation makes sense other than being close to the spawn doors here. If they're gonna play the corner, it's a insanely risky move because I mean they're only gonna get themselves 1 fight.
Yeah, they have to go for the 2 fights at a minimum. Oh no, you can't be serious, Akron. Do you feel this confident? They're hitting all the keys at once in the spawn doors. The Torb, the Bastion. Surely not.
Where did this lead you? Back to me, says Torbjorn. As now Marist going to be holding very close. As predicted, they dropped the Maywall. And now Akron just begin the deadly game of encircling them. I'm just trying to get as many angles as possible to fire on this comp.
I do like this though from Marist. This is the exact approach they had to take to try and bring this back. They needed to go for the early fight. It does actually limit the amount of options Stunna has. The Stunna just goes, wait, that's a wall. Verified.
I mean, look at the cart presence. They're making them have to get out of the room. They've gotten the cart. This is dead. This is disaster because the cart has gone past that initial room. And now that they're split, they've lost some picks, and Doorknob is feeling very, very sad, and soon to be dead as a Doorknob, in fact.
Yeah, Jadon's getting way too much pressure out there. Moves in, pulse bomb over. Meanwhile, Stunna was able to get out of the map. At Akron, they have escaped the early hold, and Marist down to their last opportunity to stop this. And they have to hold it for 3 minutes of S. It's going to be tough.
Now, they will have the Amp Matrix available for Vocals. They can come up there, try to get some good value. But, I mean, the real problem is going to be getting in position to use it all because Stunna's going to be set up. Eric's going to be watching this. Shuckle's going to be ready for the slam, for the mines, just to deny all the value for the window, if they can even get the touch.
Yeah, and oh, look at the angle Stunna's taking. It's all the way back here. It's clean, open shots. That said, none connecting a headshot just yet, but it's splitting Marist's attention. They have to worry about the Widow flank on one side, but then you still got to look at the front. And Jadon finds the McCree. Stunna off on the D-Mech, takes care of the Pilot Diva, and this is looking like a quick win for Akron.
Yeah, the Flux invested, not even going to get anyone because they're already down, and what a great engage from Akron. They pop the mines, hit the ante onto them when they're all clustered around the window, and I mean, that's map 2 going the way of Akron in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, that was far more decisive than the first map, and you know, I look at it, Shuckle not only playing well as you see in the play of the game, but Stunna, really, really good Widow performance. You don't see it as often nowadays, but we did see it here.
So right now, Akron, I mean, they have yet to be tested here. Marist just, I mean, that's a rough map pick for Marist too, because it's clear this team is at its most comfortable on Rush, and you're on Junkertown versus a team that's very clearly comfortable in playing dive and a lot of off-angle like snipers and tracer. So they struggle to find a lot of value there because it requires an intense amount of coordination to survive and stall the cart for a long time.
Yeah, and it also makes the series really quick. I mean, it was less than an hour ago that Marist came in here going, I can't wait for a close competitive series with Akron. And then you kind of look, it's like, wait, where'd the time go? What do you mean we're already down 2 maps? Now they must go for the full reverse sweep to stay in the tournament. That's how quickly everything has developed.
Remember, there is, you know, for all of you Marist fans out there, there is hope. It still remains because there are BO5s here, so there could be the reverse sweep starting from this map.
Yes.
But they are fighting for their tournament life because otherwise they are out after this map if Akron takes it. And hopefully they're going to find something that suits their style a little bit better in terms of the map pick, because Junkertown was kind of just the exact opposite of what they needed, the antithesis really of the Rush comp, and playing the Rush here that they've been really seen as a staple.
Yeah, I'm curious to see it. Did you hear what the next map was? I just heard
Anubis.
It come over.
It is Anubis.
Okay. So Anubis for the next map, I mean, I think an assault map at the very least does let them play a little bit closer to their strengths, relative to going to a hybrid map that might be more wide open. So, yeah, I mean, I think this map-wise is probably the best that you can hope for if you're Marist, to get a map and, you know, begin the process of reverse sweep where you can't even think about the fact that you have to win 3 in a row. You just have to focus one map at a time.
Definitely. I mean, and this is, like you said, a good map for Marist to finally begin taking some maps and potentially trying to get the reverse sweep, because Anubis, lots of areas to play the Ryan and the May. And this is where Akron, if they want to play these very mobile comps, they're going to get funneled in more often than not. But it's still going to require a monumental effort for Marist to do so, because they are down 2 maps. I mean, you have to think about the mental aspect of like, oh goodness, like we're kind of getting battered here. We need to turn it around. And Akron, we know this team is insanely confident. They're going to be even more confident after going up 2 maps.
Yeah, and with very good reason to be so also. So, you know, for Akron, they've been kept in check at the set side. It has not really been a meme day for Akron. Instead, we're just seeing more of their true form, which is a really, really good Overwatch team. And we'll see if Marist has anything
And remember,
left
Anubis is where Akron got their 4 mech kills before. And that's where they hit the mark. And they've already had 1. So we just need 3 more to equal their previous record and 4 more to break it. So we're watching magic. If Magic can work magic here and get 4 mech kills, they have broken the current record for, I think, mech kills ever seen in a match.
yes, if Magic can live up to his name is what you're looking for.
That they themselves set. They set the previous record, and now we're going to go back to see if they can break it again.
Fair. Very, very fair. So, all right, now just waiting on the teams to give the final signal to go. I mean, it's been so quick. We'd be surprised if Barris is just taking about to go like, okay, wait. We got to figure this out. But it is potentially the final map if Akron is able to win this, which would, of course, assure Akron a berth to the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how Akron performs moving forward. Now, they haven't won yet, obviously, but they are definitely a lot of people's favorites here. But we're on Anubis and Marist. This is their chance, a map pick that's going to suit them a lot better. We saw them play some great Rush previously, and this is going to be their redemption story beginning if they are here on Anubis.
I have to say, I've asked if this series so far has left you hungry for more gameplay or just hungry in general. Might I suggest Lenny and Larry's? Fuel like an esports champ with Lenny and Larry's The Complete Cookie. Each tasty cookie is packed with up to 16 grams of plant-based proteins and 10 grams of fiber. Plus, all 13 flavors are made with non-GMO ingredients. Order Lenny and Larry's The Complete Cookie today at shopsenc.com. Shockingly delicious.
Shockingly delicious.
Yes.
They are that. I would hope so. I mean, much like I'm about to be shocked by the 5 mech kills here on Anubis, surely.
Yeah. Except it's a shock like to your gut, but in the good way.
In a good way. Yeah, in a good way. Exactly. So Maris going to be in the offense here first. Looking like they're definitely going to be playing the rush. I highly doubt they play junk here for the cross. I mean, on offense? Really? On offense? So they're going to be playing this Junkrat, potentially looking to punish the dive here for Akron, because they are playing double dive tank.
Alrighty, Jadon just going for a little bit of EMP build. Does not get much, is immediately forced out. And yeah, that Bionade. That Bionade immediately forces out the lamp. They had no choice. So the early lamp is out, and Akron's going to be so aggressive from this here at Vest. They know they have the window of opportunity, and already Magic's able to find one.
Magic is pinned though. Doorknob goes for a pin back into the spawn, finds Magic. So they are going to have a pick here for Akron, but I mean, they're still just contesting the choke. Another big anti from Midtown Men, just making them just not having a fun time. They even get the res. Eric goes in deep, finds Magic, and now Magic.
Oh, no.
No, rebacking. No, please. The fight's happening.
That's right, it's set up for the res.
Oh, they were trying to do it, and they just get taken out by Emerald in the back line.
Honestly, a just punishment for hubris. Akron deserves to lose point A if they go for that and fail, though. They have not lost it yet. As Akron moving back in from the flank, they've dealt with the Junkrat. Doorknob finding himself under heavy assault here as the EP comes out, but swinging the hammer.
I mean, Doorknob is just being absolutely resolute on the point. Midtown been getting a lot of value. Maybe we'll get Emerald too.
Oh no, it's the Nano Torp?
So much. The Nano is going to be up here for Magic, and Shuckle gets that Primal just in time to keep them long enough in it for Midtown Man to pop off and Magic to be back.
Magic is back, but we have Ana, we have Torb, Stunna. Oh boy, Vast.
They can get the touch here again. There's yet another touch on the Baptiste as well. Can they get Vocal? Vocal's so low.
Akron right now trying to make memes into dreams, but also an effective point A defense, but they are falling by the wayside. Harris saying, stop, get out of here with this. Please go back to point B.
I have to admit, that was a really impressive defense there from Shuckle and Midtown Men, but great job from Maris. They made it to the point. Magic, the hubris bit them just a little bit, even though they got the res. And now 5 minutes and counting down here for Maris on the offense. They have a lot of ults coming up. I mean, they're about to tire to open it here.
Oh, get the Bionade! How does this keep happening?
It's just big, but rallies out, so they're not going to be able to punish this, really.
Oh, sleep to the back, and here comes a molten core. The floor is lava. And Akron, self-destruct, a little bit sneaky on the setup there from Magic. Doesn't hit anything at the end, but there's enough as a result that the Rhine is down, and moving in without the Rhine, pretty difficult on point B. Now, where's Magic?
Well, still in mech, first of all, so don't worry. And Jaden also swapping over to a Junkrat themselves here. And there was a really good Torbolt because Stunna just split everyone on that team and forced the lamp early. Is now, though, Jaden went a little too deep. They get the res, but they make sure not to get caught here by the Dragon Strike. It's going to split them on the point, but not finding anyone.
Tyre's still around. Tyre's moving over. Takes down the Ana.
Oh, that's big. That's huge. There's no Nano available. Shuckle's still down too, so they don't have the Primal to contest the point currently. Magic's got to be the one. But wait, they don't have to get Vocal? That's probably the best pick they could have gotten.
It is, but Akron still needs to do more. However, the multi-core is coming out. Could it be the Nano Torb? Is it happening? Where's the Nano? Nano, though, it's going on the Winston. Akron is not playing around, but they are going to make the floor awfully inhospitable once more. And the Nano Winston plus the multi-core, it's enough.
Oh, they looked for the camera kill too. Weren't able to get it. They did give up some ticks here on the point though. So for Marist, that's definitely a victory. It's going to be 3 minutes remaining by the time they're all back up. So they can be happy with that.
All right, so a little bit of stability here from Akron. Even if at times they've been playing around, Marist playing together some good offense. Shatter, 2 on the ground, both Mercy and Tor, but there's no follow through. It's a really early Shatter Vast, and Akron just gets to walk away.
I mean, I wonder who was hoping to follow up there because his team's slow. There's no Lucio, and they didn't have a good angle to get the shot on them either, and they had the bubble up too for Shuckle. So the cross is going to be happening, and they find Vocal. I mean, with Vocal down, they're already kind of in a rough spot, right? They're going to have the rally soon, but there's just so few heals.
Yeah, you take that trade any day of the week where, yeah, you lost a rap to the other team. They're just going to lose to attrition. Oh, no.
Hammer kill. Two hammer
kills!
Please not a third.
No. They're just letting him do it. They're just watching the spectators.
Oh, and instead, Traders drops the accretion is going to go down themselves. An honorable way out there.
Oh. Drops the prop at the very end. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Please, you just keep making magic happen.
Oh, well, that's a little bit magical. The Junkrat spam finding one. No Mercy being played for Marist, so they just have to take the L there. There's only 2 minutes remain.
I mean, look at this ult bank here for Akron. They have 6 ults. Vocal swapping over to the Moira here is just getting caught so often on the Baptiste, which really shouldn't be happening, but a little bit more survivable with the Moira with the fade. As Marist just looking to make something happen, getting to this point, but I mean, their verse is 6 ults.
Have they heard the story of Nano Torb, though? Multi-core, self-destruct, in and over. Self-destruct does result in 8 kills.
No. Please, no. No.
Oh, no. The tire's gone too. The call mech. Not going to be the killer this time. But it's still bad news for Marist.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad for Marist. They get caught. I mean, they had to use so many cooldowns early and the rally to make it through. And sure, they don't get a mech kill, but instead Magic decides to get back into the mech anyways.
A little bit of hazing towards the Torb there.
So now Marist, there's a minute remaining here for their offense. They are going to have 4 ults upcoming, but Akron, their bank's just fine too.
Marist right now setting up on what
that's a Nano Valk. That's Nano Valk here, Akron. They're doing
yes, it is.
There's one kill.
The Death Moth from above. Take it down. The threat is over. Akron, though, how deep are they going? The charge is in. Shuckle is punished.
Shuckle is very punished there. Gets fluxed, gets charged. And now Akron, they have to be careful. They can get staggered.
They absolutely can. Dodges the rock. Torb making use of that short body. This is still rough. Akron went with the style. There's the shatter. Torb's on the ground. He's still alive. Torb didn't die.
Beautiful peel from Shuckle. Pops the ult, and Stunner was able to just turn on the E in time too. So great job.
Ana got caught. This is difficult now for Akron. No, the Resurrection back in. How long can they delay the multi-core, though? Such an actually good ultimate in the spot. The problem is that Stunner dies with multi-core, doesn't finish layering it all out. Jadon, though, he's close to the tire.
So close to the tire.
Down! The Hanzo takes down the Junkrat. There won't be a tire here just yet. Akron on the ropes. Marist, it's an overtime. They're looking to finish it off. But Jadon is about to be back. Can they delay for the tire? Tire is built, and here we go. Tire on the way. What is it going to get? It's waiting. Vast is waiting. It's looking. It's headed on over. It takes down the Sigma. That's big.
And now the Valve's going to be invested too. There's real hope. I mean, they've turned it. They've turned it there.
Overtime ticks down, and whoo! A little bit of self-inflicted pain there from Akron as they went for the Nano Valk. That did not work out, but a good recovery nonetheless.
I mean, for Marist, this is extremely winnable. No draw is possible now. They have a win condition, and I mean, they got good ticks on last. Did they not? They didn't full cap, but that's fine. Anubis, you're not always going to full cap. It's a tough map to complete at times.
True. However, for Marist, it's a little bit tough. They have to hold Akron off from last under all circumstances, because if Akron is able to get a completion on the point B, that is going to be the end of the series, and the end of Marist in this tournament. So there's a little bit of hope for Marist, but this is the time where they have to dig deep and find a way against what has been a unconventional and somewhat meme style from Akron, though, you know, from a casting point of view, highly entertaining.
And Mara's going to be keeping Face Mist on the junk here. And junk, I mean, Anubis has always been a pretty strong junk map. So not surprising here at all. As Akron, though, on the offense, don't trust the spawn doors. There's no guarantee they'll be on Torb. Don't hold your breath just yet, though I am excited. You do a little Torb dance there, a little jig. Dancing it up.
He's got more moves than I do, I'll tell you that much. I can't dance like that.
They might actually commit to this Torb here. I mean, if they're expecting a flanker, I don't know exactly what their hope for the Torb is going to be, because I don't see really the synergy with the comp. I'm going to be honest, but maybe they just want to fulfill our desire and give us a nano Torb kill, a nano hammer kill.
Maybe it's one of those situations where they normally weren't going to play Torb, but because we suggested it, they have, and now they like it. They're just addicted to the dark side of Torb. You know, one taste of the forbidden fruit. I don't know.
Well, there's the dive from not from Akron, I should say, trying to take the space away from Maris. They're holding strong, though. No cooldowns really had to be used. As Jaden goes down.
Yeah, Jaden down early. Maris looking pretty decent here on the point. As Akron right now.
I still struggle to see what the value of this Torb is going to be, ZP. I'm not going to lie. He's just shooting a shield currently, while the rest of his team is on dive.
I mean, he has built 50% to multi-core. At some level, the poke has been doing something, to be fair.
Oh, another good anti,
Shuckle.
though. Really good anti from Midtown Man. Catches two, they force the lamp, and now Stun is able to get over here. Now this is where the Torb can start getting a lot of value.
Look at the long-range poke. It's actually doing quite a bit of damage. 80% now to the multi-core. The Junkrat is down. Shuckle able to go back in. Jaden with the pressure. And Akron have just about taken point A here. Very, very decisive.
Great setup there from Akron because they just keep counter-diving the high ground, having good anti-nades as well for the tanks to follow up, and then set Stun up over to the flank.
Do you see what I see?
I do see it. I do indeed see it. But I mean, there's so much hubris here, ZP. They're walking into a Junkrat with no Diva mech. Just for the chance of the mech kill.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at the Torb Nano. I wasn't even looking at the
No, you weren't even seeing Magic D-Mech?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Definitely looking for this.
Oh boy. Marist. Do you know what's happening?
No way. Okay, not a mech kill though. Not a mech kill.
No. Oh. They, honestly,
again.
Probably deserve that. Akron still. They used multi-core in that too and didn't get much. So I wonder what swaps.
Marish just used so many ults, ZP. I mean, sure, Akron used a lot too, but when you look at their bank and the fact that they're gonna swap Senna over to the Hanzo, this is
come on!
Really good for Akron. I don't think Magic stays on this for the mech kill, surely. I mean, there's 4.5 minutes on the clock, sure, but it just wouldn't make any sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into the mech. And actually, this time, Akron are not gonna have that many ults because they made some swaps. So the ult bank, pretty equivalent for both teams, as Akron's gone to a little bit more of a not quite a rush, but definitely a far more mobile comp.
Yeah, well, Akron, the thing going for them right now is just how much time they have to assault the point. Marist has to be perfect from here on out. Dragon Strike from Emerald to set the tone into the side. Akron, they have to use the lamp in response, still kind of low. From Marisol, you don't want to dive too deep. Like, that could be somewhat of a death trap if you overextend. As we say, that face mist.
Midtown Man getting caught by the spam. I mean, that's probably going to be it.
That's probably it, yeah. That was good. Like, once you lose your BAP, you just don't have the heals to keep on fighting on point B. It requires a lot of sustain.
Magic gonna bomb just to try to remech and get out to not get staggered. So now they won't have bomb. Maris, they're actually looking, I mean, this is good. 3.5 minutes remaining, but they're still in a good spot here, ZV, because their ult bank's building here again. They're in a strong defensive position. Akron starting from really square one in terms of their entire ult bank.
Yeah, and I think now we're about to see the true face of Akron here, where they've had their fun, they've been messing around, but with 3 minutes left, you can't take it for granted. Varus has been playing too well to do so. So see what Akron looks like at full power as they look for a way in through the side room. Stunna sizing things up. Where's the Dragon Arrow? Oh, well, Stunna's just gonna fall. No Dragon Strike on the way.
And that's just going to be a damage boosted nade from Junkrat. Now Akron, they need to back up. They can play slow. They still have enough heals, so they don't have to just totally get out. But they will have to retreat back up to the choke. And with that, FaceBisc has built a tire.
Now you look at the time, I mean, things are starting to look good for Marist. They have decent ults on their side with the tire. And really, this is only about 2 fights they have to hold off, so Akron has truly run out of their buffer here, Avast, and it is more do or die.
They will have a Dragon Strike early to split the point. There's going to be the window on that choke. Trying to just keep Marist in the back line. They have to be careful of the tire, though. It's going to need a well-placed lamp. There's the lamp early. They need to clean it up. And
the tire's down. That's big for Akron now. Don't have to worry about the tire anymore. They're going to drop the Dragon Strike. This is their entry onto the point. They have a tire of their own. Stunna already gets one. Traders out of the fight early. And Jadon waiting. Tire moving in. It's a big tire. Runs over 2.
Removes the rally, too. That's such an important kill. Removing the rally where there was all that chance for the stagger. FaceBisc, though, gonna get one. Should be cleaned up very, very soon. Here comes the stagger. The bomb's gonna be out.
Ryan must stay alive on point. It's all about the tank line at this point. Your tanks and your supports keeping presence in on the point. Doorknob, meanwhile, drops the shatter back on point. Varus coming out of spawn, trying to get back over. They've given up 1 tick here already, but if they're lucky, that should be it, as Akron is getting pushed out of the point. But you don't want to overextend.
Loop there from Ohm too. Make sure they can get that stagger kill. And now Akron, they're up against the wall here because really they're gonna have beat, but they have no other ults. Varus, they've stabilized here. They're about to have the amplification matrix, and this is rough. They swapped over to the Moira as well.
Yep, and this is true struggle time now for Akron. What could be the final attempt to close the series out. They had a great amount of time here, Avast. And now, one last opportunity coming up.
Okay, they went back to BAP, thank goodness, because realistically, they don't want to get caught by the Ant Matrix. In addition, like, they're going to need it if they get tire.
The beat coming out, it's well timed. Now Akron, they need to get at least one from the beat. They're looking for Doorknob. The lamp saving Doorknob's life, and then some. But the problem is FaceBisc gets caught. Doorknob falls as the lamp goes down, and Akron looking renewed here on the point. Perhaps the full form of being serious. Marist, you almost had it, but almost isn't good enough. Akron will move on to the semifinals tomorrow.
And it seemed like it was a slow start there. It took them a while to get chugging, but eventually they found the comp that worked for them. It was a valiant defense there for Marist. But Akron gonna get the sweep, 3-0 here, continuing forward in the bracket. I mean, and I'm excited to see this team moving forward. I mean, hopefully from here on out, because this was close. I mean, honestly, they could have lost this map. And I feel like their hubris definitely took them down a couple steps.
Yeah, I mean, Akron, I think it's safe to say they weren't going full strength at the beginning in Anubis. They're definitely playing around a little bit, but it's funny how that shifts when all of a sudden you have 2 minutes left and you go, wait, it's Anubis, we can still lose. And Marist very, very close to making Akron pay for their hubris, but the final fight goes Akron's way. They close it out. Still a fun match overall, and credit to Marist for keeping Akron in check.
Definitely, and Marist, they had a good one for sure. It was just a tough matchup, really, from here, because Akron, they're just so flexible, and they're able to play a variety of comps. They have a lot of skill on this team. So Marist shouldn't be ashamed going out at this point, and Akron, like we said, moving forward, continuing that Midwestern school rivalry between them and Northwood. So I'm excited to see what they can do tomorrow, but we still do have one more game for today, and it's going to be an exciting one because it includes the team we've talked about so much, UC Irvine.
Yep, UC Irvine, one of the scariest programs around in their consistency, regardless of what rosters they put to the table. Definitely excited to see what they have in store for us here today in our final round of the day. But Avast, we are going to be taking a quick break. I'm going to take some time, reflect on how I could level up my gameplay with Legion by Lenovo. I think that's a good use of time, but we will be right back.
Says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
At a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one. They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the Kay Yao Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars, these are cookies!
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
A rogue virus, no jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookie for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Gosh, I am Ellie. Nice to meet you. I am also in North Carolina. Are you at Wake Forest right now?
I am. I'm staying right off campus.
Oh, awesome. I am from about an hour west of Winston-Salem. So cool to talk to someone local. I love that. So again, I'm just going to start kind of asking you a few questions about your program, about you, kind of what you do. So if there's anything that you want to fill in throughout, feel free to do so as well. And I'll drive the car, but I want you to jump into the driver's seat too, okay? So, first of all, I read, Josh, that you are a student at Wake Forest, correct?
Yes, I'm a senior at Wake right now.
So can you explain a little bit about how your esports program is run? I'm considering that it is student-led. I am under the opinion. So can you just kind of take that away and tell me how kind of your esports team is run?
Yeah, absolutely. So our program originally started more as a general gaming club, maybe about 7 or 8 years ago, I want to say, is when we were founded. And over time, as esports grew more and more into the mainstream, people kind of got that more of an interest, and it came from a gaming club to maybe we're going to do watch parties, and then eventually like, hey, we have enough interest, let's start competing in these collegiate leagues. And so as it's student run, there's a lot of autonomy and a lot of freedom. So if there's a game that people are no longer interested in, then we don't field a team that semester. And if there's a new game that comes out or we see interest, even if it's middle of the semester, we'll start like trying to support our students and try to see if we can help them join a league or even just create a team and start practicing on their own.
So if I were to ask you what you consider your level of play, would you say that you're a varsity sport, a club sport?
Yeah, I say like officially, we are officially a club sport, but we consider ourselves like the varsity sport of Wake Forest esports. We are, if anyone has any interest in esports or wants to compete on any level, we try to facilitate that to the best we can.
I'm aware that some schools actually do operate more of that varsity level. They have kind of the same perks as a varsity athlete would. I know that Wake Forest is a Division I school. Do you see your program growing into that space, or what is your vision for the team?
Yeah, I think that's, I feel like if you ask almost any esports program, like that's what they always want to end up in. They want to be as like all that support from the school. And I think we're slowly getting there. I think, when I first joined the club, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we had no support. It was just us. And I think that's changed this year. We've officially kind of partnered with Campus Rec a lot more, and we're getting a lot of support from them. And I think, I see us trending in that direction.
So mentioning Campus Rec, just a little bit more of your structure. So funding wise, do you get funding from the athletic department? Is it donor funded?
We get all our funding comes directly from like Wake Forest clubs. So we have to budget a year in advance for both semesters of just what we think we'll need. And most of that is we don't need a lot of budget, but with Campus Rec, we can sometimes get discretionary funding for specific events. So just a couple of weeks ago, we had a watch party on our quad of our Wake Forest Rocket League team against Elon. So we had a big screen setup, and we had snacks and food, and so we set that up on the quad. So stuff like that we can do a little more when we have the support of the school, but the rest of it's just through normal club funding.
So I'm interested, as an Elon alum, how did that tournament go?
Fortunately for me and unfortunately for you, Wake Forest did end up winning the match.
So explain a little bit how that setup worked. How was the tournament set up, and what's viewership? Obviously outside, that's a plus.
So this semester, and actually last semester as well, all the ACC schools kind of banded together to make a student-run tournament, and this has kind of been part of that event. It's been called the Atlantic Coast Esports, and it's been really fun. Having it be student-run, there's a lot of room for innovation and opportunity. And so for this event specifically, we actually had pre-recorded and cut down the VOD of the game, so it fit like a much more succinct time frame. And originally, we were actually going to show it at halftime of one of the basketball games, but that ended up falling through. So we just pushed it back a little bit, and we decided to do a little watch party in the quad so everyone could come and go.
I love that idea. What a way to integrate esports into traditional sports space. Yeah. And I'm glad that Wake Forest was open to doing that. So hopefully next year. Can you tell me a little bit more about your team? Like, how many players do you have? What is the demographic?
Yeah, so we've had unbelievable growth, and just I think partially because of the pandemic, and partially because I think this next generation of kids that are just coming to college are much more familiar and comfortable with gaming and esports. Mm-hmm. So I'd say we have about 250 members right now. I don't have a great idea of the demographics. I would say it's probably 30% female, 70% male, which I think has changed a lot in the past years, which I'm really happy about, because it used to really be 20 people and it was 19 guys. So I'm glad to see we've grown absolutely. And also in terms of demographics. So it's been a lot of crazy growth over the last 18 months.
So you're technically the president of the esports team at Wake Forest. What is kind of your role as president?
Yeah, I think it varies day to day. Sometimes it's very minute. Like I'm working with individual players and trying to see what they need. And sometimes it's much more big picture. Like I'm working with Campus Rec or the library to set up these events and see. And a lot of that time they'll give us the space and we have to do the rest. So we did right before the pandemic shut down everything last spring, we were doing a Smash event in our library where we had to break in all the monitors ourselves, all the consoles ourselves. I had to buy a HDMI splitter, so all the production. So, we get some support, but a lot of it is just like, what do we need and how can I help facilitate that within our club?
So you're really driving the ship. Would you consider yourself the coach?
No, I would say I take a little bit hands off on that. I know my boundaries, and we have people who are coaches who have played and maybe don't want to compete, but they still want to help out the team. And then we also have some people that I would say are really great managers who like help schedule and help. They help me a lot because a lot of the scheduling stuff can sometimes get a little crazy with all these different organizers and teams. And we have some unbelievable managers that really help, take control and schedule everything perfectly.
So you have students that come in like yourself and that decide they want to coach and they decide that they want to manage. And you kind of assign these roles and everyone works together just the same as a traditional sports team.
Yeah. And I think one of the things I found amazing and I didn't expect is some people just kind of slot into these roles naturally. Like I wish I could say that I was handpicking them and doing this, but a lot of them, they said, hey, like, I want to do this. I've already been doing this without telling anyone. Can I be an official manager? I'm like, yeah, of course. Like we want to help people, they have these natural skills and we want to help facilitate that in the best we can.
How many games do you play and what would you say your strongest suit in those games are?
It changes week to week. I would say like whenever we have, like I said, when interest comes and goes, we have to adapt. I would say right now we probably have 7 competitive teams, but I would say the one that best suits Wake Forest esports is actually Smash, and not because we're super great at it, but I think it kind of reflects how we are more of a community than a competitive team. I think that's like something we do like bi-weekly tournaments, and that's before the pandemic. That's the most common in-person event we had, and it's a great way for people to meet each other. So I think that's kind of when I think of like Wake Forest esports, I think of Smash and our Smash tournaments and how we all get together for them.
So would you say that your team is more competitive, or would you say that the club is more of a social event?
Yeah, I think it has a bit of a hybrid. I think we try to be competitive, and we are competitive in things like Rocket League and Valorant. But I think we also want to cater to this growing, more social gaming. And I think we kind of can have this bit of a mix. And I think Smash, like I say, is like the perfect mix of competitive and casual that really caters itself to our community.
Can you describe to me a little bit more about like, how do you prepare for competition? You mentioned this competition with Elon, and that this is a social aspect too, but you obviously want to win, like the goal is to win. So how do you prepare for a competition?
Yeah, I think, depending on the game and the level of skill in the tournament, I think a lot of times it's about mental preparation. I think, our players play, you can't make them play more or less. We have classes. So a lot of the time that amount of practice is fixed already. I think a lot of times it's more just like, studying your opponent, figuring out what the structure of the tournament, and be able to like allot your time correctly so that you're not feeling rushed or ill-prepared the day of. And I think, that's something I feel like goes a little unnoticed in most campus esports, is that the mental aspect is huge for all our players.
Can you expand on that a little bit more? You said to know your opponent. How do you know your opponent when it comes to esports?
Yeah, so I think sometimes it's as simple as watching videos of their past games, similar to, traditional sport, watching film, trying to see for certain games how they play, how you can counter that, what to expect so that, you're not going in blind when you enter the server.
And you said mental health and being so important to esports players. How would you say that you kind of balance the physical and mental health aspect of your team?
Yeah, I think it's definitely become harder in the coronavirus age. I think it's a lot harder to get that in-person interaction, be able to like gauge how someone's doing mentally. And I think that's why we still do these bi-weekly Smash forums. I think that's probably the best way and best time that we get to really get a feel of how our players are doing more on a personal level and gauge how they're doing. I think that's probably the best way we have of judging how a person's mental state is and see how we can help. I think reaching out and trying to, as best you can, have open communication with everyone in the club has been really great. And I think sometimes people game for competitive, and sometimes the game is a stress reliever, and being able to tell and be able to help people understand, like, hey, I think you're burning yourself out a bit. Maybe like take a break for a week or two, and seeing how best we can help facilitate their mental health is something we try to do as best we can.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing with 250 members, that's quite a task, right?
Yeah, I think it gets hard. It gets harder when it's someone who's not on the competitive team. When it's someone who's just a member of the club who's gaming and helping out, I think it's a lot harder to kind of reach them, and because you're not talking to them as often. So I think that's something we definitely struggle with, but we're trying to improve every day.
So is the goal, would you say, to expand? Do you want more and more members, or would you like to see it kind of honed down to a specialized, more varsity sport?
Yeah, I think honestly, I'd like to see it expand. As much as I want it to be an elite, Division I varsity sport, I think I also have loved seeing just all these new people come in and interact and be able to show up to these watch parties and learn more about esports. And I think that's kind of the goal that I see for the club is, yes, we're competitive, but we're also more informational as well. Like, there are people who have joined the club and knew something about gaming, but nothing about esports, and they've left being some huge esports fanatics. And I think that's the success of the club.
So do most people in your club, the demographic, do they want to continue on in esports, or what is the goal? Is this more of like a hobby?
I think for some of them, they want to see, this is the chance they have to compete. A lot of people, maybe didn't have the time in high school or the opportunity to join a team. And now this is the time that they can see, how good am I? And they get to have that competitive team experience that I think college offers for all sports. And for some people that, maybe that does end up being a full-time profession. Some of them, some of them have done this and they say, okay, I'm not going to be a player, but I really love the competitive nature of esports and I want to work in it and a different position full-time. So I think being able to help facilitate that and see, like, can I make this a career is definitely part of the path people take.
From the competitive nature, I want to talk more about CENC and kind of how you're preparing for that. And what are you most excited about your team participating in this big tournament?
I think, in terms of preparation, it's almost the same. Like you said, it's got all about studying your opponents and learning the structure and allotting the time. So, it's happening towards the end of April, beginning of May. So we have to figure out, when do we start our preparations? You don't want to start too early and burn out. You want to peak right at the time of the tournament. So I think, and in terms of what we're excited for, I think excited to play different opponents. We play a lot of the ACC teams all the time, but being able to play different opponents and get new faces and meet new people, I think is always the most exciting part for me, at least, of a new tournament and new schools we're playing with.
Who would you say, when you play ACC schools, who is your biggest competitor?
That's a good question. I think, obviously, I feel like we have some rival with all ACC schools, just because I think it's just built-in rivalry. And I think that's something I didn't expect in esports to transfer as well from traditional sports. I would say, we play, I think, Elon as terms of just our closest geographic rival, but teams like Clemson and FSU, obviously, we play a lot and we have some back and forth with.
That's awesome to hear. Is there a specific, you said, I loved what you said about peaking. You don't want to burn out your players too soon. You want them to be fresh and ready to go for the tournament. Is there a specific strategy that you're using, anything different for this tournament that you would others?
Yeah, I think something we're keeping in mind is that it's coming up towards the end of the semester. So depending on the class and the year the student's in, you could either have a lot more work or a lot less work. So being able to take into account each individual student's schedule up until that tournament and seeing how best we can fit our practice schedule to that is something we have to take in mind more now than in the past.
Absolutely. So can you break down, you mentioned that you can't make a player play any more, any less, but you obviously want them to be at their best. So can you walk me through like what you think an average day in the life of one of your players is during a season?
Yeah, I think it depends so much on the game and the schedule of what tournaments we're in, because we have, for our Rocket League team, they're in 3 different leagues, and they obviously have to play a lot more competitive matches versus our Valorant team is not nearly in as much. So I think a lot of it is, like any Wake Forest student, most of your day is going to be class and classwork. Whether we like it or not, we can't change that. And then I think mostly on Fridays and the weekends is where we get a lot of our competitive game time in. So when we want to do practice, it usually happens evenings and nights of the weeks. And sometimes that works out. And sometimes we have to change our practice schedule, and sometimes we get to keep a very rigid one. But unfortunately, the nature of collegiate esports is being able to adapt on the fly all the time.
So walk me through, you said your practice schedule. So do you have, like, on a week-to-week basis? How often do you meet and how often do you practice?
Yeah, I think for some of our esports teams, some of our teams, it's 3 times a week, and sometimes that's practices with other or scrimmages with other teams, and sometimes that's more just general practice with our teams. And so for some other teams, maybe they meet once a week, and the rest of the week they just play on their own and they practice on their own time. So, like I said, it's very fluid.
So not a lot of structure. You're more coordinating how to make this team work and put all the puzzle pieces together and get support, right?
Yeah, and I think each individual student, each individual team has its own needs and has their own likes. So some teams really like that structure and they want to have these practice times. And some other ones are like, you know what, I'll see when I have time this week, and we'll work with them that way.
So talking about how your team is set up and structured, what would you say is like the biggest strength of having this more club level with all of these participants, and the biggest weakness of having that as well?
Yeah, I think the biggest strength is the innovation and the excitement of the students, because we feed off our members just as much as they feed off what we can provide them. So if tomorrow we had 17 people say, we want to play this competitive, this esport that we're not currently, this game we're not playing, we will make that happen. I think in a more structured setting, you don't really have that flexibility. But on the other side, the lack of the structure means that we don't have a lot of funding. We don't have a lot of support from the school. So one thing that we've, I think, been trending towards, and I know almost everyone in the club has always said this is the end goal of what we want this club to become, is we want to have a dedicated space where we can practice and meet during times where there isn't a pandemic. And I think that's something, you can't do without support from the school and support from the athletic department and campus rec.
So in a perfect ideal world, you graduate and you leave esports in the hands of great people behind you, right? So what would be your ask to Wake Forest to make that happen?
And I think one thing I've seen in the past couple of years of being on this club is that I've seen people from Wake Forest administration take esports more seriously. And I guess my ask would be, is that just for that to continue, not, dive in full steam ahead without doing the research. But I think 4 years ago, I don't think they gave it a second thought. And now I think we're turning heads a little bit more and more every semester. And I just hope for that trend to continue when I'm gone.
That's a great legacy. So if there's anything that you wish to tell me or anyone else about your program, your team, what would it be?
Just that we're here. I think 4 years ago, like I said, we were not known. And when I joined this, when I came on campus, I didn't know we had an esports club. And I thought that was kind of a big problem. I think, we've done a great job of growing. And I think, if people are looking at Wake Forest and they like gaming, they're wondering, am I going to be the lone gamer on Wake Forest campus? I'm going to say that's not true. We have so many people and we're growing every semester. So I think our club has become in a great spot and we're trending in a great direction.
So if I were to tell you, like, in 3 years from now, your program would be recruiting athletes to come and would give them a scholarship just the same as they would a traditional athlete, what is your reaction to that?
I'd be ecstatic. I think that I'd be shocked on some level, because I remember where we were in 2018 and 2019 and how little support and how little the administration seemed to care about us. But I'd be so happy for the people that have made this happen along the way. So I think that's what everyone wants to see in the future.
Just to expand. That's great to know. I think it's such an interesting, like you said, even what I've learned in the past year to 2 years, when I remember when I was at Elon and the esports club was kind of invented or created. And then at that point, it's like, wait, what even is esports? I've played video games growing up, but like, what does that mean? And what are these teams and how do you practice and all of this stuff? I guess my final question is, when you kept mentioning if they come up with a new game that they want to play, then you're going to add it. But when it comes to the competitive stance, like for our tournament, for CENC, there's not going to be every game. So how would you prepare for that? Like, how do you rein that in and say, okay, we have to focus on this. I know you like to play these other games, but we need to play Rocket League because that's what we're going to be competitive in.
Yeah, I think that's something we definitely have struggled with in past years when we didn't have as many members, is if you had just enough players for team and 2 of them graduated and you don't get 2 new people in that are interested in, do you force someone to play this game? And I think in the past, we've had to withdraw from tournaments and leagues because we haven't had the support or the engagement from our students. And I think now that we have as many members as we do, I don't see us running into that problem as much. But, it's something we definitely think about, and we don't want to force anyone to play a game, especially competitively, that they're not interested in or they don't enjoy. So I think that's something that the lack of structure does kind of come back to bite us at the end, is that we don't have people specifically in this club for specific games, and people transition all the time. So, we're flexible, and that's great, but we're also flexible, and that can sometimes be a little bit messy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think that is all that I have. You've given me a ton of information, and we appreciate your time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg Adler. I am the head coach of esports at the University of Texas at Dallas. Our program is located in Dallas, Texas, and we have been a varsity program for 3 years now. We are very excited to be the #1 seed in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Our school has been competing at a high level in multiple games this semester, in particular Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And we are extremely confident that we have the potential to reach first in the CENC this weekend. Our team as a whole has been competing at a very high level for a long time, and we feel like we can definitely take home the championship this weekend. Our team as a whole has been competing in a lot of events for a long time, and specifically our Super Smash team has just had a lot of national notoriety. They've had opportunities to travel to MomoCon in Atlanta, as well as Shine in Massachusetts. In 2019, they took home first place in the Collegiate Star League offline event, as well as in the 2020 and 21 Collegiate Star League events as well. So definitely have a super high-ranked team, and really looking forward to kind of showing that on the national stage this weekend. Our teams are very lucky that they get to compete in the esports room we have on our campus. It's right in our student union building, houses about 25 PCs. Really great for our community as a whole as well. We definitely are able to have lucky to have a great space on campus for our teams to compete in. Our program as a whole features a lot of competitiveness, but we also focus a lot on our community and our academic building. We have a lot of opportunities for students to get involved. We host weekly events, as well as competitions and tournaments, as well as we have a content creation team of about 150 students now that really reaches all throughout our campus. And we really pride ourselves on being a multifaceted program that really just creates the most opportunities for our students to be successful and to be part of esports. A couple of rivalries we're looking forward to this weekend. First off, University of Illinois, a team we've played against already multiple times this season. We played against them in the online Collegiate Star League event, as well as the Collegiate Smash Circuit. Overall, just a really strong team, have a good foundation working there, all student ran, so they do a great job, and just a really solid all-around team. And then secondly is Michigan State, another all-student ran team, but have a lot of ranked players in their state on the team. Just an all-around extremely talented group of individuals that really work hard. And I know it's going to be some great competition between them for sure.
You are the head coach of the UC Irvine Esports Club, correct?
Yes. So we're not just a club; we're an entire varsity program. I'm the head coach for our Overwatch team, and been there for about 3 years now.
Well, that was what I was getting to. So you are an actual varsity level sport. So can you explain a little bit about what that means at Irvine?
Sure. Yeah. So for more kind of context on our program, UCI is the first public university to have like a full varsity program at our school that supports esports. And what that means is we have entire staff dedicated to and around supporting our esport athletes in our competitive titles. So that would be League of Legends and Overwatch. It means our players get scholarship money. We obviously have coaches. That's me and a few of my other comrades and compatriots. We have physical health trainers. We have sports psychologists on staff. Our player support coordinators. We have like a running broadcast team. So all the bells and whistles go into making the entire team run and keeping our teams competitive.
So you say you're a varsity sport and you're supported with physical and psychologists and these health coaches. What does that mean to be a varsity sport?
Yeah, so the definition of varsity, at least in esports, is still, I think, evolving. For a lot of the tournament organizers and official developers in the titles we play, to get that varsity status, you have to clear kind of like a criterion. So they will look to make sure that the students are getting financial aid, to make sure that beyond a club, you have a community, but you have these dedicated varsity players are supplied the things that you have mentioned. They want to see that your support staffs are robust and that they get the benefits that like you might see out of a traditional sports league, like your basketballs, your soccers, your footballs. We are missing a couple of things that they might have, like say priority enrollment, but we're still working on it and actively campaigning and working with administration. Our program looks to get better and better as Trailblazers every single day. Even right now, we are currently holding a referendum at the university where the students can choose to self-tax themselves if they want. No one's excited about student fees, but if they actually do agree, then they can each quarter they send like $5 towards the esports program, and our campus has 30,000 students, so that'd be like a big boost to the program as a whole.
That's amazing. So when you're saying your staff, obviously if it's a varsity sport, then you were doing recruiting. So what does that look like?
So recruiting for us varies. We are actually quite fortunate being in California, the heart of esports, that we don't have to as aggressively fight for some of players to want to just come to our school. We are a fantastic public university. I'm sure there's a lot of public rankings out there. I don't know exactly where we sit, but we are kind of like in the gold zone. So yes, we have some players out there that are kind of around that we message and we reach out to. We talk to their parents. We ask if they're interested. But generally speaking, I'm keeping my eyes on the competitive ladder, on local and nearby combines. As like a player that was an aspiring professional myself and highly ranked, we are also kind of familiar with the people around. We see them in our games. Players talk, right? People talk, friends will talk. But we are very proud to say that almost all our players are kind of just like local athletes. They showed up, they want to come to the school for various other reasons. They happen to be pretty good at the game or great at the game, and we're here to elevate them and keep them competitive with even, semi-professionals or retired professionals that are moving from tier 1 leagues back to collegiate.
So often in traditional sports, when a school is renowned enough to be known for their sport, then a lot of players will come to them. So you're saying that that's more of what your structure like is people are coming to you wanting to play esports at UCI.
Sure, you can kind of say that. I don't want to be the guy that kind of like toots their own horn. But yeah, we are fortunate. We're aware we are fortunate, and that it's not like this everywhere. So yeah, like a part of me is proud of that, to say that people just want to come because of the program we've built and the institution that we're at. But yeah, it's part of the puzzle. I'd say it's probably close to like maybe 75% people just kind of show up at our door, and the other 25% are diamonds in the rough that we happen to find.
I want to go back to you saying that California is the hub for esports, that is the golden state, the golden zone for this sport. What do you mean by that?
So a lot of these big developing companies like Activision Blizzard or Riot Games are located like in California, like Irvine, like Blizzard's right in our backyard. We've been to their company, right? We've got to see tours and go around and meet the people that work there and run our events. So being so close to these big companies gives a lot of our students a solid path to networking, and the connections certainly help. They host like tons of events here and stuff like that to help build their portfolios and understandings of the scenes and get a foot in early. So when I say that California is kind of like the golden place for esports, it's where a lot of these games are grown. It's where they're made. And a lot of our students, almost all of them actually, are majoring in computer science. So they'll be the ones to make future projects or work on like the concurrent projects. And like the people that run the events happen to live here. They're also students or volunteers and or interns. Everything kind of starts here, and I think that does actually give us a little bit of leverage and a little bit of an advantage. A small one, not a giant one, but it's there.
I want to go back to talking about you. You said that you were a professional athlete in esports. So when did you start, and what made you want to continue working in esports?
Sure. Well, I am 26. I might not look it. I'm fortunate to look so young. But I'm actually located in Toronto, Ontario, not in Irvine. So I work remotely. I was hired on remotely. I do all my remote work remotely. But occasionally I do fly in. They fly me in to help with summer camps and onboarding and orientation. But 99% of the time, I'm on the East Coast where it's much colder. But I was a collegiate player myself for the University of Toronto, played there for a couple of years, and transitioning out of school, I've coached a few tier 1 teams. I've worked with the Florida Mayhem in the Overwatch League, the Boston Uprising, Team Canada for 2 years, 2018, 2019. So I've kind of been around. I've walked the path of a player. I've worked with people at every level, from college and grassroots clubs to kind of the semi-professional leagues and aspiring pro leagues, and the people that have like even made it all the way to the top, and how do they kind of play at the mountain peaks. So that's kind of where my experience is. That's my life path. I take all of that and I apply it at UCI.
So when you were hired, this is obviously pre-pandemic when everything wasn't virtual. So what does that look like as far as coaching goes? How do you coach virtually, and what does that mean to be the head coach?
Yeah, it's really funny because obviously working remotely, not a lot for me personally has changed. I've always kind of worked through a camera and a lens for the very large part of any academic year. But we have a system. We have techniques and ideals. And the big thing I focus on here is culture, player culture. We've seen teams of absolute superstars in both traditional sports and obviously in esports live and die by how well they get along, by how close they are, how much they trust each other. These bonds are surprisingly the most important thing at all. It doesn't matter like how well of a shot you are or how big of a brain you have, and if you just can't make it come together. So a big part of that is at the beginning of the year, I'll come in, we set the stage, we get the foundation set early, and over the course of the year, we work on our fundamentals, our team play, mechanical play, all our macro, all our micro. But that's secondary to us. Like through a camera, it might seem kind of odd that a coach can get across these things, but we're in a global age now. We're in a digital age now, and esports are the pinnacle of that. It's only ever getting bigger and better. So Mark, who's my boss, our director at UCI Esports, initially we went with physical coaches. He wanted to give kind of remote coaches a chance to see how they would work, and we've had good results so far, so that's why I'm still hired.
Well, that's good for you, and I guess for them as well. So as far as the other coaches go, are most people virtual, or are they in California?
Oh, wow. The vast majority of collegiate schools, actually, I believe, if they don't have like coaches at all, then they actually have like student coaches in person.
I'm meaning more about your program or the other
ours.
like leaders. Yes, yours.
Yeah. We are entirely remote. So all our coaches have people with credentials, have plenty of experience, either as prior professional players or have coached professional teams themselves. So my assistant coach, Michael Coons, he goes by The. He played on organizations like Counter Logic Gaming, Eminence, and he's been a pro. He's been around. For our League of Legends teams, we had the same deal. Our League of Legends coach, David Hermes, he's worked in the LCS for League of Legends, like coaching teams like TSM. So we've been around for a little bit.
But then you are very established. So the structure that your team currently has, being a varsity level, like what would you say is your program's biggest strength?
Our biggest strength, wouldn't you like to know? I think, again, it's kind of a cheesy answer, but it is the culture. It is the human aspect. I think people will often neglect that or forget that when you're playing esports. You know, you sit kids down at a mouse and keyboard, and you expect them to be better at, clicking or aim or whatever than the other guy. But we really focus on, again, making sure that the team has solid foundations of trust, a strong bond, an element that you can't be threatened by me if you're starting or if I'm a bench, because we're all in this together. That feeling is what drives us to be the best. It's why we're the best in the West Coast. It's why we're one of the best in all of North America, and I stand by that.
So you say that team bonding is so important. Does your team meet in person? I know you're coaching virtually, but are they meeting and playing together?
As of the moment, no, because of reasons, global reasons. But otherwise, yes, they'd all be shoulder to shoulder at school. We have managers that are at school and player support coordinators kind of being our eyes and ears in the facilities to make sure that they are centered and focused and on task. But it's surprising what like lunch would do for a team. I think like lunch is one of our biggest strengths as well. It's just like having that level of interpersonal relations and confidence that we've actually been lacking a little bit this year, given like COVID-19. But things are slowly moving towards a sense of normalcy, and we'll have lunch again soon.
Haven't we all been affected in some way, especially? Totally makes sense. So when you're talking about the physical and mental well-being of your players, especially in this virtual setting we've been in for the past year, and how does your school support these athletes physically and emotionally?
Yeah, so at UCI we have like an arena which players can come and go and use as they so need. So it gives them a place to kind of call their own on campus, where they can dial in and focus and practice even from not being in the comfort of their home. We have obviously, again, all the resources I talked about previously, like our physical trainers, our fitness trainers, our sports psychologists. Everyone around campus is rallying behind our esports teams. Like we it's a community space at that. So people come in, pay like a fee to use the resources, the computers we have for like an hour or two. We have events on weekends, and yeah, they haven't been able to do that as of recent, but it's a rallying point for the students there. I think there's a sense of pride in kind of our scores, our numbers, our rankings, and they cheer us on. That's a big part of our success. That school spirit, that sense of community. It's one of our guiding pillars, and it's definitely integral to why we compete, why we succeed, why we win.
So going to that competing and winning aspect, I want to talk some about CENC and what do you do differently to prepare for a competition like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's, for one, the stakes are higher. It's televised, so there'll be more eyes on us than we might expect. We try not to think about competitions too differently. We have a process. We stick to it. We're very regimented. So if I'm going to give like the complete brutal answer, then like probably not any different than we compete for anything else. We don't think of the CENC as something that's the end all be all. And on the other hand, we don't think this as a throwaway tournament. Our eyes are always glued to one thing, and that's winning. No matter if it's little leagues or major leagues, it is what it is. We're focused on us. We're focused on what we do and making it happen, making it reality.
I love that competitive mindset. So going with that, what are you most excited about competing in this tournament?
Yeah, I think it's to get more hours in, more repetition. Our team this year is is very green. We've got a couple of transfer in, and we actually just came out of a big rotating door and lost some of our big competitors from prior years. So this iteration of the team, this is their first year together, 2021, and we've just finished our placements in the official circuit for this year. We ended in the top 4. We're the #1 West Coast school out of the tournament, so that's a raging success for a building year, I would say. We're looking to make sure our players maintain their confidence, maintain their form going into this tournament. They had a little case of the nerves and anxieties last tournament where, we lost to the people that ended up being the champions in Maryville. So more exposures to loss, to forgiveness, to mistakes being an opportunity is a good thing. And we're here to kind of chalk up our hours and make a statement.
Who would you say is your biggest rival? You just mentioned your latest loss. I know that's hard, but who would you say overall is your greatest rival?
There are 4 schools I have in mind. I'm not entirely sure how many of them are competing in the CENC this time around, but I would say we have tremendous respect for the universities of Utah, Maryville, obviously, Harrisburg, and now Northwood. Utah being our kind of West Coast rivals. They've been the best schools on the West Coast outside of us for a long, long time. And now I know they're going through their own revolving door. So whether or not they can kind of compete with us this year or next year is remains to be seen. But we have tremendous respect for them. Northwood, who I do believe is competing, they are it's a superstar roster of players that play in contenders that have and still are competing at the highest level while attending school. So to not give them the respect would be, it'd be not doing our due diligence. So those are a couple of big names. But yeah, we can compete. We're here to hang.
That's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit of a demographic breakdown? How many players do you have on your varsity level?
Yeah.
And like gender-wise, what is the breakdown?
Sure. So Overwatch is a team that's composed of 6v6. So we have at minimum our 6 varsity players, but we also have 3 junior varsity players and or substitutes that we regularly incorporate in each of the primary roles: tank, DPS, and support. So we have kind of like an all-purpose backup or kind of understudy, if you want to call it that, rating in the wings. But the way me and Mike run things in our team is we regularly integrate them. They're in and out all the time to get more experience under the belt and build kind of a competitive rivalry, a healthy one between the starters, so they know that their spot isn't just given. It has to be earned every single day. So we have 9. League of Legends, for our team, I think they have a similar situation. They have 5 with maybe 2 or 3 subs that are kind of flexible. Again, just to make sure people don't rest on their laurels a little too much. But that's kind of the situation we're in.
Well, thank you so much for that breakdown. Is there anything else you would like for me to know about your team or your program?
Yeah, actually, I neglected the demographic question a little bit because it's kind of normal for us now. But I think we're one of the only teams, maybe the only team in this tournament. It's very rare to actually have a woman competing. Her name is Victoria Wynn. She's absolutely amazing. She in game she goes by Safrona, but she is she plays main support for our team. She's a starter. She's absolutely fantastic. Most teams don't have women competing at all, and it's a darn shame. Obviously, women go through a lot more than the men will. They have unique obstacles and challenges to just make a name for themselves, and Victoria has conquered a lot of those. She's earned a home here, and she's been absolutely fantastic. The rest of our team are a group of fantastic young men from all walks of life. We have 2 international students from China. The rest are born and raised Americans. So we have a good mix here, a good melting pot of personalities and players that have, shown through merit that they deserve to be here.
That's so exciting, and thank you for sharing that information as well. So we're excited to see your team at CENC. I have some exciting news for you. I'm going to announce your seed for the East Team's sponsor, So your seed for the E-Team sponsor division, you are ranked 1st in Overwatch.
Oh, first? First. I was not expecting first. That is a very pleasant surprise.
Really?
Yeah, I was not expecting first. It's been a while since we've been ranked.
Congratulations.
We're up there. We're like usually top 3, top 4 maybe. Yeah, wow, now there's expectations. So that makes me
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure.
right,
but
no pressure, right?
that
Gotta
is
perform.
that is your rank. So please share this with your team members. Of course, please don't share until our selection Saturday. But we are excited to see you.
It's a little bit of a wait, but we are back here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship, ready to finish out the day with a bang. It's going to be UC Irvine taking on the Golden Gophers. That's right, the University of Minnesota. I don't know if Goldie is watching, but I sure do hope of that.
That sounds kind of, I don't know, it just sounds malevolent almost, like Goldie is watching. I feel like it's not supposed to be so ominous, but it sounds extremely ominous when you put it like that. But that's just what it sounded like to me. But yes, we do have a final match for the day, UC Irvine versus Minnesota. And both these teams, I mean, obviously UC Irvine, they've been around a long time in the esports space for collegiate. And Minnesota, they've just been looking really, really strong.
Yeah, Minnesota definitely outperforming expectations, but going against UC Irvine, it's going to be tough. You know, as we talked about yesterday, definitely one of the more prestigious teams around in the collegiate space, a team known for putting together good teams, even as the roster may change year after year, as is the case in the collegiate scene. But I'm excited to see what comes of it. The games today have definitely been closer, Vast, as expected, as the tournament races to its conclusion.
It has. I mean, despite Akron trying their best to meme themselves to another map, it's going to be, it's still overall a very competitive day. I'm not expecting this last match to be any different. I mean, and we saw some good looks out of the teams here, and I was really impressed with UC Irvine in particular yesterday. So I'm imagining they're still going to be very strong here today, but it has to be close. I feel like it has to be way closer. This might actually be potentially the closest match of the night.
It very well could be. I'm definitely curious to see the Tracer side of things, where Minnesota's Tracer play, of course, last time we saw him play was above reproach. Really, really good. Going into that age-old adage of the fight's not over so long as the Tracer's still alive. But as we head into Oasis, this map certainly very conducive to giving flankers lots of room to work with.
For sure. I mean, and they're going to be playing. I mean, we saw Fade in particular just do so much here for UC Irvine on the hit scan in addition to that Tracer play from Danichi. So I mean, this UC Irvine squad, it's looking really strong. And we're going to be on Oasis, which they started out last night, and they looked incredible to begin with. So wondering if they're going to repeat their performance here.
Well, one thing that helped them repeat their performance is if they're using Legion by Lenovo. Lenovo Legion knows you play to win. To stand up for the competition, you need equipment that matches the speed of your thoughts and actions. The Legion Y25 monitor delivers wins in the toughest, most critical situations. The Legion Y25 monitor is available at Lenovo.com and other fine retailers.
So now we're going to be rolling out. Little TP action there from UCI to get them there a little bit faster. Danichi going to be going back to the Tracer. And Minnesota playing that comp. We saw them play so much yesterday here. We've seen it a lot already. It is that May McCree rush.
Yeah, I mean, it's very solid. City Center, also one of the maps where you want to get off to a good start is Mikey. Able to find Ago early on. The Gophers off to a good start, 6-on-5. Being up a main take is important, but as I say that, Danichi on the Tracer rolls around the side, finds Wags, and this is where Tracer can be so incredibly damaged. Oh, Danichi gets caught! And again, it's Mikey on the shutdown.
I mean, right now, UCI are really, really split. You see, here's some dive happening. They're going to get Corey, actually. That's a lot of heals down for Minnesota. And sure, the deback is going to occur, but this is great for UCI because Danichi is going to be coming back. Their heals are going to be very low, and UCI in a position to just poke and prod Minnesota to win.
Yeah, Minnesota now in the cleanup, and this is where things get difficult for UCI. Retaking on City Center is a pain, but they're well on the right spot. That was a remake kill. Diva v Diva remake. Oh boy. UCI back onto the point. Mikey gone, can't be the hero this time around. So it's a good start for Minnesota, but this point is going to be flipped.
So Minnesota, though, getting 30% on the board, or 28% really on the board already is great, even if they've lost that first fight here. So now Minnesota trying to get back in. There's going to be the window invested from Helljudge so aggressively here, and in the pulse too. Can they get anyone?
Right now they're trying. Minnesota able to withstand the assault in large part Immortality Field. Beat comes out just at the right time. UCI, though, hasn't lost anyone yet. Self-destruct being layered over and in, and it's the equalizer! Now both teams down to Reinhardt. PG1, though, desperately needs to get away. And if you're Irvine, though, you're okay with this. A back-and-forth fight when you have control, that's something you can work with.
Well, you're not as okay with that, though, because they are going to lose Cap God there. They were not capping when they were going for that. There's going to be the bomb from Khan out onto the point. Not going to find anyone just yet, but Minnesota in a pretty good spot here on the point.
They've gone back to the point, but this is what happens on CSR. UCI now just going to be flooding onto the point, trying to delay. Already one pick off on the Mikey. Danichi just going to look for anything here. You know, really just staying on the point is the point, and if you get eliminations, all the more better. Danichi going for the stick. Is the follow-through going to be there? Not quite. Fade. Deadeye to the side. Blizzard being used, and while this is going on, Navast, UCI still maintains control.
And they've committed the window and the beat to keep everyone up. This is great from UCI. They just had so much contest on the point, so much stagger. Minnesota, they've lost the fight over that ult, so they have to back on up, regroup. They're going to have window. They're trying desperately to keep Mikey up. They're going to do so. No stagger kill there, but this is incredible for UCI. 80% going up. The Shatter is going to be available there for Augo. Minnesota, they really want to make something happen here with this amplification matrix. But wait, Fade holding close. They're going to try to do Flash Shatter. It's coming.
Yep, this is a set play. Now looking for it. There it is. Oh, it's not in time!
It's timed. Oh, no.
Oh, the idea was there. The execution just a little bit off. It requires the most precise of timings. Now we'll see if Minnesota can take advantage. Back onto the point, and they get the flip!
Is tragic. I mean, they didn't even see that Fade was in the corner still, but it just wasn't executed fast enough. They weren't close enough to follow up. The flashbang was a little too late because they weren't close.
Yeah, just a little bit off. So, now pulse bomb in from Danichi, finds Mikey. As UCI, I'm just looking to maintain control. Minnesota at 54%, 55%. Long way to go from Cesar, but maintain control at least a little bit easier.
See, now they're trying to go on the side, set up the Shatter. They weren't able to find anyone just yet. I like the idea. The beat going to be invested there from Guku, all the same, along with that Amp Matrix. And we're going to see if this bomb finds anybody.
Oh, bomb goes to the back, finds the map. Minnesota, 73%. They get the kill onto the Rhine. Mikey, room to work with. Fans hammer right to the back of Diva. And Ian down a tank. Minnesota still, well, not a good spot anymore. UCI just coming in from the flank. What's been a very chaotic fight of Est.
And Fade making it back and testing the point out here. They have to be careful with PG1. Those little blaster damage doing a lot. Corey coming back here as the Moira. As PG1 is doing a lot of damage here with the little blaster. And Mech's up. They can get it. Oh, they're just going to go for the remake. Lame.
And this is just round one of Est. Still more to go. Minnesota still fighting to keep control of the point. PG1, though, off to the side. And Mikey again, this time, finds the Hammond. Minnesota, one player up. UCI cannot leave the point. Danichi, though, the equalizer. Mikey cannot continue with the heroics. Wags, pulse bomb up and over. UCI now with the advantage. They're dropping the beat. They look to end this here and now as Wags just tries to buy time, looks for any pickoff possible. This is City Center, and he almost gets a pick on the McCree. So close.
Oh, but the Immortality Field is going to be there from Helljudge. Fade standing resolute on the point, and UCI slowly but surely cleaning this up. It's been a long first round, 99-99, multiple OTs, but it's going to be okay.
Ooh, last little pick, and UCI takes round one, and Vast take the wheel for just one moment.
Guy still looking good. Still had a little bit to work on in terms of that focus fire. And we see here, this is the mech kill here in the replay powered by Barbasol. Coming on down on Khan. Gonna be smashing that Diva while they're waiting to get into the re-entry. So UCI up one round now over Minnesota. And something to remember here is that still a BO5. So we have lots of Overwatch left to go for these two teams, and lots of, even on this map itself on Oasis.
I've returned.
Welcome back. And you are just in time to see Danichi going to the sim for the fast roll. Oh, no, they're not going to use that this time. Just staying straight on the Tracer.
Not even. So Danichi going back over to the May. Pretty standard from both sides here. We'll see if Minnesota can rebound here on round 2.
You see Minnesota a little bit faster on the roll-up, but, you know, as I say that, though, UCI, they made it in turn. Roar getting locked out. Can they find him?
We'll have to see. UCI a little bit better positioning right now, trying to get Minnesota off the point. Minnesota had to use their lamp early, still not enough to save Khan. And down 1 early, if UCI totally healthy, makes this very tricky for Minnesota. Ago feeling empowered to just walk in, swing the hammer, and this is decisive for UCI.
And this is just the power of the May. I mean, right there, they try to take the fight on the high ground, but May is always going to win that. They had 2 really good walls during that fight. And now UCI, they get first flip. They already have the shatter. Wait, are they going to do the boost for the McCree and put them up on the lip? No, they're just going to hold close. They're not going to do the striker boost. So no striker boost, but they are holding Fade close to set up that flash shatter. And that's really what they're looking for.
I love how Striker has just claimed, oh, the shatter! Ago, well set up by the flashbang. Goodbye and good night.
Woo. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, no other way around it. That's very, very good. Fight 1 with just 1 ult, building the rest of there, and we see here in the replay.
From Barbasol, yeah, we had to see another one immediately. Quick, dirty, effective. Woo. Gotta love it.
So now about to be 50% for UCI here as Minnesota approach the point. Still not a lot of ults available for them just yet.
Not quite, but early pickoff on the Mikey as UCI starts gaining more and more momentum. Deadeye over the top, still pressure on the Minnesota. They lose Roar, and again, it's back to the drawing board. And Minnesota running out of opportunities here, Vast, could quickly be approaching the final fight.
Are playing this so well. They drop that amplification matrix on the ground there, and Danishi just falls behind them and freezes like 3 people. And so, and you can't really make much use of the window there if you're gonna have the May on top of you.
Minnesota, and out about 75%. This is really the last good fight they're going to get, and in a way, you got to look at Roar. Can Roar find a decent shatter here? Ago tried to take the opportunity away. No, the bomb in the back of Vast gets 2. UCI just a better engage, and that might be it.
I think you may be correct, because 92%, Mikey swapping to the Tracer, Guku's still alive to potentially get the touch. So there is touch possible here, but Minnesota, they don't really have any ults, especially if Guku goes down. There won't be a beat to keep anyone alive. Trying their best. They're on the stagger. Danichi also still holding on to the May ult to finish off, and I think this is going to be the map for UCI.
Yeah, Minnesota just lost 2 of their most important players for keeping in contest, and obviously down in power, just hoping for a miracle pick to snowball, but I gotta tell you, it's unlikely to happen, especially once you're as entrenched as UCI is right now. They take map 1 away from Minnesota, but hey, you go back to round 1, Minnesota definitely showing some heart, just a little bit unsettled as they got into round 2 on the Gardens.
And I really feel like this just came down to the May pick early for the first fight. They had the May to take that high ground fight initially. And once you're set up, you're in such a good spot. And this is just, I mean, good setup, good coordination here. And then once they have those 2 plays, you're kind of set for a while.
Yep. I love how the perspective of that changes from a observer into the play of the game, where observer, we saw it as red, and then play the game. It's like, no. It was blue the entire time.
Just some little magic, little observing magic there. But UCI rolling out strong. I feel like it's still anyone's match. I didn't feel like UCI, they're firmly in control for Garden, sure. But in return, City Center was hotly contested. And Minnesota, they have a lot to show. We saw this team perform yesterday. They looked very strong on the rush. And I think there are definitely there's going to be some moments here for them to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, I think Minnesota is keeping this competitive for sure. It's just the issue is that UCI is a very, very tough opponent, and Minnesota is just simply going to have to play at the highest heights we saw from them in round 1 all series long to keep this close and competitive. UCI not necessarily having an easy time, but they are up 1 map, and now we get to see if Minnesota has anything left to bounce back with.
And really, they have to be worried still because of the fact that as they move on, UCI, if they can put Fade in great positions as a phenomenal hit scan player, really longer range maps are not necessarily going to favor them either. I mean, they're just trying to make their strat work here for Minnesota, because we didn't see a lot of reads on them on anything other than Rush, if I remember properly. So I don't really know where they're going to stack up in terms of the double bubble or the full dive or even the double shield. And while UCI seems like they already have a lot of flexibility in their comp. So Minnesota looking for the magic number of sorts. in terms of finding the right map for them.
I do think with longer range hit scan, Mikey actually looked pretty competitive at points where it was a really good showing. Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of this is based off City Center, right? Because Gardens, it just felt like a positional tank win more than anything else. But when it did get down to DPS v DPS, Minnesota was not as outclassed as you might have thought heading into this. So I do think there's potential there. I do want to see what Mikey will be able to do, and if it does end up in something like Widow v Widow, if we play something like Jokertown, you know, we'll see. I don't think that is necessarily something that Minnesota will end up entirely outclassed on. I think that positioning with the tanks and, you know, certainly a little bit of a May difference that we saw in the last round come to mind a little bit before that for me.
100%. I mean, that's fair, but I feel like UCI still, and you know, we talked about the long range hit scan difference. Next map is going to be Gibraltar. Next map is going to be Gibraltar, and that is a map where you can see a lot of long range hit scan difference. So especially on the McCree, which is so favorable right now in the meta. So I kind of feel like we'll get our answer very soon.
Yeah, so Gibraltar, it's a very good litmus test, especially if you get all the way to point C, where, you know, even at the Overwatch League level, right, that's where teams are going, all right, we're going to drop a Widow in there. You see the Fusion do it for sure. It's Carpe, who doesn't play Widow a whole lot now. He's like, oh, we're on the last stage Gibraltar. Of course we're going to go Widow. So definitely will be a chance for either of the two teams to flex their chops there.
100%. And this is a chance for Minnesota to potentially change up how they have been playing, because I feel like I don't remember them seeing play in a lot of comps other than the Rush currently. And Gibraltar, it's hard to get a lot of value out of Rush realistically, unless teams are just letting themselves get rushed at if they're standing still, being static, because there's so many high ground differentials and so many sight lines you can back away from.
I love the way you phrase that. It's hard to get value out of Rush unless you let yourself get rushed. It's very philosophical at that point.
It's true, right? I mean, it's true. I mean, it's very hard to get rushed unless you just stand still.
You can only be defeated if you accept the defeat yourself, or something along those lines. I don't know. It's a old proverb. Who knows? But Gibraltar is where we are heading. And you know what? Gibraltar, every now and then you have some secrets in what team comps are going to be run. But you know what else has a little bit of secrets? Reveal Suits. Reveal Suits, the official suit provider of the Collegiate Esports National Championship, designs officially licensed custom suits and blazers for both men and women, revealing your college or favorite team pride. Visit www.revealsuits.com. Reveal Suits, where passion meets fashion.
Like the Gopher. You could reveal your team pride and have the Gopher there.
You just open up your blazer and there's Goldie right there.
Waiting.
Goldie. Goldie. It's just Goldie just watches some dystopian figure. God, why do you have to do this to my school's mascot? Unbelievable, man.
It's always really funny to me. So UCI now going to be on the defense first, having Fade on the Widow, not too unexpected, and Double Bubble. And Minnesota, on the other hand, that is, I mean, are they playing Halt Hook here? A seldom seen pulled pork?
Yeah, gone back in time a little bit. At one point used to be pretty common in Overwatch, not so common nowadays. After some nerfs came down to both Roadhog and Orisa both. Minnesota, though, for now, just looking for consistent progress. At the point, the problem is that Tracer v Tracer, Danichi gonna strike first, and UCI now options with how to dive in with that man advantage.
UCI still just gonna be pestering them. Danichi rotating around the flank already off that early Tracer 1v1 victory. Gonna meet them on the stairs. In Minnesota, I mean, they need some value out of this halt, because right now the Tracer's the one moving the cart, but the longer this fight drags on, the better it is for UCI, simply because they're gonna get so much more value out of the poke.
And interesting here, it's Wags on the Widow, not Mikey, even though Mikey was one on the single shot hit scan prior. And Fade is definitely making the Widow work. Got Wags out of the fight, now can just snipe without any fear in the world, and UCI in really big control here at an early part of Gibraltar.
They do need to stop the point, though. I mean, the cart's been moving quite a distance, honestly. They've already gone through the archway.
Oh! That
was
brutal.
A sleeping target. Was a sleeping target, though.
It was, but it was more just the visceral nature of that. That just... Ooh.
It did feel visceral, I agree. As Minnesota, they're sneaking their way back up. The hook, not going to land for Khan, as now they're trying to take this high ground. But UCI not going to let them get it here for free. I would not be surprised to see, they've already gotten a pick. So, I mean, I was about to say maybe they invest the nano, but they don't have to invest anything, really, especially since PG1 is really high energy.
Yeah, Minnesota's, the Bionade's so big. 3 members of Minnesota, super low. Lucky not to lose Roar. I mean, Laughter, but okay. Opportunities been found. Danichi sleeping.
They nailed him! Oh my goodness, they still got him.
Woo! Okay, so Danichi out of the fight, but Ago could use Primal Rage. More disruption. Okay, goodbye. The whole hog just hard to struggle against that.
To be fair, I'll take that trade there because they got some ults out of Minnesota and they bought some more time. They're still holding on to the grab. The real problem here is that PG1 is gone. PG1 played a little too close and got burned by the fire.
Mikey, meanwhile, I feel like Mikey has been stuck just pushing the cart the entire time. It's like, I'm Tracer, I want to go fight. No, you push the payload.
What is your purpose?
I
push the payload. Oh, great hauled hook already. Hell Judge going down, and they're going to get pulsed on Ago. So that's first out of the way. Minnesota, they made this comp work excellently. I feel like they played a little too aggressive here for UCI when they should have been resetting, which is a big issue. But overall, Minnesota played this very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for UCI because not only do they lose the potential of the first point hold, but now Minnesota, the way this broke down, they're going to be able to take a lot of positioning here on point B, prevent UCI from getting, that very advantageous chokehold. But of course, it's going to be up to Minnesota to win the next fight to maintain that position.
Okay, throwing the flashbang there just to greet the enemy, just to greet the team. PG1's looking to set up this grab. They do have the nano available for Corey to keep someone up in this. I mean, they have 2 beefy tanks as well as the ante goes out, and UCI still looking to set this up.
Graviton used.
Well, they're not going to get anything off that.
Yeah, that unfortunately wasn't the best angle for it. And meanwhile, Wags able to punish Ago. 5v5, Minnesota down to Nana. But being down to main tank's pretty rough too. Danichi though, ooh, just finds Brigadier in the back. Both teams trading out evenly, and fade. Lots of room to work with here, Vest. This is where Widow can be so deadly.
And now UCI, just as importantly, can also set up on top of the ship here. PG1 still very, very high energy. He's 50% to another grab already. And in Minnesota, this is where the struggle bus might start running. Because they've swapped Roar over to the Winston. Are they really going to keep Khan on Roadhog here? Play some Winston Hog versus this.
Yeah, and I mean, it can't be because of the ultimate, because I don't think A team goes, we can't waste the whole hog. I think that, as an ultimate, it's generally seen as a bonus if anything, one of the lowest valued ults in the game. I guess they just like it as a comp, but it is very unconventional.
See, now they're walking on in. The Nano going to be invested, trying to keep the Brigida of Guku alive and the rally. Here comes the dive, but just going to be booped on up, and UCI still can take the fight with the cart.
They invested around, okay, they got Fade. Now 5-on-5, even though they lost the Tracer earlier. Tracer will be back soon, but they got to protect Wags. Wags got slept over to the corner. You don't want to lose your McCree this early in the fight. All right, Wags is back up. Mikey, Pulse Bomb, holding on to it. Graviton in and Mikey nowhere to go. Walked into it at the end. PG1 with 2, and that's a big grab for UCI.
And PG1 staying alive that whole fight. So important there where PG1 got put off the cart, but they were able to contest it long of the Nano, and PG1 could come back in. This Danichi just cleaning up these frags alongside Ago. And Minnesota still, now they're going to make the swap from Khan going to the Zarya now, so the double bubble in return for Minnesota. But they have to walk into this really strong position for UCI, and UCI, they're going to have great ults.
All right, Deadeye, I'm not entirely sure where.
Okay. Is Wags going to be swapping? Because they didn't even peak with that.
Yeah, it's high. He was just announcing the time. It's actually just high noon. Doesn't have to be
what an ante
attached to it.
Didn't even have to drop the pulse here. They were waiting for the dive, but they just hit another ante from Hell Judge. So many big antes.
Yeah, it's been multiple times where you look at the Minnesota team and it's just purple across most of the members. And now I've asked 40 seconds left remaining. Not much time at all. UCI in a fantastic spot. Now, Minnesota, I think right now you look at Mikey and you go, can you get some sort of miracle pulse stick?
Oh my goodness.
No! Roar just gets deleted as the opposite of what Minnesota needed in this situation.
Fade gonna take down Guku here as well, so they need to back up. They don't want to get staggered too hard as Ago is committed to Primal. God and Wags probably gonna back up here very soon, just build up that Nano. Nano Visor will be up. And honestly, we look at the next fight, ZP, it's on Roar to stop this. Roar is going to have to use his Primal to stop a lot of the value here because they don't have a Diva. They have no way to eat a lot of the damage.
Danichi over the back, Pulse Bomb. Oh, they don't get to the point.
Okay, that's another option.
Yep.
That is another option there. Minnesota had a couple options, several different doors to walk through, and they chose the door that did not touch the point. As we see here, this is one of the last fights on second. This is Danichi just cleaning up everyone here in this replay powered by Barbasol. Just good dive, good focus.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want for your Tracer in those situations. Sometimes you think about the flashy kills, but also when you have an advantage, move forward, one clip after another, finish out the team fight cleanly. And speaking of clean, UCI now has a very clear road to victory, whereas Minnesota, I mean, you know, they really have to consider running something here at Vast that will stop UCI on point A. I don't think they want this to go to point B. If it does, it's incredibly unlikely that they're going to be able to win.
We'll never say never, because point B is a very strong point to hold, but I do agree, obviously, first hold's always better here. As Minnesota looking like they're going to pull out here on that Orisa Roadhog again, and this time they're going to put Goku on the Zen, so a lot of shred damage here for Minnesota, because they have the damage boost from Mikey, they have the Discord from Goku, and they even have the Torb to deal with some flankers.
Well, I do like this a lot better on the defense of Minnesota. I think making the Orisa Hog work on offense is difficult at best sometimes, but running it on the defense, even though it hasn't been as much seen recently, I think this is something that could still pose some issues to UCI, especially if they don't have a whole lot of experience dealing with it.
Okay, so the TP to the high ground here. UCI just trying to set up Fade, and they see the bunker established on the high ground, proud and strong. Now they're just going to be trading some fire. And for UCI, I mean, they just need to pressure the point. There's not a lot of cart contests for Minnesota. They should realistically just be jungle contesting high ground and contesting the point here. Because Minnesota, they don't have any mobile heroes. They don't have a lot of options to move between the two.
Yeah, ooh, early hook from Khan takes down Danichi, and yeah, I fully agreed between it. I think if you're UCI, you push the payload, and that's what they're doing right now. They're making sure the payload is continually getting pushed, and it's really going to be when they get to this part here that the fight really begins, because they can't just bulldoze through here where Minnesota is.
And now they're moving high ground. I mean, they've gotten the cart far enough. Minnesota's fallen off the high ground, so they can just contest the blue box, try to remove the Ash, and then set up another dive.
Meanwhile, you have the battle between Ashes on both sides. No Widow in play this time around. Fade. In over the top. Good sight line. For his counterpart on the other side. Long range poking. One key pickoff is all UCI really needs here. Minnesota, meanwhile, can try and flex behind the bunker.
I'll go jumping in, trying to make some space. PG1 very charged still on the blue box. But that's a great hook, though. Danichi getting caught.
And we saw this the last time Minnesota played. Khan was looking nearly unstoppable at times on the Roadhog. This point of Gibraltar, very good again. Another hook for Khan. Oh man, the spring back shades of Harblue and early Overwatch, where just single-handedly won games on this point in particular. It's very strong for Hog.
PG1 about 60% here to the grab. But Minnesota, they've built up a lot of ults already. I mean, Bob's up, Valk's up. The Trance here as well. UCI going to be struggling a bit until they can get an engage. I mean, ideally they want to have the primal, or they could get the nano on Ago too, but the backline's playing to a split, so they're going to commit the nano here. They need Ago to get a lot of value on the zone, and hopefully they don't lose too many to the DPS.
All right, nano going on in for UCI. This is all or nothing. In on the top, space being created. Wags in danger. Wags is going to fall. Can't get away. A good target swap from UCI.
And this is really PG1. PG1 made the jump here with the right click and followed up with Ago onto the high ground. And that's so important here, because that was all the damage in the extra zone, the follow-up. And they're going to get first as Danichi cleans up Corey and Roar. They're going to just be falling to the cart. Really, that's actually a smart engage from UCI. I love PG1's movement there. As now in Minnesota, they've committed a lot of ults here too for their comp, and they're going to get caught on the staggers.
And remember the setup here that we're talking about. This is already putting Minnesota very far away from their ideal win condition. Now they have to set up, win a tough fight on second into the Graviton, the reset up, and then hold back UCI for quite a bit of time. It's easier said than done. Here's the first test. The Graviton in. Is the fall through going to be there? Danichi off the Dragon Strike. Deals with Khan, who's been the biggest threat for Minnesota this round. And UCI just executing brilliantly.
I mean, and this is the problem with that. Minnesota were stuck. They still had the Mercy. They were swapping supports, and they didn't have anything, nothing defensively to deal with that. So they've already taken the ship. Ago's still pressuring the point. Fade's gonna have the Bob here. We're gonna need to see a good hook, or Wags have an incredible.
They're denying the door. Minnesota just has to get over and touch. They must touch, and it's Brigida and Torb able to get over there. But oh, there's such a high cost. UCI put so much damage on the door that Minnesota just gets crushed on entry. UC Irvine now up 2-0 here in the series.
And that's really where we talked about, I hadn't seen Minnesota's other comps here, and they tried to bust out one. They looked okay at it, but UCI just playing it so well. And their tank line knowing exactly what they needed here. See Danichi on the card to play the game. But really the hero of this moment was PG1 before this, following up from the dive. And UCI looking firmly in control, and they're looking deep. They're looking scary deep, one could say.
Yeah, there does appear to be a bit of a gap developing here, and it's taken everything I can not to make jokes about like Goldie watching. I've slowly been converted to your just crazy canon of what's going on here. Just Goldie watching this.
Goldie will be mad at you. That's what it sounds like. He's a very vengeful spirit, Goldie.
Just shaking his head in disapproval. But hey, look, I mean, again, Minnesota, they've had their good parts here. The problem is that UCI, they've been better, and now, if you're Minnesota, you got to win 3 straight. But, as we talked about earlier when we saw teams in the situation, you can't even think that way. You just have to think, what do we have to do to win the next map? And you take it one map at a time and then finally go, hey, this is the last map. It's all we need. Meanwhile, for UCI, as you said, they're looking deep. And the other thing you called out, too, was Fade on the Widow. And Fade delivered on the Widow, especially when you look back at the UCI defense.
100%, and that Gibraltar just played excellently for the strengths there to have Fade onto the Widow, and they're just a deep team there. It seems like they're able to flex consistently across the multiple different comps. They feel really confident playing Dive too on that double bubble. So, and you have to love Hell Judge getting consistent anti-nades too to set it up. And with Anubis being our 3rd map of the series, I mean, that's another map where the double bubble is really strong.
Yeah, this is all really painting a picture of something that favors UC Irvine. But as we get into Anubis, it's always worth remembering that Assault is variable. Even if one team is performing weaker, it is the one map that you can win some fights you maybe shouldn't have won, get momentum, and sort of shift the attitude of the entire series. I mean, hey, you think back to earlier today, Akron nearly threw it away on Anubis, very close. Part self-inflicted, but there could have been a big momentum swing there, even when Akron was outperforming their competition. So if there's any map that Minnesota could bring it back on, I think Anubis is about as good as any.
Definitely, and especially like we talked about with the Rush, this is going to be the map for them to start their momentum. Though, I mean, they're just UCI is looking really strong. So Minnesota, they better hope that Goldie is watching, blessing them with strength, with Gopher strength here, with any chance that they're going to bring it back, because UCI looking very dominant currently. But there is hope because, like we said, it's a BO5, and they could begin the reverse sweep and please Goldie with a ritual sacrifice.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other hand, if you're getting blessings from Goldie, if you do lose the next match, also it gives you the ability to kind of burrow into the ground and hide away afterwards. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, again, we shall see. UCI though definitely looking very good so far, and why going into the tournament, one of the teams to look out for. Which don't forget, if UCI is able to take this match, that means it sets up a UCI versus Akron tomorrow, and that match should be electric.
For sure. I mean, whoever makes it through, no matter what, it's going to be a very strong set of games tomorrow because we've narrowed our pool down at this point from already some of the best teams in the country collegiate-wise, and we're continuing to narrow down and focus our scope on the best of the best. So I'll be happy with whoever makes it through, and whoever falls here should be extremely proud for making it this far still, because these are very, very solid teams. But for UCI, definitely the scales have tipped in their favor here because of how deep they are and how mechanically talented they are on top of that. So Minnesota, they have a strong hill to climb. Not really a strong hill. I guess the hill can't be strong. Maybe a big hill would be a better term. But a strong hill could still technically work because the hill could just push you down. It would say no, but probably a big hill.
Yeah, now I'm just thinking about like what defines a strong hill. Is a hill you look at it from afar and like, oh boy, that hill's been hitting the gym. Is a hill made out of iron where it's just physically tough to break up?
I mean, hills can have iron in them. I mean, they can have iron, so that could work, right? That could technically work. I was onto something that was intentional. That whole point.
So that's a game plan. Then you gotta be like a strong hill made of iron and other
exactly other minerals that people like. Other important things. I don't know what else people would like, but I feel like here for UCI, still firmly in control. And realistically for Anubis, it's more of a question for them of, do they decide to swap off some of this dive-centric comp they've been playing anyways? Because they could choose to play the Rush. We've seen them play the Rush with the May, with Danichi, and they've been very good at it. And it's really good for Anubis. But I feel like if they feel so confident in the dive with the Zarya bubble, they'll feel perfectly okay still just taking space aggressively away because Minnesota more than likely going to be on that Reinhardt May composition.
Yeah, I don't really see Minnesota swapping away from that too much. I was interested in seeing how they played DPS wise, where I thought you might have seen Mikey on the single shot, Wags on the tracer, because Wags' tracer looked really well. They sort of flipped the script on that a bit in the last round. Maybe they'll flip it back. Who knows? It is Temple of Anubis, UC Irvine, one map away from advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. Their date with Akron, but still they got to get through Minnesota one more time.
The Gopher bars their path. Standing there, it bars their path.
It's true.
The mighty Gopher.
The Gopher that can handle the most fierce of winters up here in Minnesota. Or it was just snowing the other day. Snow in April.
Wow, snow?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of it. Actually, that's wrong. I literally just lived through the worst winter storm of my whole life, so it's not even true.
Yeah, unfortunately, down where you are, the home's not entirely made to withstand freezing. A lot of toilets freezing over, or so the legend goes, you know. But we're here. It's Anubis. It's UCI on the defense first. We'll see just how fearsome it really is.
So UCI looks like they are going to be not playing this double bubble comp, no double shield, just the Rhine. Having Danichi back here onto the main. Minnesota, of course, likely going to be playing that same comp. Yes, they are. Khan on the Diva. So a little bit of a mirror matchup, though. This time, UCI, they're holding on to a Hanzo and a Sigma. So they're going to have the Sigma there to maybe to mitigate some of the damage of the Mei and deal with the freeze a bit because you can bounce. And have Fade just run off the high grounds, use the verticality.
Minnesota, they're through the first hurdle. But now they got to get through the SIG in an area that's very good for SIG damage. Walls out on both sides. It's awfully chilly. You think that gives Minnesota a bit of advantage, this much cold. Both teams trading out here. UCI getting pushed back a bit. Khan, though, super low, about to get demeched.
Not demeched, wow.
Yeah,
can't believe they didn't get it. But in return, Stadium does have the Shatter available.
Stadium dropping the Shatter. Both teams down a ride, still very winnable here for the attack. UCI, they're going to invest the Flux. They want to slow this down. Whatever way they can. Fade able to land with the Hanzo. Very, very close fight, but one that UCI comes out on top.
PG1 going to get booped off just to get that helpful kill. Thank you, Guku, for allowing PG1 to get that kill. And now, UCI still holding on first. A great performance from the tanks there, where they built those ults so fast. You saw the value of the Sigma by being able to just stand against the rush of the Mage just a little bit. And the wall from Danichi pretty much allowed Stadium to just hide in a little corner, in a little crevice there, even though they've been walled off.
So Minnesota again, through the first hurdle, and you gotta watch the Mei walls here on entry. The problem is Hanzo has Dragon Strike, and that Dragon might be going immediately. Yep, there it is, Dragon Strike, directly through the window. And Mei gets caught. Danichi for UCI gets caught on Minnesota's rotation. Minnesota's able to get through. They ignore the Dragon right over and in, and that's a very nice rotation for Minnesota.
Now, Capcom is still alive, but likely going down, so that means first is done. They're not going to have time to recontest without the Lucio. So UCI losing first. Great isolation there for Minnesota, just making sure to run through the Dragon, run through the window with their beat, and just find a target by themselves. And that's exactly what you need to be doing with this composition. As UCI going to be on second. They are still holding on to a Mei ult. Minnesota, though, has one of their own.
And this is where Minnesota can really set the tone here for the rest of Anubis. You just need this one good fight. Get in on your first try. Set the tone and momentum. Wags over the wall. Blizzard, good to go. Dropped on down. Roar dropped the Shatter. Let's do a whole lot. And all the Blizzard's in on the other end. UCI's Blizzard gobbled up. Minnesota now. Deadeye out. Still looking for any eliminations. UCI's had a pretty good disengage. They dropped the beat. It hits 4. Danichi, though, caught by the Deadeye. Minnesota, they lose their Rhine. That's huge. Losing the Rhine this early in the fight. That is so tough when you try and get B on any assault map.
Oh, but wait, Mikey playing on the back of the point gets a great flash. They're going to be cleaned up, and I think the spawn advantage should be enough here for UCI. Rhine still staying alive, and you were right to highlight the fact that the Rhine going down early here in a point fight like this, huge, because the Rhine is generally your most consistent cleaner. You know, when they're walking around swinging on the point and also doing a majority of your damage.
How have we not gotten a Rhine skin that's just a broom at some point?
A good question. I'm not in charge of that, but that's a good question.
A rocket-powered broom. I mean, when you really need everything to be, you know, top-notch cleaned.
Still, Minnesota, they got 50%. technically 50.8% on the board. Looking like they're holding close, looking for the shatter. Stadium just going for a very aggressive fight.
Stadium on the way in, holding on to shatter. All behind
you.
Not
Frozen
ideal,
out of the Earth Shatter too, and now they've lost 2 aggressive from UCI.
Mikey lives, gets away from Capcom, gets healed up. Minnesota fully perfect on this push so far. UCI down in players, down in chances. And how long can they delay? This is so decisive for Minnesota, and that's the point.
And UCI flubbing their defense here. And this is where we're seeing Minnesota. They're looking very strong on the rush comparatively to UCI. I think UCI has a great grasp of dive compositions, but Minnesota's rush looking extremely solid. They're good at just isolating targets consistently.
And, you know, I think about how that really got set up. That was an excellent wall that came in. It put Stadium in a really bad spot, couldn't get away. And once you're up Orion, again, in these close quarters assault fights, it just gives you so much more room to push in and, you know, capitalize on your advantage.
Still not a blazingly fast time for Minnesota, but a good time. At over 3 minutes, that's a very solid time. So UCI has a task ahead of them here. They need to clean up their mistakes, and Minnesota's still playing that same comp that we expect. They've been so proficient on.
Yeah, if you're Minnesota, I don't think you swap. They might have a little bit less pressure in denying this top without the Sigma, just because Sigma is incredibly good firing into the chokehold there. Although you take a look at the comp on the other side, UCI also going to be running with the Divas, so very similar on both sides. We'll see how quick this UCI offense can be.
So UCI playing that Doomfist here for Danichi potentially. And I like the concept here if they actually are going to roll out the Doom, because they want to have the ability to knock Minnesota off the high ground, to maybe get that one-shot kill potential even.
Puts a lot of pressure on Mikey to just be ready with the flashbang, disrupt Danichi. Where Danichi goes in, but UCI, they're going to try go here, set up and go in as Danichi gets a disruption. So they're looking for clean execution. Stadium on the way, and Stadium already super low. Walls out, Immortality Field's out. And Mikey was able to punish Danichi while that was going on. That's exactly as I was saying.
So first fight going the way of Minnesota. I mean, and you see how strong this team is on the rush when you look at their defense right now. UCI struggling to get in there the first fight. Though, however, I mean, just the first fight. Don't want to be a first fight Freddy, as the term is.
Nah, I'm more of a two-fight Teddy. I think we've
a two-fight Teddy, yeah. It can be a two-fight Teddy. Is Corey already holding on to the Amplification Matrix Roar? Shatter's available here as well, so Minnesota has some good ults here to punish them in the entry.
Yep. Also, I mean, it is worth knowing the Era of Doom is gone. I think Mikey scared Danichi off that, so, you know, wall v wall coming up here. For UCI, I don't want to get too much of a hole, so this early positioning so key between the two teams.
Minnesota just waiting to hold close, swinging there, both walls invested, but Danichi going down, and that's a huge pick.
Yeah, it is really nice walls. And okay, Roar dropping the shatter. 2 down from Minnesota. Onto the floor. Minnesota able to recover. Immortality Field nicely placed. And it is all sorts of chaos here in the room, but it's Minnesota with an overwhelming advantage.
We're seeing just a rumble, an absolute rumble right here on the Mega Pack. The windows were invested, but sadly, it just wasn't going to be enough, because they were able to shatter everyone behind it and walk on through, especially with losing Danichi so early. They didn't have the walls, they didn't have the freeze, which is so important when you get in the breakdown fight like that. And Danichi behind now in the middle, significantly compared to Wags.
And the scary part for UCI here is that they're going to be down in ult economy in the next fight. They're really likely to lose this next fight. That's going to leave them with just one last attempt. Minnesota's in an incredible spot. And now it's UCI taking a change of process here, instead going straight down the middle. Deadeye up, window's already been used for Minnesota, and Stadium's down the line early. Fade pushed into the corner while trying to look for the Deadeye, and Minnesota, they've yet to even use the Blizzard. They're trying to save it if possible. They're going to use the beat first. Khan, no, he got the call down kill. He got Cap God. Oh, in Minnesota, it's going to be another hold in, as we are predicting. UCI now on what could be their final fight.
I mean, UCI looking rough here in the rush mirror. They're just not able to make it through the top right. They're losing Danichi so early. I like that they tried to go through main that time, force a different attack angle, but they lost Stadium, got isolated. And Wag's still holding on to this mail. And that's the truly rough part, because by the time the rotation happens, this is going to be last fight, CP.
Unless UCI eats the Mei ult, which, well,
there is a chance.
That'd be the massivest, that's not a word, but that'd be the most massive hero play for PG1 at this point. Oh, okay, that's even bigger. The flashbang over the top, you deal with the right threat now. You have the Blizzard's eaten! Blizzard's eaten! PG1 heard the call at UCI. This is all they need of Ast.
Could have gone wrong, went wrong for Minnesota there. They walled them, but the wall was over the window, so Fade was able to use it to take down War with the flash. They weren't looking for it. They ate the Blizzard ult. Literally everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And now UCI are going to get first, and there is renewed hope because also Wags used that Mei ult, and it was eaten, but UCI held on to theirs, so they have great ults coming into this next fight.
And this is also, UCI wants to at least finish this with time remaining on the clock. Remember, Minnesota finished with a lot of time of their own, so the best way to stay in this for UCI, win this fight here and now. Self-destruct PG1 out, backed up by the Deadeyes. Anyone gonna get caught? Wags pretty low. And now the Blizzard out from Danichi. Is anyone caught right now? Space being created for UCI. They're able to take down Wags on the other end, and UCI, it's massive. Taking presence here on the point. The engage could not have gone better of Ast.
So now it just comes down to the stagger fight here. Minnesota, they're close to some ults, but they have to play a perfect stagger if there's any chance. They can't lose anyone, and already Wags down, so already their best potential to get an immediate pick. Roar now going to be making it back, rolling around here on the Hammond. Danishi saying, come here, let me freeze you. Trying to find them.
Let me slow you down a little bit. Minnesota, at the very least, they had enough time to reestablish. This is going to be a messy, messy fight, though. Beats out Danichi already dealing with Khan, who's on the Diva. 64% to the Blizzard. Fade on the legs from the back. Room to work with. UCI keeping really good control of the point so far, but they can't lose any key players here. Stadium must be kept alive. As UCI still looking very healthy here. Vest bomb out for Khan, doesn't catch anything. No.
I'm impressed. Minnesota, they're keeping the stagger on, but good job from UCI. Make sure the peel not to lose anyone. The Blizzard going to be invested on point, and this should definitely be it. I mean, it's just full stagger still. Eventually, they're going to go down.
You would
Tracer
think.
making it back. Wait, Hammond making it back. Still more staggering occurring, and UCI, they do be struggling here with the cleanup, but finally, they're going to get it. A minute 29 on the clock, and this is winnable. It's by no means a time bank that is insurmountable.
UCI got treated to the full 2 CP experience. There is what they got. That was great delay, though, by Minnesota in what was a losing fight for a while, still managing to drag things out. And, as is often said, we go again. We're not going to be swapping who's on defense, who's on attack. Minnesota had a quicker time, so they will be defending again. And I'm just curious to see what changes UCI makes. I think you look back at what got UCI into a hole on their attack, which probably should have cost them the attack entirely, but didn't because of Miracle Blizzard, Eat, and Flashbang, is that they opened up on the Doomfist, and Mikey was having none of it, caught the Doom immediately, punished it, and then they were just really behind from not running the Mei. Whereas you look at what UCI is showing now, Vast, they're opening with the Mei to start with. I don't think they're going to mess with something that could put them behind again, because frankly, they don't have the time.
No, they don't have the time, but they also don't have the time to lose too many fights. They have maybe 2 fights on the board here, and they already struggled initially with the entry. And realistically, you could say that last fight that they won for first was just because of the fact that they had a great play by PG1, but a really unfortunate wall timing with the window there with Fade getting the roar. So they're gonna have to show a little bit different scenario here in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota, I think you replay that round 1 as the teams were, and 9 times out of 10, Minnesota probably holds them at point A. We'll see if UCI has learned a few lessons as they move in. Again, this time running with the Mei, and you just got to see what the initial wall timings are going to be.
See both Lucio's just frogging around here, looking for boops, trying to get on in. The wall used not to much effect. As UCI, I mean, they did get the D-back on a Con. That's great. I mean, there's a lot of damage going to be off the field now.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to Matrix for quite a while. Khan probably won't be able to remech. Stadium gets down Roar. This is exactly the opening UCI did not get last time. And down both tanks. This is so difficult for Minnesota to come back from. The window on it is closing. And UCI, decent time left for a point B attack.
Stadium also gonna have that shatter really early. They're gonna have the window early as well. These ults are gonna be so important, ZP, because they can run it through onto last really quickly, try to pressure Roar early with the window, even force the land from Corey, and then set up the shatter.
Yeah, there's a lot of good options here for UCI. Minnesota is in a tough spot. It's only 45 seconds to hold, but it might as well feel like an eternity. If you're UCI, I think they might just go straight up the gut. The window is there. They go for the fire strike off at Stadium. Looking for the shatter, drops it, puts Wags on the floor, but nothing else. They do force out the lamp, but Stadium gives his life for it. Minnesota looking fairly strong on the point.
Now, I mean, they need to get out right now. There's still a hope for them to touch again, but they got staggered here just a little bit. They lose an wall, so there's probably not going to be a recontest. They do get out. They have to be careful. Oh, no. Danichi. Oh, no. Someone save Danichi.
Wait. Ryan's coming back in. Minnesota has to be careful. You don't want to throw away lives here, trying to end this too aggressively. And UCI, they've killed two. Roar drops the hammer. This Falter going to be there. No, he whiffs.
It's made it to point.
That's going to be such a long walk back for Roar. Oh, no. Minnesota, they got over eager. They've opened the door for UCI. UCI with presence now on the point. Oh, absolute devastation. A lot self-inflicted. Minnesota now going to drop the Blizzard point, try and redeem this, try and get UCI away, but might be too little too late. Fade, the Deadeye from afar, looking, waiting. Doesn't quite land it, but UCI still a full 6 on the point of Vast.
I mean, we're OT scenario. They still hold on to beat. They're in a great spot. No one goes down to the bomb either. And currently UCI just fighting for their life right now. They want this full cap. They're in such a good spot for the full cap. Gugu gonna drop the beat, gonna get himself and Wags shatter, gonna take out Gugu, and I feel like UCI has got this.
UCI just about there. All still up. Minnesota knocked down again. Oh, that's just like what I just saw there. Just reminds me of moments of Minnesota sports past. And you probably won't get this, but Minnesota fans watching, so at least some parent in the audience might get it. That was the shades of Gary Anderson missing the field goal in the playoffs. Just, painful. Minnesota had it. And a self-inflicted error could cause so much pain as UCI, even with Minnesota having time remaining here, Avast, UCI is now favored, I think, here on this map.
All I could think of is when you said you wouldn't get this. It's just the scene from the Joker movie where the Joker is talking to the studio host, and now I can imagine the Joker looking over and it's the Golden Gopher at the studio desk, and he's like, "You wouldn't get it." That's all I can imagine now.
The places your mind goes. But yeah, this is not unwinnable for Minnesota. 3 minutes is still quite a bit for a second attack, but mentally, they got to pick themselves up because that had to be a booming and then some.
I mean, getting the full cap here with a minute and a half, especially with just such a disastrous moment there with the ults, it's not what you want to see. But now Minnesota on the offense, they have over 3 minutes, so they have a very respectable time bank. They have time to take a couple fights here for first and to roll momentum.
They do. So they just have to forget what happened. Love into his strengths, which has been a superior rush more often than not. And already they're looking for the isolation of the stadium. He's just deleted. A great wall, a better fall through. Exactly the initiation Minnesota was looking for. And now, plus Ryan, they get to move on to the point. It's going to be hard for UCI to flip this back.
Oh, Hell Judge going down too. I mean, it's over. This is first. They're going to go staggered, just get here on the point, get a little bit extra time and ult charge. But once again, the May wall is just so much better here for Minnesota. The mirror looking really good for them when they don't lose anyone early. I mean, they just understand the match better.
They really do. However, point B is anything but guaranteed. About 2.5 minutes, not a lot. We'll see if Minnesota can keep the momentum here. It is do or die, facing elimination against UCI.
Corey already does have that amp matrix available. Gonna have to use the lamp to cross too. That's a great cooldown used early for UCI here because they know there's not gonna be a lamp for the following fight. Stadium has the shatter. Oh, if I could just see the absolute Chad speed through shield shatter here, but I don't think it's gonna happen. They need to be careful with Corey's window.
I mean, I don't know. You've summoned things into existence. We'll see if that's the case. And oh, there's the shatter! Why have you done this, Avast? Why?
Yeah, they can. Oh my goodness, what a read there from UCI. How am I'm so smart. I'm so smart.
Clearly.
It's crazy. It's crazy how smart I am.
I mean, is it smart or is it reality warping? I'm starting to wonder because that was a fat shatter in from Stadium. You called it. It happened.
Wait, they committed. Okay, that was their bombs. That was PG1's bomb to not be stuck out of mech. That's unfortunate to have to use the bomb there to remech. They would have really loved this ult for this upcoming fight. But now since PG1 doesn't have a bomb to worry about, should really be worried about just keeping Wags in control. Trying to eat this Blizzard for the upcoming fight. CapGod is close to the beat, but not close enough if they have a fast engage. So they really want to be proactive here. That's exactly what they're going to do.
That's a quick wall. And already, UCI just able to pick off one immediately. Beat invested from Minnesota, even down your BAP. I think it's a little bit questionable, Vast. They still have time to go back in. And down your BAP, you don't really have the healing to live in these longer fights on point B. You got UCI
going to commit the Blizzard ult here as well. A little late in the fight. I feel like they had that one, but sure.
They did.
4 ults going to be available for Minnesota, and this is last fight. Last fight for Minnesota, Wags. Looking to be the hero, potentially just open up this upcoming fight with the Blizzard. As UCI, they're fighting to win the series here. In Minnesota, they're fighting to not lose.
Yeah. It sounds productive, but it is very true. The final opportunity for Minnesota, looking to stave off elimination. UCI looking to put it away, advance to the semifinals tomorrow. The wall already used early. Both teams, though, still pretty healthy. That's a win for Minnesota. In to the left side, Blizzard ready. Wags has to be careful. You don't want to be eaten. You need this to be on the point. But oh, again, the shatter in from Stadium sets the tone. And the Deadeye is going to be the cherry on top. UCI keeping Minnesota back. Time is going to expire fast. And that is it. It's a 3-0 for UC Irvine.
Stadium being absolutely the hero here, hitting 2 massive shatters in such critical fights. I mean, right there, Stadium with the flank behind the point to drop the shatter after they had even gone out and gotten 2 picks. It's right here. You see Stadium, the window comes out, they hit the shatter, they don't even see him. So big there, gets 2 immediate kills and wins the fight.
Yeah, that's power, is what we saw there from Stadium, and it came in at the worst possible time for Minnesota, where, let's not forget on Minnesota, they were so close to getting this map, and then just the final fights matter there, Vast, and even when they're about to keep UCI off point B, they just overextend a little bit too much. It goes terribly, and UCI, they're just a really consistent team. You cannot make mistakes against them and expect to win.
Definitely not. UCI showing some more depth in the series we're on, and we can take a look at our bracket here for tomorrow as well. And I feel like, man, these remaining matches are just going to be crazy. So you see in our semifinals, Northwood and Johnson and Wales and UCI versus Akron, and those are some scary teams left.
I can't wait. The matches tomorrow are going to be incredible. Northwood can beat their match in mechanical skill against Johnson and Wales, where they have to go against Nico's tank play, which is scary. UCI versus Akron, both teams looking incredible today. It is stacked for tomorrow. And guess what? It's all powered by Barbasol. Of course, one of our main sponsors here at the CENC. And thanks again to our sponsors, of course, making this happen. It's been a great tournament thus far.
It really has, and I have to give a lot of credit to UCI, where they looked rough in the mirror at times, but when you have such playmaking ability like that's the difference maker. That's what puts you over the top, is when not only just understanding of the game, but having the ability to pop off when it matters and having that good read for an individual play like that. So really smart play coming out from UCI, despite some of the struggles here in that matchup for the May Ryan rush. And it gives you a lot of hope if you're a UCI fan moving forward that they're going to be adaptable, because they've already shown that they have a pretty good mastery of the double bubble and the dive styles already.
Yeah, I think that we're down to our final 4. I really do think anything can happen. The teams that are left are more complete, they're more flexible, and they are explosive. And it just set the stage for what should be a thrilling conclusion tomorrow.
For sure. And I mean, I'm really excited about the Midwestern matchup as well, because Akron and also Northwood are still in, and those have been the big rivals and some explosive competitors onto the collegiate esports scene here for Overwatch. So to me, there's so much story left to be told, essentially, but there's only one day left. And I'm really excited to see how it unfolds. And there's a lot of talent on these squads currently, and they're looking to make a space and carve some market share.
Well, that is going to be doing it for us here today. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And the stage is set. The finale is tomorrow. Please join us then.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Hey, my name's Claire Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookie for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Talking to us and we just haven't heard them.
Where? Yeah, I haven't heard them.
Oh. All right. Welcome everyone to the Collegiate Esports National Championship post show for day 3. Oh my goodness. The action has been so incredibly intense so far. I'm your host, Jesper Hart, joined by my co-host, Polly Hype. So excited to be bringing day 3 to a close. I know it's very late. It's been a very long day, but we are going to give you guys a little bit of a recap of kind of what went down. But first off, we do want to thank Barbasol, one of our sponsors, for the support that they have provided for this event. It would not be possible without the support from Barbasol and other partners. Barbasol, America's leader for a close, comfortable shave. Close shave America, close shave Barbasol. Polly, what do you think of the action so far?
Yeah, you know, the event has been absolutely amazing. But before we talk about it, I just want to give a shout out to all the CENC fans watching from the Carolina Ale House watch party. Woo! Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Thank you so much for the support out there at the Carolina Ale House. You know, speaking of the event has just been amazing so far. It's been high energy, electric, tons of competition, tons of showmanship, and really one of the first major collegiate esport events that we're starting to see now. It's really interesting to see how collegiate is growing and blossoming so fast. 36 universities have been eliminated across the 3 different CENC titles so far. Of course, Rocket League, Overwatch, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But let's take a look now, with only 12 teams remaining, at the CENC post-match report of the Rocket League bracket. Today, played host to the semi-final matches in both the iBuyPower region as well as the Reveal Suits region, Jess.
That's right. And for the iBuyPower region, to decide the first finalist, we saw Northwood University, which was the #1 seed, take on the #5 seed Kansas Wesleyan University. Northwood came storming out of the gates in this one, led by Buddy, who picked up a hat trick for Northwood in game 1 as they tallied 5 total over Kansas Wesleyan.
That's right. Kansas Wesleyan University put up a stark fight in game 2, able to find some ways in on Northwood's defense, but once again, it was the offensive firepower for the Timberwolves that made all the difference. The Timberwolves wrapped up game 2 5-3.
From then on, KWU seemed to just run out of steam, and Northwood was there to capitalize, earning their spot in the finals of the iBuyPower region.
That's right. And for the last final spot up for grabs in the iBuy Power region, it's number 2 seed Florida State University taking on number 6 Indiana University. This match was all about Big E and the setups that Indiana brought to the table to feed them goals. They got the scoring started nice and early, setting the pace for the series perfectly.
FSU kept it competitive with Fisher scoring early and often, but the Hoosiers kept their cool. And in the end, they moved through to the finals with a 3-0 victory over Florida State.
Now, as we head over to the shift over to the Reveal Suits region, we saw number 2 Akron University taking on number 4 UConn. This match was a real nail biter. Both of these schools so prestigious in the tops of the seeding. One of the longest waits we've had so far, 4 minutes and about 30 seconds in a CENC series for the scoring to get started. So a super defensive match, Jess.
For sure. Despite the tug of war, though, the back and forth that we saw in Game 1, Akron clinched it out with a slim 1-0 margin of victory. Game 2 was a bit more comfortable for Akron, but not by much. They relied on Tristan to pick up both goals in their 2-0 victory.
Game 3 saw UConn finally get on the board, breaking through the wall of Akron's defense to score first. Akron, though, as expected of a top seed, remained unshaken and were able to bring themselves into the finals of the Reveal Suits region with a clean 0 sweep. Jess, Akron, they have been moving along.
I know, and once again, I love to see it. Being from Ohio myself, love to see it. Well, fighting for the right to go up against the Reveal Suits region's finest, it's number 2 Winthrop University versus number 3 Oakland University. And now we could talk about tactics and strategy all day long, but sometimes brain power is no match for star power. The series very well could have been called the T. Corral series, as Winthrop's leading star picked up 8 goals in just 3 games, a stat that Oakland simply could not contend with, as Winthrop cleanly moved through the semifinals and on to the finals of the Reveal Suits region.
Which will bring to us the Rocket League final matches. It's going to be number 1 Northwood versus number 6 Indiana in the iBuy Power region. And then over to the Reveal Suits region, it'll be number 1 Akron University versus number 2 Winthrop University. Both of those teams, number 1 and 2, making it through the brackets, Akron and Winthrop, and they're going to be at the head of the Reveal Suits region, so rightfully so, being 1 and 2.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Can't wait to see those matches. But you know what, Polly, before we move on from talking about Rocket League, talking about our next games, let's go ahead and bring in our interviewee. We're going to be talking to Orso from Indiana University, one of the players on Indiana University. Orso, how is it going today? How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Excellent, excellent.
Great.
Yeah, sorry, Jess, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. You're Polly.
Yeah, no worries. Welcome, Morse. How you doing, brother? Look, your team has already put together 2 impressive upset victories on paper, of course. But from your team's perspective, do you feel like upsets, or is this all according to plan? Do they feel any of the upsets, rather?
For us, like, we've played FSU before in a play versus tournament that's going on right now, and we actually beat them 3-2 in the series. And I don't know if you guys saw, but in the chat, Fisher mentioned something about a reverse sweep, and it almost happened, but we ended up closing out that series and taking that 3-2. So it was definitely a confidence booster for us going into tomorrow, seeing that we, got the clean sweep 3-0 and were able to get it done.
Well done.
And so bringing it back a little bit to kind of talk about day 1. And now you had a bit of a day off. You had some matches on day 1, matches here today, but day 2, you had a little bit of a free day. You didn't have any matches that day. So did you use that day for some extra prep time?
Individually, I feel a lot of what we had to work on for day 1 was just shaking off the nerves. And the last 2 games were really confidence boosters for us, as we, I believe, closed out the second game 5-0 and the 4th game 5-0 and the 5th game 4-0. So we kind of just took, some time together to review replays, watch some pro stuff to see what they're doing and how we could incorporate that to help us for FSU, and just generally prepare so that we weren't so nervous for the next game, which was today.
Right, well said. And, tomorrow is going to be probably the toughest collegiate Rocket League that we've seen. Tell us a little bit about what your team is doing to get ready, prepare for this event, any pre-match routines, any sort of meditations, what's going on to get you guys ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys know, but we got a really early morning at 10:15. Big E's he's in Central Time, so he'll be up at 9:15. we're all just kind of taking it slow tonight. We watched a couple more replays, got some games in tonight as well, just to work on some little things. We had our mechanics kind of iffy today compared to game one, or day one, I should say. So just making sure that we're cleaning up our double commits and our mechanics so that tomorrow we'll be ready to take our A game to Northwood.
Love it.
I love to hear that, your sounds like your head's in the right place, and you got to kind of get that mentality right and stuff, as you mentioned earlier. But before we let you go, lastly, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans and supporters out there?
No, I just want to say to everyone out there supporting us as the 6th seed coming up to play number 1, thanks, and I appreciate it. And feel free to follow IU at esports@IU on Twitter.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Orso.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank
Thanks,
you for joining us, Orso from Indiana. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You're welcome. Beautiful stuff there, as we heard from Orso from Indiana. I mean, that's going to do it for the CENC Rocket League match report here on day 3. Tomorrow's Rocket League action will kick off at 10:15 a.m. Eastern, like Orso said a little bit early here, but the field will be narrowed down from 2 teams in each region to just 1, with the best of each region facing off in a grand finals match to decide this year's collegiate esports national champion in Rocket League, streamed at twitch.tv/esportsu network, as well as broadcasted live on ESTV. But without further ado, let's bring over the CENC Overwatch match report. Jess, I'm hyped for this one.
I'm also hyped for this one. So today was the semifinal for both the Legion by Lenovo region as well as the E-Team sponsor region. So we had 4 matches today, and that means only 4 teams are left.
Excellent. The first semifinal match took place in the Legion by Lenovo region. Number 1, Northwood University versus number 5, University of Illinois. Northwood put on yet another display of why they are the top seed in the region. Game 1 took place on Busan. Northwood, led by Grob on the McCree, we heard that before, swept through the first map 2-0 light work.
Game 2 sent this match over to Rialto, with Northwood starting out on attack. Illinois were able to fend them off from time to time, but Northwood continued to set the pace with their staggering aggression, leading to a quick 2-0 lead for the Timberwolves.
Game 3 now was on Anubis. A bit crazy. Northwood went for style points in this one. Northwood, Cowman opted for the Hammond pickup, something you don't see too often here. Seasons chose Moira, and Dynasty once again went all in with Doomfist, another pick you don't see too often. Northwood kept the fighting going on in Game 3 endlessly, staggering kills and pressuring points of the map that Illinois simply weren't prepared for. And as a result, they continued their dominant streak through the CENC and into the finals of the Legion by Lenovo region.
Following that first match, we retreated to the number 2 seed University of California at Berkeley versus number 3 Johnson & Wales University. Game 1 was on Ilios. Nico was dominant in the first round. Wow, that's another name we've heard a lot from, haven't we, Polly? Nico has been an all-star player for sure this weekend. Really in the entire first game, and like I was saying, really the entire weekend, Nico has been standing out. JWU got themselves up 1-0 without too much trouble.
Over to Game 2 now. That took place on Rialto. Johnson & Wales starting on attack, of course. Johnson & Wales looked to carry in their hot streak from Game 1, but the attack faltered just before they reached the 3rd point. Really strong defense came out from UC Berkeley, a tough hold. Fate came in especially clutch, taking out 5 players with just 1 Dragon Strike. That is incredible. UCB took over attack on Rialto, stumbled a bit out of spawn, unfortunately.
We saw some really scrappy fights back and forth. UC Berkeley were able to slowly advance the payload. They needed a full 3-point cap to win the game, and they would get it with their last available fight and push, evening up the series at 1 game apiece.
Beautiful. Game 3 on Volskaya now brought UC Berkeley to the brink. Johnson & Wales had a storming attack, taking both points with loads of time left on the clock. That's detrimental. UC Berkeley got the first point after some initial struggle, but capturing the second point took all the time they had left.
Johnson & Wales' tank line of Nico and Westerner continued to be the thorn in the side of UCB, as UCB had to settle to fight for the draw in Game 3. JWU cleaned up the 3rd point and got themselves on to match point 2-1 heading into Game 4.
Game 4 took place on Kings Row. JW were in top gear for Game 4, starting out on attack. They capped the payload in the very first fight. JW's Robe used May to devastating effect, dividing the defense with per walls. Amazing stuff there. JW steamrolled through the map. UCB Berkeley had no answer.
Now, UCB, in contrast, struggled on attack, getting all 3 points available, but with no time remaining, no second chance, once again having to settle for a draw at best. UCB's final defense on Kings Row was near perfectly played. Fate, once again, racking up the kills with Hanzo, but in the end, it was Robe for UCB coming in clutch with an isolation kill on UCB's Reinhardt, securing the map, the series, and a spot in the finals of the Legion by Lenovo region.
Wow, well done, UCB. As we head over to the E-Team sponsor region, the penultimate round began with number 2 Akron University versus number 6 Marist College. And game 1 was set, Marist College, excuse me, game 1 was set on Busan once again.
So Marist started out quite strongly, but Akron quickly pushed them back. Akron's magic brought D.Va to the lineup once again, which really helped Akron shore up their flanks, as Akron sealed round 1, game 1. Round 2 was even more dominant from Akron, but this time it was really Akron's DPS, Stunna, picking up McCree and Widowmaker, and just picking apart Marist's backline. Akron closed out Busan with a 2-0 with Stunna as they clear MVP.
Over to game 2 was one of the first we've seen take place on Junkertown so far, and Marist came in with a set plan. They hunkered down on the payload with a pirate ship comp, but it was all for naught. For no. The attack was picked apart once more by Stunna on the Widowmaker. You hate to see it, racking up back-to-back multi-kills many times over.
So Akron carried their strong first round momentum into the second round as they swept through Junkertown for the 2-0 win on the map and the 2-0 lead on the series.
Anubis was the next map up, with Akron set up on match point, looking to close out the series.
Marist had some real shining moments of brilliance on attack to start off game 3, but Akron's defense clutched it out in the end, preventing Marist from securing that all-important second control point. Stunna switched from McCree and Widowmaker over to Torbjorn.
From then onwards, Akron controlled the map and thus the series. Moving on to the finals of the E-Team sponsor region. Jess, your team is playing quite well here. We'll see them tomorrow in the finals.
Paul, my team, you love to see it.
Well done.
Well, gunning for that last vacant finalist position, we had UC Irvine versus University of Minnesota coming in at number 1 and number 4 for their seeds respectively. And game 1 took place on Oasis.
Round 1 on Oasis saw a really long, drawn-out overtime fight for the first control point. UCI clutched it out for the first point up for grabs. Mikey from Minnesota on McCree was a big threat and nearly claimed the win for Minnesota. Round 2 was a complete change in pace, however, with UC Irvine winning all 3 team fights of the round. UC Irvine's off-tank PG1 closed game 1 with a brilliant placed self-destruct on D.Va.
Minnesota would have the opportunity to tie the series 1-1 over on Gibraltar, starting out on attack. UCI led the way in early picks, with Fade using the sniper of Widowmaker to decimate the attack, but Minnesota played excellently to navigate to the first checkpoint. Khan on Roadhog from Minnesota was opening up lots of space for the rest of their team to set up plays.
Minnesota kept the push going right up until the second point, where UCI set up a wall that Minnesota could not traverse. UC Irvine's Danichi was a nuisance with Tracer, picking up a crucial pulse bomb assassinations and ensuring Minnesota was held to 1 point.
In the end, the onslaught of UC Irvine was able to topple the Minnesota defense on Gibraltar as UC Irvine moved on to match point.
That's right, and game 3 brought the CENC back to Anubis.
Well, this one just went back and forth, didn't it, Pauly, with both games able to capture both points on attack. But this time around, it was Minnesota with a definite time advantage after they cleared both points over 3 minutes on the clock. UCI polished up their attack for the second time around, once again picking up both control points, but this time in just a minute of play, putting the pressure back on the Golden Gophers.
That's right. Sorry, where are we at here?
That's all right, Pauly. I'll kind of continue weaving on that story for you. So Minnesota with 3 minutes on the clock, 2 points to capture with their one and only tournament life on the line. They crushed the first point in just 45 seconds, setting up the fight on point B. UCI dug their heels in On point B, though, bringing it down to one last fight where the Earth Shatter from Stadium for UCI sealed the game and the series. All right, well, you know what? That brings us to the finals matches. And so the final for the Legion by Lenovo region will be Northwood University taking on Johnson & Wales University. And the final for the E-Team sponsor region is going to be UC Irvine versus Akron University.
Wow, that's going to be magical stuff, of course. And just like usual, we have a beautiful interview coming up next with Paradox Muse, program coordinator from Johnson & Wales. Can't wait to speak to him.
Yes. All right. Paradox Muse, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're so excited to be here at the CENC. So, let's talk about kind of what your role within Johnson Wales University entails. What is it like to be the program coordinator, and kind of what does the JWU esports program encompass? Can you give us a little bit of an overview?
I oversee the 17 different teams that we have for our program across the 14 different titles that we currently compete in, and the 200 students that are, competing in those teams and competing in our program, or, helping out with our graphic design, our broadcasting, our video production, and anything else that we might need to have them for. So it's a busy work, but it's a lot of fun.
It sounds like it. Sounds like you've got a lot on your plate.
Absolutely. And, Muse, your team has been seriously impressive thus far, advancing through the bracket flawlessly. Can you give us some insight onto what your team's prep has looked like really for the year?
We typically compete in the ECAC and the NECC, and we've done pretty well there. We ended up getting second place in ECAC for the spring season here. So when we actually got reached out as a last minute entry into this tournament, we were really excited to kind of have that. We looked at the teams on our quarter of the bracket, and we figured we could get at least to this place, to the top 4. And so we're really excited that we've been able to go this far. And my students are just always super excited. The passion that these guys have, there's a reason that we wanted to bring them here.
Well, congratulations.
That's wonderful to hear. And, I think that passion is really kind of showing up in their gameplay. And specifically, it's the two tanks, Nico and Westerner, that have really been kind of standing out as difference makers here this weekend. And so I just wanted to ask if there are certain strategies that you implement to sort of support them in their roles, or is it just that, they're really good players?
Yeah, all of our players are always really fantastic. They've are always working together just as a group, and sometimes they're just like hanging out together even after the games. I know I was looking in and I looked at our Discord, and the 5 of the 6 of them were playing League of Legends. Now they were doing a Clash tournament tonight just kind of to unwind, but even so they're online at around 2 p.m. today, just doing their warm-ups, doing their drills, getting ready for the game. Then we look at a little bit of the strategy, look at a little bit of the tape, especially what the teams were playing yesterday. We looked a lot at the Cal game yesterday. We've looked a lot at the Northwood game today against Illy, and we're just kind of taking it one game at a time, one step at a time. So,
and it sounds like you're doing your homework and really putting in the prep as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Paradox, and to really finish things off here, is there anything you would like to add? You guys made it through here, and you have tons of fans watching from home. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the people that have been supporting the program thus far?
Absolutely. It's a really great program. We've been doing a lot. We're the #1 program in Rhode Island, and we're only in our second year, and just always kind of keep that name involved. I saw Orso do the shout out. So at JWU Esports on Twitter, obviously follow us, keep up with all the news. We have, our multiple championships and trophies this past year, and we're looking to get another.
Beautiful. Yeah, and I'm sure you'll have earned a few new fans as well of JWU's esports program as well after this weekend. Well, Paradox Muse, thank you so much for joining us and telling us more about JWU's esports program. For now, for those fans watching at home, that just about does it for the CENC Overwatch post-match report. So tomorrow is going to be the finals of each region, leading on to the top team from each region facing off in the CENC Overwatch Grand Finals. So that means that we're narrowing down each region from 4 teams until just 2. And the Overwatch action starts tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Now, all the matches are going to be streamed over at twitch.tv/esportsu network, as well as twitch.tv/ECAC_esports, and broadcast live on ESTV. So I know, Pauly, third day in a row, I have to call it out. I know this is what you have been so hyped for. If I can make a pun off of your name, Pauly Hype there. I know you're hyped to talk about the SSBU post-match report.
Yeah, absolutely, Jess. Thank you. And you really keeping the hype up here. I like it. You know, it's late. You're keeping it up. So that's good. Really good stuff. Just as with Rocket League and Overwatch, today we were treated to 4 semifinals matchups throughout the 2 regions competing for this year's Collegiate Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Crown. 4 teams eliminated, 4 teams remaining for tomorrow. Let's take a look at the bracket here, which just came up.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a look right on there. And our first 3-on-3 crew battle to move on to the grand final of the HyperX region was UT Dallas versus Florida State University. FSU actually forfeited, and so the University of Texas at Dallas moved on. FSU apparently was actually unable to field enough players for the match, so UT Dallas gets a little bit of a bye there.
Yeah, quite unfortunate as we head over to the second crew battle of the day, deciding who moves to the finals of the HyperX region. My guys, New York Institute of Technology, the Cybears versus Wayne State College. Game 1 quickly turned into the Chef Louis show as Wayne State's Chef Louis pulverized the competition. Taking 8 stocks in a row and giving Wayne State the 1-0 lead in the series. Jess, I'm not going to lie, you hate to see it.
You certainly do. Game 2 got off to a much stronger start for Wayne State, with Grim Sleuth opting to switch over to Hero for the first round, and that seemed to make all the difference as Grim Sleuth worked Chef Louis down to their last stop.
That wasn't enough, though, for the Cybears in the end, as Wayne State's Floop Nest brought in the trademark Ridley, the big boy, and took out NYIT's last 2 team members and delivered Wayne State College of Nebraska into the finals of the HyperX region. Good job, Wayne State.
Good job indeed. Now changing our focus over to the ESTV region for this year's CENC SSBU competition was Michigan State University versus University of Central Missouri, 2 fine Midwestern institutions there. Lots of esports in the Midwest. I absolutely love to see it. So this series got off to an even start, with Coterre from UCM giving them the slight edge.
Michigan State, however, didn't seem phased, especially not Steiner on the Falco, who was able to work through both Corazon and Jew, giving MSU the lead.
Central Mizzou struck back in Game 2, evening the series 1-1 as we moved into Game 3. And Game 3 is where Scotch from MSU really shone, taking 5 stocks down using Pikachu and delivering MSU into the finals of the ESTV region.
And finally, we saw the stellar Gothic Knights of NJCU up against the Hornets of Sacramento State. New Jersey City University versus Sacramento State University, of course. NJCU continued their sweeping ways in the semifinals, with Hydra taking all 9 of Sacramento State's stocks in Game 1 using Palutena. That is amazing. Game 2 was much closer, however, but potentially only as a result of NJCU's team composition. All Palutenas, the Wallutena, was in full effect as NJCU wrapped up a 2-0 victory in the series, setting themselves up for a date with Sparty in the semifinal.
So now the finals of the HyperX region will feature number 1 seed University of Texas at Dallas facing off against Wayne State College of Nebraska. On the flip side of the bracket, deciding the ESTV region, it will be the Gothic Knights of New Jersey City University taking on the Spartans of Michigan State University.
Wow, I'm really excited for that. I cannot wait for the finals tomorrow. It is going to be so much exciting action across these 3 titles. But right now, we actually have another interview with Scott, our team captain over at Michigan State University. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, you know what? We can't hear you there. Are you
Yeah,
muted?
sorry, I forgot to unmute. I just unmuted.
All good.
You know what?
forgot.
That's just a classic 2021 problem that's going to be happening while we're still doing these remote events. But to get into it, so far your team hasn't dropped a single game through this event, which I mean is really impressive. It's a really exciting stat. So are you guys trying to kind of avoid letting that get to your head, maybe sort of downplay the hype and stay focused, or are you just absolutely balling out of control celebrating here?
We did actually, against Missouri, we lost our second game to Corazon's Bayo. They just ran through us after they took 7 stocks or something. So that was unfortunate for us, but we came back in game 3 pretty well. We're trying to stay humble. We don't have our best team. We're trying to just give people more experience in this Crew Battle League. We have a freshman on our team, and we're hoping that this experience is going to help them grow a lot as a player and be ready for future games. And it's kind of intimidating seeing the rest of the competition. They're really good.
Well, then sorry to kind of quote, a perfect stat line at you, and it'd have to make you kind of be on the defense and be like, actually, we're not perfect after all. But it sounds like you've got kind of your head in the right place about that one that you dropped.
Absolutely. And, we saw your team, Scotch, here, switch up their character select quite a few times as the event has been going on. Can you give us a little insight into that? Is that a team discussion thing? Does someone call out a flex? What goes into that character switch up, especially in a big tournament like this?
Mitski fan and I are both people who play a lot of characters. We struggle to stick with one character at a time. So we both have maybe 3 mains and 10 pockets, and we're comfortable going any of them just depending on what the matchups look like. So we kind of just try to play it by ear.
So now, Scott, you kind of answered this last question a little bit, which was I was going to ask about if you've been kind of keeping an eye on the competition and trying to specifically sort of counter them, or, I know you said you're kind of playing it by ear. So do you necessarily have a plan that you stick to, or you always are able to just adapt based on whatever you need at the time?
We try to adapt based on the teams we're facing, and it's getting harder the farther we advance. Obviously, the teams are getting really good with players like Hydra on the other team, and on the other side of the bracket, teams like Dallas, who have shown that they're incredibly good and have won a few other Crew Battle Leagues. So we will try to adapt, but it's going to be a lot harder going forward.
Wow, sounds incredible. And, Scotch, is there anything else you'd like to add to the fans and the other teams actually watching from home here? You guys are doing so well.
We love the Midwest support. We love seeing that come out. We love everyone who has been cheering for us or just cheering for the Midwest in general. And we're hoping that we can keep it up against New Jersey, try to represent our region. And aside from that, the only shout out, if you like what we're doing, if you like Michigan Smash, follow K_Jez1 on Twitter. And that's where you can get it.
Lovely.
Awesome. And those answers. And oh my gosh, I especially love that Midwestern shout out, Ohio native here. And I know Michigan are kind of supposed to be the enemy or whatever, but I think we can all come together and embrace Midwestern esports at the collegiate level. So exciting to hear that stuff. But that about wraps up our Super Smash Brothers Ultimate portion of the CENC post-match report. And then, you know what? I believe that actually wraps up the entire post show, but the Smash action continues tomorrow, or returns rather, or you know what? The overall action returns at 10:15 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. Going to be live on EsportsTV Network and on ESTV. It all comes down to Championship Sunday. We're going to be crowning the first ever collegiate esports national champion of Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Not to mention those other 2 esports as well. Exciting stuff.
That's right. Don't forget, tune in tomorrow, starting bright and early, just to re-emphasize here, 10 a.m. Eastern for the pre-show. All matches from here on out will be shown exclusively on the Esports U Network Twitch channel, as well as ESTV. And don't forget to check out that beautiful Collegiate Esports National Championship shop, CENC.com, for jerseys, trophy, and gear. And I mean, that's going to do it. My name's Paulie Hype. I'm alongside Jess Brohard here. Jess, thank you so much for day 3 here. You've been fantastic.
So have you, Paulie. I'm so excited to see what the grand finals will be bright and early tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll see you there.